Ning, relying on his one with the world footwork technique, ran at high speed, as fast as the wind. After leaving Eastmount Marsh, he continued to flee at high speed, moving most likely over 1,000 kilometers through the mountain forests before coming to a halt. Actually, by now, the Golden Crow, the sun, had already completely sunk beneath the horizon. However, the eastern horizon was still very red, and there was still some light cast on the ground. Phew! Ning wiped the sweat from his forehead. I first ran 300 kilometers on water, then another 1,000 kilometers on land. In addition, I was moving at my maximum speed. I've never run like this before. I didn't expect that even with a body like mine, I still ended up so sweaty. Ning usually could run for 1,000 kilometers on Eastmount Marsh without sweating at all, but this time, he really had moved at his utmost speed. Feeling exhausted, Ning slowly walked forward. There was a pool in front of him, and within the pool, there were a few floating lotus flowers. The flowers were not stained at all by the mud, and their stems were straight. The fragrance of the lotuses entered his nose, causing the exhausted Ning to let out a hint of a smile as he sat down next to the pool. I guess I managed to make it through that setback. Ning withdrew a bamboo reed with a flip of his hand. The reed was filled with clean water. Raising his head, he took 2 gulps. I wonder how the little green snake is doing. Ning sighed lightly. Little green snake, don't blame me. I'm not able to help you either. Alas, I haven't reached the Xian level. Slen Tian. Just thinking about this made Ning feel a hint of worry. The Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens, as the most powerful fiend god body refining method, was extremely powerful, but training it was simply too difficult. Even someone with his background found it so hard to break through. Merge yin and yang, fuse fire and water. How was this accomplished? What do I need to do in order to break through? Ning pondered bitterly. Whew! A gentle breeze blew by. The cool, summer night breeze was so comfortable. The breeze wafted through the lotus flowers in the pool. Some spun in place, first towards one direction, then towards the other. Having reached the one with the world level in the Shadewind steps, Ning naturally was able to mentally become one with the wind. When the wind blew past the lotus blossom, he could clearly sense. Ha! Ning suddenly revealed a look of curiosity. When the wind blows the lotus, it turns both left, then right. Ning suddenly felt as though he understood something. If a leaf is blown by the wind, it will be blown wildly without any rhythm at all. If it was a small tree that was being blown down by the wind, it would only shake from left to right. That's because it doesn't have any enormous round leaves. But when the lotus flower is blown upon, the petals of the lotus can turn left or turn right, canceling out this force. Raising his head, Ning stared at the sky. It wasn't completely dark yet, but in the skies, he could already faintly see the light of the moon. The golden crow, sun, falls, and the moon rabbit, moon, rises. Turn left, turn right. Day and night. Because there is day, thus there is the concept of night. Ning murmured to himself. In a place of utter darkness, a tiny hint of light is incomparably brilliant. The left and right turns of the lotus petal allow it to cancel out the 2 contrasting spins, allowing it to cancel out the force of the wind and stay in place, unmoved. Ning closed his eyes. His spirit was already one with the world, and he became one with the wind and the lotus flowers in the pool. He could faintly sense some sort of enormous principle, which hid ancient secrets that had existed since the creation of the endless universe. This secret was the Tao, the way. The wind held the Tao within it, and the Tao itself was vast and unknowable. But when the wind blew past the lotus flower, Ning was capable of seeing the shadow of the Tao flash through the lotus flowers. Capable of finding a hint of the movements and the true appearance of the Tao. Ning quietly sat there in the lotus position by the side of the pool, completely lost in thought as he attentively meditated on the hint of the Tao which he had sensed from the lotus flower's circular movements. Comprehending the Tao was something that one could hope for but not ask for. In that moment when his soul, his thoughts, the environment, and everything else all fused together, he was able to just barely touch a hint of the Tao. But in order to touch the Tao, the prerequisite was that one would first have to become one with the world. Only after one's mind could completely become one with the world was one capable of touching the eternal Tao. Wah 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 wah, a stream of water slowly flowed through a small creek covered up by the wild grass. Goo goo goo. Night descended, and the forest was now filled with the croaking of frogs. Slowly, rays of light began to surround Ning, still seated in the lotus position. First, some rays of watery light appeared, slowly forming one enormous lotus petal after another around him. One watery lotus petal after another surrounded Ning, currently blossoming while swaying gently in the breeze. Immediately afterwards, dots of fiery light began to gather as well, forming into fiery lotus petals. These enormous lotus petals of flame also wrapped around Ning. 2 layers of lotus petals. The first layer was of watery lotus petals. The second was of fiery lotus petals. Each layer had exactly 3 petals. Fire and water intersected. A wind arose out of nowhere. Wah 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 wah. Between the 2 layers of lotus petals, a wind arose out of nowhere. The 2 layers of lotus petals began to swivel. The lower layer of watery lotus petals swiveled to the left, while the upper layer of fiery lotus petals were turning to the right. The 2 layers of lotus petals were completely turning in opposite directions, slowly, sluggishly, they rotated, but Ning himself didn't utilize any of his own strength at all. Everything happened by nature. Swoosh! A gray-furred wolf loped out from within the forests, its jade eyes focused on that distant, fur-clad youth. Only, those enormous lotus petals, multiple meters in size, which were surrounding that fur-clad youth made the wolf slightly confused. As a beast with low intelligence, however, its innate sense was telling it that those rotating petals of fire and water were nothing more than part of the world, just like the clouds. There was no need to pay attention to them. The gray wolf bared its fangs, staring at the fur-clad youth. It was very hungry. The fur-clad youth was just sitting there without moving, as though he was asleep. He definitely wouldn't have the ability to fight back. In addition, the flesh of this youth seemed so tender and delectable. The gray wolf could already feel its saliva coming into its mouth. It hesitated no more. Swoosh! The gray wolf charged forward rapidly, pouncing forward with fangs bared, preparing to bite down on that fur-clad youth. But as soon as it leapt within 2 meters of those layers of lotus petals, boom! The wind created by those 2 layers of lotus petals contained within them a hint of the destructive force of the world. In an instant, it chopped that wolf into tiny pieces, with blood splattering everywhere, some seeping deep into the earth, while the rest flowed into the pool. Nightfall. Ironwood John and the Bayan tiger he commanded, in the form of a black-clothed man, were currently following behind that ice wasp as they traversed the mountain forests. The ice wasp was just a wasp, after all. It wasn't an enormous flying beast, nor was it a dire monster. One could imagine how much slower it was. It was far from being even a tenth as fast as Ning. This child of the G clan really can run. Ironwood Jean's face was gloomy and sinister. After leaving Eastmount Marsh, he kept on fleeing. The black-clothed man said hurriedly, "Master, the ice hornet's flying speed is much slower. If this child of the G clan keeps running without stopping, all the way to one of the prefectures of the 5 prefectures of the G clan, we probably won't have any way to catch him." Run all the way to one of the 5 prefectures? Ironwood Jean shook his head. Too far. Eastmount Marsh is already at the borders of the G clan's territory. To run from the border to one of the 5 prefectures at once? That child of the G clan shouldn't run that far. Although he said this, in his heart, Jean was worried as well. If Ning truly had run to any one of the 5 prefectures, no matter how confident Jean was in his abilities, he wouldn't dare to charge into the lair of his enemies. "We'll slowly pursue him," Ironwood Jean said. Wherever the ice flower liquid passes by, it will leave that unique aroma. It won't dissipate for at least 3 days. We can't smell it, but the ice wasp can. As long as that child of the G-clan doesn't flee to the 5 prefecture, he will die. Right, he will die. The black-clothed man said hurriedly. He ruined everything for me, and caused me to have a powerful future foe. Ironwood John could visualize that Azure Skysnake adventuring in the outside world through the usage of its void blink, becoming more powerful, reaching the Zifu level, then coming back to kill him. He couldn't help but feel fear, while at the same time, he hated Ning even more. I definitely have to personally tear his skin off and rend his tendons. Right. Tear his skin, rip his tendons. The black-clothed man ground his teeth as well. The golden crow, sun, was beginning to raise its head over the eastern skies. It was daybreak. Ironwood John and the Bayan tiger under his command were still slowly pursuing. They had pursued for so long, both of them had bellies full of anger. This child of the G-clan really was too cautious. After leaving Eastmount Marsh, he had actually fled for at least another 1,000 kilometers. A ice wasp that flew for 1,000 kilometers would be very tired as well. Fortunately, this ice wasp was a mutant. Master. The black-clothed man's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly pointed to the distant. Ha! The also tired Jean turned to look in that direction. Instantly, he could make out an indistinct human figure at the distant side of a pool. This caused his mind to instantly wake up. Ironwood Jean's eyes lit up. He licked the corner of his lips, then said mentally, let's go take a look. Between Master and Spirit Beast, at a close distance, there was the ability to maintain psychic communications. As for the exact distance, it depended on how powerful their souls were. Generally speaking, a Xiantian lifeform and his Spirit Beast had to maintain a distance of 10 meters if they wanted to be able to converse mentally. The two carefully crept forward, trying not to make any noise. But in truth, even if they made some noise, Jean wasn't afraid. He was, after all, a late-stage Xiantian expert. When running at full speed, he was a bit faster than even Ning, and in addition, he carried on him a divine movement seal as well as a number of other ordinary Dao seals. How could he possibly allow Ning to escape? What an idiot! No matter how careful I am, I still am making some noise, but he didn't notice at all. He should be a fiend god body refiner. Logically speaking, he should have excellent senses. He really has no experience at all. He's probably fallen asleep. Jean laughed coldly. All the better. It will make my life easier. Otherwise, I'd have to waste a divine movement seal. Ironwood John and the black-clothed man continued moving forward. Slowly. They could make the person out clearly. What? They were both stunned. This was because the sun had already risen by now. Under the light of the sun, those enormous fiery lotus petals and the watery lotus petals appeared semi-translucent. After all, these lotus petals were not real lotus petals. They were formed by the energy of the world. Under the light of the sun, they instantly appeared semi-translucent. The 2 layers of enormous lotus petals were still slowly swiveling in opposite directions, but contained within them a very strange rhythm. In the center of these 2 enormous layers of rotating lotus petals, Ning was seated there in the lotus position. What is this? Jean, although highly experienced, had never seen a sight like this. Can it be that this is created from internal ki? Still, even if he has broken through to the Xiantian lifeform stage, he is still only an early-stage Xiantian. I imagine he doesn't have any magic treasures on him. A fierce look appeared on Jean's face. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 3, Chapter 3, Fire and Water Descend, Giving Birth to Xiantian. Chapter 3, Fire and Water Descend, Giving Birth to Xiantian. Ironwood John and his Bayan tiger drew near at high speed, quickly arriving by the side of the pool. It really is beautiful. Ironwood Jun couldn't help but sigh in amazement as he stared at the reflecting light of the setting sun, which shone down upon those two blooming, enormous lotus petals. But the more he looked at them, the more nervous he became. He was, after all, a late-stage Xiantian expert. Although he hadn't reached the one with the world level, he could already dimly sense how extraordinary those two layers of petals were. Master! The Bayan tiger looked at Jean as well. What should we do now? Don't be impatient. He is in front of us and won't be able to escape. Let's give him a test, first. Jean instructed mentally. With a wave of his hand, he released his Xiantian force, which directly dragged a rock into his hand. And then, with a powerful throw, he infused this rock with his Xiantian energy, transforming it into a ray of light which shot straight towards Ning, still seated in the lotus position. Although he just threw a rock, a nine-fang warrior would definitely be killed. Hua! When the stone reached the area of 10 meters of Ning and intersected with those two layers of lotus petals, it instantly became frozen. That invisible killing energy, with a hiss, transformed the rock into dust. The Bayan tiger and Ironwood Jun both felt their hearts tighten. They exchanged glances. Clearly, they were somewhat puzzled by those two mysterious lotus layers. I refuse to believe it. Jean sneered coldly, and the blackwood vine whip appeared in his hands out of nowhere. Who? Ironwood Jean lashed out with his long whip. The blackwood vine whip elongated, coiling around a thick nearby tree. With a massive pull. Long, the entire tree was ripped out by the roots, carrying with it a large amount of dirt, swinging about along with Jean's whip. Boom! This tens of thousands of pounds heavy tree smashed directly towards Ning, seated in the lotus position. When the massive tree trunk slammed against those two layers of translucent, enormous lotus leaves, it instantly shattered apart. However, the terrifying power of the collision contained within the massive tree caused the two layers of lotus leaves to tremble. Ning, who had been meditating in the lotus position, shook slightly. His eyes opened up. As his eyes opened, he saw that the two enormous lotus leaves surrounding his body were dissipating as an enormous tree trunk smashed down upon him. In the distance, Ironwood Jean and that black-clothed man were sneering coldly at him. You ruined my good fortune. Watching the two layers of enormous lotus petals dissipate, Ning instantly realized what he had gained this night, and also realized how priceless these insights had been. If nobody had disturbed him, he probably would have been able to gain insights for even longer. But unexpectedly, Jean had ruined it for him. It must be understood that these moments of enlightenment were something which could only be hoped for and not asked for. It might be decades, if not centuries, until the next time something like this would occur. Damn you! Ning swept out with the palm, and with a booming sound, smashed the massive tree trunk into two halves. One half landed into the middle of the pond, crushing many of the lotus flowers. The other half fell down against several other nearby trees, sending dust everywhere. Little child of the G clan! Ironwood Jean laughed ferociously. You fled 1,000 kilometers into the forest, but I still caught you in the end. Today is the day you die. Ning glanced at him coldly, and then immediately summoned forth the lunar energy and the solar energy in his body. Over the course of the previous night's meditation, he had gained just a hint of insight into the true nature of the Tao, but that hint of insight was enough to allow him to understand, without question, what the method was for breaking through to the next level of the crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens. Nothing in the world was truly opposite of anything else. It was much like how night and day were seemingly opposites, but in reality, were just two different aspects of the sky. It was much like the two layers of fire and water lotus petals that had surrounded him. Not only did they not cancel each other out, they had even increased each other's power. Why? A lotus flower had a stalk, which was what allowed the lotus petals to swivel. The stalk of the two layers of fire and water lotus petals was Ning himself. Solar energy, lunar energy, how to fuse them? By finding that stalk which connected the solar energy and the lunar energy. Come. Ning's eyes were filled with absolutely certainty. His body had already completely brought forth all of his solar and lunar energy, which instantly filled every part of his body. Be it his hair or his skin or his organs or his very cells, it filled every part of him. Every single thread of lunar energy and solar energy began to swirl around each other, but their natures caused them to be unwilling to fuse. Wah 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 wah, all of the lunar energy and solar energy were swiveling, like the lotus flowers that had been blown upon by the wind. They were also like the two fish of the yin-yang taiji diagram, forever chasing each other. The sun. The moon. They constantly chased after each other, and as they did, they contained that hint of the Tao which Ning had understood. Slowly, in the center of the circling solar energy and lunar energy, a new force arose. Instantly. In that deep, boundless void, separated from this place by incomprehensibly many worlds, there lay the two supreme stars, the solar star, sun, and the lunar star, moon. Each of them emitted a hint of their power. The solar true fire and the lunar true water appeared on each side around Ning, and also activated the power of fire and water of the surrounding world. Bang! Bang! Dot! The surrounding world instantly became filled with a sea of flame as well as an abyss of water. Though this took time to describe, in truth, as soon as Ning had shattered that tree, he had immediately activated the energy in his body and began to break through. Ironwood John and his Bayan tiger saw with their own eyes the boundless flames and water appear out of nowhere, causing even them to feel fear. Wherever the water passed through, everything was frozen into ice sculptures, while wherever the fire passed through, everything was consumed by the flames. At the same time, within the surging water, the faint outline of the jade rabbit could be seen. Deep within the boundless flames, there was also the shadow of a three-legged golden crow. Between the jade rabbit and the golden crow, there was Ning. This, Jun was so shocked, his face changed dramatically. Can this be the legendary, crimson bright diagram of the nine heavens? The golden crow and the jade rabbit had both appeared. Without question, this was the legendary, crimson bright diagram of the nine heavens, the #1 fiend god body refining technique. In the entire Swallow Mountain area, in at least the past 1,000 years, there hadn't been a single person who was known to have relied on this technique to become a Xiantian lifeform. Although Jean had read this technique and knew what the breakthrough looked like, this was his first time personally witnessing the amazing spectacle of a breakthrough. HRMPH. Ironwood Jean's hand summoned a formation flag out of nowhere. He immediately flew backwards, then began running around Ning, surrounded by boundless water and fire, in a circular pattern, while constantly throwing out one flag after another, all of which stabbed deep into the mud. In but a few seconds, 8 formation flags had all been planted, covering an area of a square kilometer. Ironwood Jean now simply stood from afar and watched. "Master, kill him," the Bayan tiger said hurriedly. "Right now, he is breaking through. This is his weakest moment." "No!" Jean hurriedly shouted. "He trains in the #1 fiend god body refining, and is currently surrounded by the power of the supreme stars, the solar star and the lunar star. When breaking through to the Xiantian lifeform level, these two supreme stars will send down a hint of their solar true fire and lunar true water, breaking through countless barriers to allow him to evolve and be reborn into the body of a true Xiantian-level fiend god. Then it becomes all the more important for us to stop him," the Bayan tiger said frantically. "Don't you understand?" Ironwood Jean's face was ashen as he stared at the distant Ning, wrapped by the endless flames and water. Right now, he is surrounded by boundless icy water and cocooned in flames. At the heart of the boundless icy water is a hint of the lunar true water. At the heart of the endless flames is a hint of the solar true fire. Even if a Zifu disciple were to touch it, he would instantly be frozen and shatter or be burnt to ashes, much less you and me. Not even his soul would be left. He wouldn't even have the chance to go to the netherworld kingdom to be reborn. As fearsome as that? The Bayan tiger was shocked. Of course it is. Ironwood Jean's face was solemn. This is power which comes from the two supreme stars. Solar true fire and lunar true water. Who dares to touch them? Then are we just going to watch? The Bayan tiger said frantically. Just watch as this child of the G clan becomes even more powerful? Don't worry. Jean growled. Right now, the two supreme stars have bequeathed their power to him, and he is beginning to transcend his mortal coil and be reborn into a true Xiantian fiend god. After he breaks through, that hint of solar true fire and lunar true water will disappear. After all, the power of the solar true fire and the lunar true water doesn't belong to this little child of the G clan himself. Ironwood Jean sneered coldly. I've already set down the yin-yang twin energy formation. After this little child of the G clan breaks through, he'll no longer have the protective power of the supreme stars. I will immediately activate the formation. No matter what, he'll only be an early Xiantian lifeform without a single magic treasure. I, on the other hand, am a late Xiantian lifeform with the assistance of the formation. Right. The Bayan tiger nodded as well. But this child of the G clan really is amazing. Ironwood Jean couldn't help but sigh in praise. Crimson bright diagram of the nine heavens. This is the legendary, most powerful fiend god body refining technique. Virtually all tribes of a certain size are in possession of it. But in 1,000 years, in the entire Swallow Mountain area, there hasn't been a single person who has reached Xiantian through it. If he is permitted to grow, he will definitely become the number one person of the 5 prefectures of the G clan, and perhaps even the entire Swallow Mountain. But no matter how powerful he will be, right now, he will only have reached the Xiantian level. I feel wonderful when I think about how I'm about to kill such a monstrous genius. What did Xiantian mean? It meant to be born from the heavens and from nature. Only that was a true Xiantian lifeform. Generally speaking, most key refiners only had the inner key energy in their bodies transform into Xiantian afterwards. The energy would wash through their entire body, allowing them to reach a quick and agile state. But actually, this was the weakest type of Xiantian body. A casual sword thrust through the heart would cause them to die. But for fiend god body refiners, their entire body would be reborn into the body like a fiend god's. Fiend gods could have their bodies chopped into 18 parts, but as long as their head wasn't destroyed, they would not die. Generally speaking, most fiend god body refining techniques were low-grade, to the point of even relying on tattooing the divine patterns onto their bodies. But the crimson bright diagram of the nine heavens relied on the power of the two supreme stars to naturally generate those two major divine tattoos. When breaking through to the Xiantian level, the solar true fire and lunar true water of the two supreme stars would descend, fire and water would coincide, giving birth to a fiend god's body. This sort of fiend god body wasn't one bit inferior to those trueborn fiend gods of the ancient fiend god era. Thus, this was reputed to be the number one technique in the world. Peepa! Ning could sense every single cell in his body explode. And then, the divine power of the crimson bright diagram of the nine heavens caused the solar true fire and the lunar true water to begin to reforge every single cell anew. The hint of solar true fire and lunar true water which the two supreme stars had sent down, in turn, were being utterly consumed in the process of forging this new Xiantian fiend god. The mortal vessel fell away. The fiend god body formed. The solar true fire and the lunar true water were consumed, and the countless amounts of fire and water which surrounded them dispersed as well, revealing the fur-clad Ning. Although he had leapt into the Xiantian level, the furs hadn't been damaged by the fire and water at all. Only, Ning's skin was now emitting an enchanting radiance, as though he were a gem formed by the heavens. Ning opened his eyes and stared at the distant Ironwood Jean and the Bayan tiger. He said only 2 words. Now, die. The divine solar tattoo and divine lunar tattoo on his back instantly activated. Boom. Boom. An enormous flaming dragon and an enormous water dragon appeared out of nowhere, formed from the fire and water summoned by the divine solar tattoo and divine lunar tattoo. Containing terrifying destructive power, it charged straight towards the distant Ironwood Zhan and Bayan Tiger. This was the proof of the Xiantian level of the Crimson Bright diagram of the Nine Heavens, the ability to control fire and water. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 3, Chapter 4, Lotus Petals of Fire and Water. Chapter 4, Lotus Petals of Fire and Water. Ironwood Zhan and the Bayan Tiger were both astonished. Zhan hurriedly activated his yin-yang twin energy formation, while shouting loudly, "Be careful, he can control fire and water." The ability of Xiantian fiend gods of the Crimson Bright diagram of the Nine Heavens to control water and fire is extraordinary. Once water and fire come out simultaneously, even most ordinary Xiantian lifeforms can be killed. The reason he shouted so loudly was because as soon as the Bayan Tiger had seen the fire and water, it had already transformed into its real body and begun to retreat. Once the distance between the two increased, they were no longer capable of spiritual communication. But how could the speed of the Bayan Tiger compare to that of the water and fire? Boom! An enormous water dragon instantly coiled around the Bayan Tiger, causing a layer of frost to appear on it. At the same time, the other fire dragon also wrapped itself around the Bayan Tiger. The water dragon and fire dragon simultaneously coiled around it, the water dragon filled with boundless cold, while the fire dragon was filled with endless heat. Hot and cold. Pa! 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 The Bayan Tiger's fur began to crack, and his red flesh and muscles began to be revealed, then quickly char. Gruulul! The Bayan Tiger roared. Still not dead. Ning's gaze grew colder. The water dragon that had been coiling around the Bayan Tiger suddenly loosened, then quickly began to transform, changing into an enormous flowing lotus petal. At the same time, the fire dragon also quickly transformed into a blazing lotus petal. The water lotus petal was below. The fire lotus petal was above. The Bayan Tiger was in the middle. Despite how it tried to struggle and flee, it was useless. The two lotus petals followed it wherever it went. Water flame lotus smelt. With a thought from Ning, instantly the two lotus petals began to slowly revolve. It was like two terrifying millstones slowly crushing down while revolving. Earlier, Ning had just been unconsciously activated the energy of the world to form those two protective lotus petals through his slight understanding of the Tao, and yet the power had already been so tremendous. But now, Ning was himself a Xiantian lifeform, capable of controlling both fire and water. Adding onto that basic power the hint of the Tao he had understood, the power became hundreds of times greater than before. The petals of the water flame lotus revolved. The Bayan Tiger caught between them only felt a surge of heat and cold, and it felt far more miserable than before. Its entire body seemed to have lost all feeling. At the same time, as the water and fire intersected, a wind arose out of nowhere, and that wind filled with a powerful killing force descended directly upon the Bayan Tiger. The Bayan Tiger's charred body was like a porcelain doll. It shattered into many little pieces, its eyes filled with incomprehension as they grew dim. The Bayan Tiger had died. It is actually this powerful. Ning's heart was filled with surprise and delight as well. With the water and fire I control as the base, and then formed into the protective water flame lotus which I developed, I was able to execute a middle Xiantian level dire monster, without even giving it a chance to fight back. Although the above took time to describe, a battle between experts was incredibly fast. From the moment when Ning created the water flame lotus to the moment when the Bayan Tiger died, only a heartbeat's worth of time had occurred. Boom! The yin-yang twin energy formation which had surrounded this square kilometer fully released its power as well, and lines of black energy and white energy crisscrossed towards Ning. Ironwood Zhan was shocked by how easily his Bayan Tiger had been executed as well. And then, with a savage expression, he howled, "Within my yin-yang twin energy formation, even if you are a monstrous talent which swallow mountain seas once in a millennium, you will still surely die. Die. Lines of viper-like black and white energy instantly pounced towards Ning. HRMPH. With but a thought, instantly fire and water appeared out of nowhere next to his body. The fire and water transformed into lotus petals, with 2 layers of enormous petals of the water flame lotus hovering about him, waiting for those black and white energy streams to attack. When they did, with a thought from Ning, the water flame lotus suddenly fused. Like a budding flower, those upward-pointing lotus petals formed into a massive lotus flower bud that was over 10 meters high, instantly ensconcing Ning within them. Pang pang pang, the black and white energy waves came crashing down. The water flame lotus, although having fused into a flower bud, was still slowly swiveling. The inner layer was made of fire lotus petals, while the outer layer was made from water lotus petals. They continued to slowly swivel in opposite directions. No matter how the black and white energy struck against it time and time again, sometimes just barely breaking through the outer layer of the water lotus petals, the water lotus petals would once more reform into their normal appearance. After all, fire and water could always part and reform, they weren't solid substances to begin with. Even if they were occasionally broken through, with but a thought, Ning could reform them. What? Ironwood Jean was shocked. How is this possible? My yin-yang twin energy formation, this is an extremely powerful formation. Given my power when using it, even if I were to meet with an opponent who was a peak Xiantian lifeform, I wouldn't be afraid. How could it be that it can't even break through the protective lotus of this child of the G-clan? What is that protective lotus? How is it that I've never even heard of it? But how could Ironwood Jean know that Ning had previously already reached the one with the world level? The greatest benefit of his previous night's worth of enlightenment was this protective lotus, which already had a hint of the true meaning of the Tao within it. A Xiantian lifeform created by the crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens was incomparably powerful to begin with, and the fire and water it controlled was far stronger than that of the fire and water which most dire monsters could create. When infusing that with the hint of the true Tao through the water flame lotus, blocking a mere formation naturally was nothing at all. Ironwood Jean, you've chased for such a long time. Let me repay you now, and send you on the next leg of your journey. Within the lotus bud, Ning stared through the flowing water lotus petals and the blazing fire lotus petals, seeing the distant, unclear figure. In addition, his mind had reached the one with the world level. Naturally, he could sense the auras of all nearby creatures, and could clearly sense the location of Jean. Die. With but a thought from Ning. In the area where Ironwood Jean was standing, yet another fiery lotus petal and watery lotus petal appeared. One above him, one below him, crushing down upon Jean like millstones. Formation, aid me. Ironwood Jean, seeing the situation, was terrified. This was how his servant, the Bayan tiger, had died just now. He hurriedly controlled the black and white energy streams, wildly wrapping them around himself to block the grinding, crushing force of this water flame lotus. By doing so, he was just barely able to block it. Although occasionally, some fire and water would break through, his Xiantian Qi was able to block it. How can he simultaneously create 2 lotus flowers? Jean was filled with shock and dread. Such a powerful attack should take up almost all of his concentration. But how could he know? When he was 4 years old, Ning's soul was already almost on par with a Zifu disciple. Right now, his soul was already far above that of a Zifu disciple. Dividing his mind to execute 2 separate water flame lotus techniques was simplicity itself. You actually haven't died. Protected within the lotus bud, Ning quickly charged towards Ironwood Jean. Retreat! Ironwood was so frightened that his face changed. He ground his teeth. Flee! This decision was made quite decisively. He was, after all, born into the Ironwood clan. He knew very well that once someone trained to the Xiantian lifeform level in the crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens, the power of the practitioner would be hundreds of times that of ordinary fiend god body refiners. Although right now, Ning was only an early Xiantian lifeform, he was capable of matching other late-stage Xiantian fiend god body refiners. Ironwood Jean, was nothing more than a late-stage Xiantian key refiner. Engage in close combat with a fiend god body refiner of this level? That was just suicide. Before this, he had been relying on the fact that Ning didn't have any magic treasures, but if even the yin-yang twin energy formation couldn't do anything to Ning, if he were to continue to fight with Ning, would that be suicide? An early Xiantian whose battle power is equivalent to a peak Xiantian. What a monster! The G clan actually produced such a monster. I definitely have to inform the ancestor and have him be exterminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, in the future, he will be a calamity to the Ironwood clan. Ironwood Jean was utterly terrified, especially by those water flame lotuses. They were simply too powerful. Formations had to be prepared in advance, but Ning's fire-water lotus could be created with but a thought, and it was even more powerful than his formation. This was too. He must be eliminated. Ironwood Jean's only thought was to go back and report this to his clan's ancestor. Both the Ironwood clan and the G clan, as two of the 6 hegemons of the Swallow Mountain area, had Zifu disciples standing guard over them. That was why they had the ability to be acknowledged by the Grand Xia dynasty to become ministers of the Grand Xia dynasty. Divine Movement Seal. With a flip of Jean's hand, a black, leaf-like paper seal suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The paper seal was covered with what looked like veins of blood, and was covered with an ancient, strange character which faintly emanated a mysterious, rippling aura. Ironwood Jean sent a surge of his Xiantian key into the seal. Hua! The seal instantly transformed into a shadowy word which fused into Ironwood Jean's body. Flee! Ironwood Jean immediately transformed into a ray of light, quickly fleeing afar, not even bothering to collect his yin-yang twin energy formation flags. This was because Ironwood Jean knew very well that right now, he was still relying on the yin-yang twin energy formation to protect him against that water flame lotus. In addition, collecting those 8 formation flags would also take up time. It would give that terrifying youth of the G clan a chance to catch up to him, at which point, he wouldn't just lose the 8 formation flags. He would lose his life. He ran? Ji Ning hurriedly chased afterwards. His Xiantian fiend god body, matched with his one with the world footwork, caused his speed to become even more rapid. He transformed into a ray of light as well, chasing after Jean. Just slightly slower than me? Ironwood Jean was greatly shocked. Before, when he hadn't yet broken through to the Xiantian level yet, I was faster than him. But now, even after using a precious divine movement seal, we're roughly on par. Ironwood Jean couldn't help but feel his heart ache with the cost, but grinding his teeth, he took out yet another Dao seal, covered with that same ancient network of veins atop it. He filled his Xiantian key into that Dao seal. Yet another illusory word appeared, then entered his body. Light body seal. Swoosh. Ironwood Jean transformed into a blue blaze as he retreated even faster. Won't be able to catch him. Ning's eyes had a hint of unwillingness to accept this outcome in them. As an fiend god body refiner expert, his speed was already incredible. But Ironwood Jean had utilized 2 Dao seals in succession, a light body seal, and a divine movement seal. Although these seals weren't nearly as valuable as the traceless talisman, they were still able to allow Ironwood Jean's speed to explosively increase. Ning didn't have any Dao seals right now. In addition, even if he had them, he wouldn't be able to use them, because Dao seals and magic treasures all required one to have Xiantian key in order to use them. Swoosh! Swoosh! Ironwood Jean fled out of the area of the yin-yang twin energy formation, pulling ahead of Ning, causing Ning to be unable to utilize his water flame lotus against him. This was because the water flame lotus was formed through his ability to control fire and water, but there was a limit to how far a Xiantian fiend god could maintain the control. At too great a distance, control would no longer be possible. Ha! Ironwood Jean let out a sigh of relief. Without the threat from the water flame lotus, and having pulled away from Ning, he finally relaxed. But then, he was filled with hate. Hatred for this Ji Ning. After all, he had lost his yin-yang twin energy formation. Boy of the G-clan, feel happy for now. I will definitely report this to the ancestor, and also to Snowdragon Mountain. The G-clan is the mortal foe of both my Ironwood clan as well Snowdragon Mountain. A monster like you is someone which both Snowdragon Mountain and my Ironwood clan will eradicate as soon as possible. Ironwood Jean's heart was filled with hatred. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 3 Chapter 5, Plum Blossom Fragrance, Assailing the Nose. Chapter 5, Plum Blossom Fragrance, Assailing the Nose. Ironwood Jean moved as quickly as a ray of blue smoke, fleeing at high speed. Right at that moment, the many large, tall trees in front of him suddenly began to crash down in front of him, completely blocking the road ahead of Jean. Some of those trees even flew through the air towards him at high speed. What is going on? Ironwood Jean's face lost all color. With a mighty wave of his black vine whip, he transformed it into a series of rays of light, slicing towards several trees that were flying towards him. As though they had been chopped apart, the large tree trunks were split in half, but Jean's speed had been lessened as well. Hua hua! From every direction, many branches, tree trunks, and even boulders and chunks of earth all began to fly over, wildly throwing themselves at Ironwood Jean. What is going on? Jean was completely stunned. These boulders, branches, trees, why are they all flying towards me? Jean had never heard of something like this. Even a Zifu disciple would only be able to fly on his own magic treasures by standing on them, then ordering the magic treasures to fly. Not even Zifu disciples were capable of making ordinary items fly like this. Countless boulders and tree trunks filled the sky, smashing towards Jean and forcing his speed to lessen. Ironwood Jean, you won't be able to flee. From behind, another ray of light shot towards him. It was Ning, and Ning was shouting at him. How did you accomplish this? Jean shouted while slicing through the trees, hoping to continue to be able to flee, but under the attack of the surrounding earth, boulders, and tree trunks, he wasn't able to run at high speed at all. Ning only smirked. Right. He had accomplished this. Just then, after Jean had used the Divine Movement Seal and the Light Body Seal, he had nearly fled. Naturally, Ning had grown desperate. In that frantic moment, Ning had discovered that his powerful thought waves were causing even the water of the pool and the earth to shake. He could clearly sense how his consciousness seemed to have become an invisible hand, capable of grasping the nearby trees and mud, as well as all other things. Divine Will. Ning instantly was filled with a surge of wild joy. When a soul grew excessively powerful, some strange things would occur. Generally speaking, Zifu disciples were capable of splitting their minds. Generally speaking, Wanxiang adepts were capable of divine will, but primal Taoists were capable of opening the eye of heaven and utilize their divine sense. Visualization techniques were extremely rare and mysterious. In the G-clan, nobody had even heard of such a thing as a visualization technique. If one wanted to strengthen one's soul, generally, the only method was to train their will, meditate on the Tao, and strengthen first the body, then the soul. Ning's training in accordance with the Yinhua painting had already nearly reached a limit. That night of enlightenment towards the Tao had been extremely beneficial to his soul. After gaining a greater understanding of the Tao, fire and water had then descended from the heavens, giving him a fiend god's body. As the body grew stronger, the soul would strengthen once again. Unconsciously, Ning's soul had already reached the level of being capable of divine will. Only, he didn't know that until when Ironwood Jean had fled. Desperate, Ning unconsciously had caused his willpower to affect the water and the earth, which made him realize what he had achieved. You won't be able to flee. Ning used his divine will to control the nearby things, causing the nearby trees, mud, and stones to all surround Jean. Dash. Can it be that this wasn't done by this child of the G-clan? Is there a terrifyingly powerful practitioner of the way of Immortal who, seeing the talent of this child, has decided to help him? Ironwood Jean was unable to flee, try as he might. He felt both frantic and terrified. Water Flame Lotus. Ning's gaze focused on him. The enormous fire lotus petal appeared above Ironwood Jean, while an enormous water lotus petal appeared beneath Ironwood Jean. At the same time, the two slowly began to swivel. I don't know which elder is present? Ironwood Jean called out loudly, while revealing a Dowseal in his hand. This Dowseal transformed into an illusory diamond, then disappeared into his body, and his body began to glow with a faint golden light. I am a disciple of the Ironwood clan, and I am on very good terms with Snowdragon Mountain as well. Stop struggling. The formerly distant Ning had already arrived. Child of the G clan. The golden light on Ironwood Jean's body was trembling and swaying. He repeatedly, viciously twirled out the blackwood vine whip in his hand, which quickly elongated as it flew towards Ning. Ning wielded a sword in each hand. He was as fast as lightning. Chie. The Dark North sword in his left hand utilized the watertight technique. As soon as the blackwood vine whip touched the Dark North sword, it naturally wrapped around it, but Ning voluntarily began spinning his left sword. The blackwood vine whip wrapped around it many times, and in the end, Ning's left hand actually was able to snatch the ironwood vine whip. Swish! Ning's right hand reached an even faster level. Break! Jean roared fiercely while pulling at the blackwood vine whip, but he wasn't able to budge it at all. No, I can't die here. I can't die to this little child of the G clan. Sensing death draw nearer, Ironwood Jean became even crazier. He even released the ironwood vine whip in his hand. Turning his head, he continued to flee. Bang! Slowly being ground down by the water flame lotus, the golden light on his body finally cracked and dispersed. Ironwood Jean's clothes were instantly ground into dust by the water flame lotus, revealing his body, which was beginning to turn black. He emitted an agonized scream. Swish! A raindrop pierced straight through Jean's forehead. And then, the water flame lotus dissipated. Ning withdrew his sword, looking quietly at the charred Ironwood Jean. Ironwood Jean's eyes were bulging. Even his eyebrows were gone, while in his forehead, there was a bloody hole. His eyes were filled with disbelief and rage. He hadn't imagined that he would die at the hands of this youth. In his heart, he even more hated that elder who had blocked his flight. If it hadn't been for that elder practitioner, he would have been able to flee. Immortal practitioner? Ning said to himself softly, his heart filled with a silent excitement. Finally! He had finally become a Xiantian lifeform. Even the world-famous, powerful expert, Ironwood Jean, had died in the face of his might. Even though I was reincarnated into the mortal world. Ning growled in his heart. Relying on my own efforts, I was still able to become a Xiantian lifeform. And that was just the beginning. The beginning of myself, Ning. The experiences of his past life. Everything he had seen in this one. They had all allowed Ning to have a heart that was filled with an incomparable urge to grow stronger. An urge to control his own destiny. To not be controlled by others, to not be controlled by fate. This is just the start. Ning took a few steps forward, walking to Jean's corpse. With but a thought, a gust of flame instantly turned Jean's corpse into nothing but ash, leaving behind only an armguard and that blackwood vine whip. Oh! The armguard and the whip both flew into Ning's hands. Ning inspected them carefully. So this armguard is actually a storage-type magic treasure. The blackwood vine whip is also a magic treasure. Ning returned. He returned to the pool, collecting those 8 yin-yang twin energy formation flags. The flags were all very dark and gray, and yet they emitted pulses. Magic treasures, Dao seals. All of them are only usable when one is at least at the Xiantian level as a key refiner. Ning collected all these things into his Kalestone. I first have to reach the Xiantian level as a key refiner as well. Ning cleaned up the surrounding area. As for the corpses of the Bayan Tiger and Ironwood Jean, he transformed them all into ash. Ning then once again continued his meditations by the poolside, because he had the sense that training his ki to the Xiantian level would be very easy. The night after that battle, Ning still sat in the lotus position by the side of the pool, and for the moment, the dantian in his body began to change and rumble. The original powerful threads of ki began to rotate and then condense into liquid drops. One drop of ki began to solidify, and Ning's body also began to attract some mist which wrapped around him. So I'm about to break through. Ning smiled. When he had been in the womb, his meridians had been damaged. If he had been relying on ki refining to reach the Xiantian level, it would have been very hard. But upon reaching the Xiantian level through the scarlet diagram of the Ning shining heavens, Ning's entire body had been transformed into a true fiend god's body by the lunar true water and solar true fire of the solar star, sun, and the lunar star, moon. Because his entire body had been transformed, his mortal body had been transformed into a fiend god's body, and his meridians had been remade anew as well. Currently, Ning's meridian network had become perfected and unblemished. The meridian channels were far wider than that of most Xiantian ki refiners. In addition, Ning had a very high level of enlightenment, so naturally, he was now about to break through. The storage-type magic treasure. Ning held the arm guard while activating the ki in his body. He quickly managed to bind it to him. Storage-type magic treasures and natural Kalestones really are different. Ning instantly felt overjoyed. This arm guard held an enormous storage space. Within an area of chaos, there was a storage area of tens of meters across. There were many items inside as well, such as clothes, food, gold, and other things. The most valuable items were those 8 Dao seals. They had been slowly accumulated by Ironwood Jean over many years. Today, he had used 3 of them in one breath, but he had still died in the end. A pity there are no other magic treasures. Ning shook his head. Still, this was as he had expected. A Xiantian lifeform was already quite lucky to have just 2 or 3 magic treasures. This bow is pretty good. With a flip of his hand, Ning retrieved a simple, unadorned great bow from within the storage-type magic treasure. This should be the bow which Ironwood Jean normally uses. After reaching the Xiantian level, I am in need of a good bow. As he applied force to it, the monstrous, fiend godlike power he possessed easily drew the bow. Good boy. Ning praised, then he took a good look at it. The bow had 2 things drawn on it that looked like characters, Jia Yong. This name made Ning puzzled. It should be the name of the bowyer who made this bow, I suppose. When I return to the West Prefecture city, I'll exchange this Blackwood vine whip for another magic treasure. Ning collected everything, extremely happy. Without experiencing the bone-freezing cold, how could one experience the fragrant scent of the flowers assailing the nose? 4 years of training the sword. After training to now, I've broken through and am about to enter a brand new world. I suppose this counts as finally smelling the fragrant scent of the plum blossoms assailing the nose. This breakthrough resulted in him reaching the Xiantian level in both ki and as a fiend god. Even his soul had reached the divine will level. And the hint of understanding regarding the true Tao which he had gained by the side of the pool had allowed him to develop an ultimate attack, the water flame lotus. Oh, right, and there's that. Ning took a breath, letting himself calm down. As he did, with great solemnity, he took out the book his mother had given him, the most precious secret manual his mother possessed, which she had forbidden him to teach to any other members of the Ji clan. She had told him that he was only to use it upon reaching the Xiantian level. Ning carefully looked at the golden cover of the book, and those 4 characters on the cover, Wind Wing Evasion Technique. And then, Ning opened the book and began to read. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 3, Chapter 6, The Return. Chapter 6, The Return. Windwing evasion is the root and foundation for our Yuchi clan. It is not to be transmitted to outsiders. Upon opening the gold leaf pages, this was the very first line of characters, which caused Ning to be stunned. The Yuchi clan? His mother was Yuchi Snow. Could this mean that his mother belonged to the Yuchi clan? In this white land, those who were born into poor circumstances and didn't have a good clan name would just randomly pick names for themselves, such as Blacktooth, Blackstone, Ironhead, etc. Generally speaking, only large-scale clans had proper surnames. Mother has never mentioned the Yuchi clan to me. Ning said to himself. I am mother's child, and I can thus be considered to have the blood of the Yuchi clan in my veins. But strictly speaking, I am only half a Yuchi clan member. And yet, mother still taught this to me. However, from my birth until today, I have never heard of a Yuchi clan, but the number of books Ning had read could only be described as many. But the books had no records of a Yuchi clan, which meant that the Yuchi clan was not a clan from the surrounding area. That made sense. Mother and father had met in the distant dark North Seas, and then they had gone adventuring together. I've never heard mother discuss the Yuchi clan. Perhaps mother left the clan, or perhaps the Yuchi clan collapsed? Forget it, it doesn't matter right now. Ning lowered his head, continuing to read. This book explained in detail the history of the windwing evasion technique. The ancestor of the Yuchi clan, Yuchi Anton, was born a slave. Once, when hunting on a mountain, he had rescued a heavily injured child. He had worked hard to take care of this child, and the child slowly recovered. Only after half a year did the child reveal his true identity. As it turned out, this person who had appeared to be a child was, in reality, a celestial immortal who had trained for countless years and had long since escaped the three realms. This time, he had encountered a great disaster, and thus he had used all his abilities in order to flee to this mountain, but by then, he had become powerless. If he had ran into an ordinary little monstrous beast, he probably would have been eaten. This child had named himself Suwon, and claimed that he had already become an immortal in the fiend god era. And then, this immortal named Suwon had taught Anton training methods. Who would have thought that Anton was actually more talented in fiend god body refining methods? Suwon had stayed by Anton's side for fully 100 years, carefully teaching him, while at the same time transmitting to him a divine ability, the windwing evasion. And then, Suwon had said, our karmic destiny has come to its end. I hope you will shape up. And then, he had flown away. Dash. Celestial immortal? Ning was shocked. Divine ability? This. Even in the Netherworld Kingdom, according to what the Lord of Chui Manor had said, the celestial soldiers and generals of the Heaven Realm, after acquiring the likes of the Niwa painting, visualization technique, would have to experience countless tribulations before becoming a celestial immortal. In the Grand Xia dynasty, perhaps 1,000,000 years would pass without a single celestial immortal being born. They truly were creatures who had transcended the three realms, who were no longer bound by the restrictions of the Netherworld Kingdom or of the Heavenly Court. They were immortals who did as they pleased. Who would have thought that the ancestor of Mother's Yuchi clan would have had a history like this? Ning felt shaken. This history is far more incredible than our G clans, but in addition, the windwing evasion is a divine ability. Ning couldn't breathe. What was a divine ability? Some of the more famous divine abilities included the Kwafu Sunchaser, 72 transformations, 3 heads, 6 arms, Hoi shooting the sun. These were the natural abilities which the ancient, mighty fiend gods had developed. Only these abilities could be described as divine abilities. Only fiend god body refiners could train in them, and only upon reaching the Zifu level could they begin their training. Every single divine ability was incomparably precious. Many fiend god body refiners, upon reaching the Zifu disciple level, were clearly capable of learning divine abilities, but they didn't have any chance to do so. Divine ability should only be usable at the Zifu stage. But mother instructed me to begin learning at the Xiantian stage. Why is that? Ning continued to read the detailed information regarding the training methods for the Windwing evasion. Hua! Flipping through the golden pages, another golden page appeared before him, but clearly, this golden page was somewhat different from the previous pages. This golden page still had a hint of stellar light glowing from it, and there was a diagram engraved at the top of it. It was that of a giant rock in flight. At times, it stretched its wings. At times, it sank down. At times, it flew throughout the 9 heavens. At times, it sank into the seas. At times, it landed on the ground. At times, it burrowed deep into the earth. Ning couldn't help but feel affected by this diagram. It was as though he had seen an enormous rock in flight. In addition, the great rock in this diagram was covered by countless specks of stellar light, and these specks of stellar light seemed like the divine power flowing through the critical parts of the great rock's body. The spots of light seemed to be focused on a pair of wings. The great rock spreads his wings and travels 100,000 kilometers as it flies. This is what Master Suwan told to me. Unfortunately, I am far too distant from that level. The descendants of my Yuchi clan must focus on training in this Windwing evasion technique. I hope that one day, one of them will be able to reach the highest divine ability level. The 81 rock diagrams of the Windwing evasion has profound secrets hidden within it. It must be meditated upon. The benefits to it are boundless. The Windwing evasion is divided into multiple layers and levels. Once the divine power in one's body reaches the level of being able to condense into a pair of wings, only then can one be considered to have developed a divine ability. However, the Windwing evasion remains a divine technique, and it would be jealously desired by some extremely powerful tribes of the Grand Xia dynasty. The descendants of my clan absolutely must use wing-type magic treasures alongside this divine ability. Thus, not only can they rely on the power of the magic treasures to fly even faster, they can also prevent others from knowing of the existence of this divine ability. Ning closed the book. Only after a long time was he able to calm down. My mother truly does have an extraordinary background. Ning frowned. But clearly, although each page of this book is golden, the paper of those 81 rock diagrams are different from that of the other pages. In addition, such miraculous diagrams were most likely left behind by that immortal Suwan himself. Immortal Suwan, despite teaching the Windwing evasion, most likely only left a single copy. In other words, the Yuchi clan should only have a single secret manual. Ning hypothesized. Although this was his first time viewing the 81 rock diagrams, Ning felt extremely certain that these 81 rock diagrams did indeed contain boundless secrets. It was the same feeling he had when he was gaining insights into the Tao, the feeling of immeasurably deep secrets. Most likely, only a person who had reached the highest levels of training in this divine ability was able to carve and draw them down. Ancestor Yuchi only had a single copy of this secret manual, but my mother is in possession of it. Ning pondered. Can it be that the Yuchi clan was destroyed? Or was there another reason? Although he felt somewhat worried for his mother's relatives, he had never had any attachments to the Yuchi clan, and so Ning quickly stopped thinking about it. I need to carefully meditate on this. The moon hanging high above him, Ning quietly sat down by the side of the pond, flipping through and looking at the rock diagrams. The Windwing evasion was divided into many different levels. Only after one's divine power was able to form wings could one be considered to have developed a divine ability. However, the requirements for divine power were very high, only a Zifu disciple was capable of it. My mother had me begin to read it at the Xiantian level. Ning laughed. Although I'm not able to use divine power to form wings, the 81 rock diagrams contain boundless, endless secrets and mysteries. After I gain insight into them, it will still be very beneficial to my body. Ning had already gained a hint of the true meaning of the Tao. The higher one's level of enlightenment was, the more easily one would be able to tell that the 81 rock diagrams contained boundless truths, and even more infinite mysteries. Naturally, he would meditate on them intensively. Time passed. The golden crow fell. The moon rabbit rose. One day passed after another. Ning remained within that mountain forest, completely focused on the windwing evasion. His body flashed through the mountain forests time and time again, and his movements took him farther and farther each time, at faster and faster speeds, with greater ease each time. I've already trained here for over a month. Ning suddenly came to his senses as he stared at the sun in the sky. If I don't go back, most likely Autumn Leaf and the others will frantically report back to West Prefecture City. Time to go back. Ning revealed a smile on his face. Turning to glance at the surrounding area, he saw that the pool was as calm as ever, and the aquatic grass in the pool still continued to slowly drift about. In the past month or so, I've improved dramatically. Ning felt incomparably delighted. Whether in ki, as a fiend god, his soul, or even his newly learned divine ability, the windwing evasion, he had improved greatly. Time to go. Ning instantly leapt up. Swoosh! Like a blurry image, or like a bird in flight, he instantly flew over a kilometer away. His speed was now faster than when Ironwood Jean had simultaneously used the light body seal and the divine movement seal. In a desolate tribe within the wilderness, there were many overturned stone rooms. The tribe was in a state of desolation. Clearly, the tribesmen had all departed long ago. This was an abandoned place. But at the edges of the tribe, there were a few dozen stone houses that were absolutely spotless, where a group of black armored guards were gathered together. Autumn Leaf was seated on a stone bench, quietly staring into the distance while waiting. Previously, due to the appearance of the dire monster, Serpentwing, at Serpentwing Lake, Ning had immediately led Autumn Leaf and Mo out of the Metalstone Tribu, but after the Serpentwing event had died down, Ning had permitted Autumn Leaf and Moa to temporarily stay here with these black armored guards. The territory which the G-clan ruled over was simply too vast. Thus, they had squads of black armored guards scattered throughout their domain. Whenever they were needed, they could immediately congregate while shocking and overawing countless tribes. Young Master. Autumn Leaf stood up in surprised delight. Those black armored guards and Mo also turned to look. They saw from the distance a blurry figure appeared in a flash within those ruined tribal houses, then smile and walk towards them. Ha! Autumn Leaf was slightly startled. She could tell that her young master, who was walking towards her from afar, was somewhat different. His entire body seemed to radiate a familiar aura, as though the essence of the heavens and the earth were within him. But of course, only she, who had been by Ning's side since he was young, was able to notice many of these little qualitative changes in Ning. Young Master. Moa stepped forward to pay his respects. Young Master. The nearby group of black armored guards all fell to one knee. Make your preparations. It is time for me to head back. Ning laughed as he spoke. Autumn Leaf was startled. Go? Go back? First to Serpentwing Lake. Ning's eyes had a hint of anticipation flash through them. On this adventuring trip, he had decided long ago that upon breaking through and becoming a Xiantian lifeform, he would go deal with Serpentwing. Although Serpentwing had currently broken through to the peak Xiantian level, Ning was still completely confident. Young Master, you, Autumn Leaf revealed a look of surprise and delight. Naturally, she knew that Ning planned to go deal with Serpentwing as soon as he broke through to the Xiantian lifeform level. Right. Ning nodded. Autumn Leaf was extremely cautious. She didn't say anything, only nodded repeatedly. Mo, hurry, gather our things. We're heading out. Moments later. Ning, Autumn Leaf, and Mo, riding 3 black beasts, departed this ruined tribe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 3, Chapter 7, Blacktooth Tribe. Chapter 7, Blacktooth Tribe. On the desolate grasslands, 3 black beasts were galloping at high speed. Ning and the others had looks of irrepressible joy on their faces. No matter what, they were finally coming home from the border region of Eastmount Marsh. They drew closer and closer to West Prefecture City. "Young master," Autumn Leaf called out. Ning looked towards her. Autumn Leaf hurriedly said, "On this trip to Serpentwing Lake, we'll pass by Springgrass Blacktooth Tribe. How about let's go visit her at the Blacktooth Tribe? It has been a long time since I've seen her. I miss her very much." "Springgrass?" Ning was startled, and in his heart, a surge of longing arose as well. Autumn Leaf and Springgrass had accompanied him ever since he was young. They were like sisters to him. Originally, despite being unwilling to part from her, he didn't want to cause Springgrass to feel sorrow, which was why he permitted her to be with her father again. Now that Springgrass was suddenly mentioned, Ning couldn't help but feel a hint of excitement as well as anticipation. "All right. Let's go pay a visit on the way." "Thank you, young master," Autumn Leaf hurriedly said with gratitude. "I want to go as well." Ning smiled, and as he did, he slapped the black beast on its head, ordering it to change direction slightly. Although in theory they were paying a visit to the Blacktooth Tribe en route to Serpentwing Lake, in truth, it was still something of a long detour. In a rather open mountain cave below a mountain wall, with many large wooden fences nearby. There were some armors hung up in the mouth of the cave, while there were also some long-furred beasts strung up on the trees. Some powerfully built men, their upper bodies bare, were casually chatting while seated, roasting the flesh of a beast. At the cave entrance, 10 black armored guards were on watch. "Someone is coming," one of the black armored guards called out loudly, and those men who were eating turned to look. One of them, a bare-chested man, stood up and walked over, frowning slightly as he looked over. 3 figures made their way over at high speed from within the mountain forests. Seeing that it was 3 people riding black beasts, they immediately relaxed. The bare-chested man's face immediately changed, and he hurriedly called out, "The young master has arrived, so why haven't you paid your respects yet? Quick, all of you, rise." After speaking, he immediately rushed forward, coming down to one knee at the entrance. Very respectfully, he called out, "Young master." Both the armored men as well as the men with bared chests all came over and knelt down while calling out, "Young master, rise." With a flip, Ning descended from the black beast, laughing at the leader of these black armored guards. "You've met me before?" He had been preparing to take out his insignia just now. I, Wujan, was lucky in the past. The heroic figure had a scarred face, and his body was powerfully built. "Young master, in the past, when you sparred with 9 Fawn warriors, I once sparred with you, young master. Thus, I was instantly able to recognize you, young master. Behind you should be that Miss Autumn Leaf, your maidservant, young master. I recognize her as well." Ning laughed. So that was the reason why. In the past, he often sparred with 9 Fawn warriors, and many of the 9 Fawn warriors of the black armored guards had sparred with him. It wasn't strange for him to meet one of them stationed outside. "I need to ask you about something," Ning said. "It has to do with Serpentwing Lake. Come. Let's talk inside." "Yes." This Captain Wujan immediately said. "Young master, please come with me." Wujan guided Ning inside, towards a spacious stone room. "A while ago, Serpentwing ran amok not too far from us. Even we suffered some repercussions." Wujan let out a laughing breath. At this time, another black armored guard came over with a plate of fruits. Ning casually picked up a fruit and took 2 bites. "He even came to your place?" "No. If he had, we'd have been dead for sure." Wujan shook his head. "However, at the time, we were all terrified. In the face of Serpent Wing, we black armored guards wouldn't be able to fight back at all. Although we managed to avoid that calamity, many tribes suffered disasters. I can only use the word miserable to describe what happened to them. At that time, we were hoping that Serpent Wing would be executed by our G clan, but unfortunately. Ning nodded. In the end, Poisoned of Ridge had interceded and engaged in negotiations with the G clan, with the result being that Serpent Wing only had to be confined within Serpent Wing Lake for a century. Has Serpent Wing been in Serpent Wing Lake the entire time? Ning asked. Also, is he at the bottom of Serpent Wing Lake or in the central island? The bottom of the lake, of course. Wujan said hurriedly. How could he dare to stay on the island? He is afraid that our G clan will act against him. Bottom of the lake? Ning seemed to have thought of something. It seemed that it wouldn't be so easy for him to kill Serpent Wing. Wujan. Ning asked. Do you know of a tribe known as the Blacktooth tribe? Blacktooth tribe? Wujan nodded. I know them, of course I know them. The leader of the Blacktooth tribe is a very skillful man. He was able to found a new tribe. No ordinary person is capable of founding a new tribe. Unfortunately, the many tribes which Serpent Wing harmed had the Blacktooth tribe amongst their number. What? Ning's face changed dramatically. His heart shuddered. Could it be? Based on what he knew, originally, even before Serpent Wing attacked him, Serpent Wing had destroyed a small tribe. Everyone in the tribe had died. In the end, it was only through the examination of the corpses of those poor victims that it was determined that Serpent Wing was the killer. Does the Blacktooth tribe still exist? Ning asked hurriedly. It does. Wujan nodded. This time, Serpent Wing caused disaster everywhere. He'd go to a tribe, engage in some slaughter, then leave. It didn't try to wipe out everyone. After all, to exterminate an entire tribe would take more time and make it easier for our G clan's Scientian lifeforms to catch up. But although the Blacktooth tribe wasn't wiped out, more than half of its tribesmen died. It really is terrible. Over half? Ning's heart began to clench. Do you know spring grass? Ning hurriedly asked. My maidservant, Spring Grass. Is she still alive? Spring Grass? Wujan said questioningly. I know Spring Grass. You have 2 maidservants, young master. Can it be that Spring Grass is no longer following you, young master? Ning had released Spring Grass to her freedom, but very few people knew this. No. I granted her freedom. She is the daughter of the chief of the Blacktooth tribe. Ning said hurriedly. I don't know about this. Wujan shook his head. Although I've seen Blacktooth, I don't know anything about his daughter. Ning took a deep breath. Worry. Concern. More than half the people of the Blacktooth tribe had died. Too many had died. Perhaps Spring Grass was amongst them. Definitely, she definitely has to be all right. Ning ground his teeth, then immediately left the stone room. Outside, Autumn Leaf and Mole were currently seated in a circle with the black armored guards, enjoying some roast meat. Young master. Autumn Leaf and Mole both turned to look. Let's go. Ning hurriedly shouted. Autumn Leaf and Mole's gazes were filled with puzzlement. Why were they leaving in such a hurry? However, they didn't dare ask too much. They hurriedly rose, no longer eating as they headed towards their black beasts. To the Blacktooth tribe. Ning's face was gloomy. Kicking the waist of the black beast, he immediately sent it bounding forward. The 3 black beasts quickly charged into the distant mountain forests. Captain, what happened? The other black armored guards were extremely puzzled. As for Wujan, as he walked out of the stone room, he too frowned as he stared into the distance. Spring Grass? The daughter of the chief of the Blacktooth tribe? Ning's heart was blazing with worry. Autumn Leaf and Spring Grass, although nominally his servants, were in truth like big sisters to him. He still remembered how when he was young, he would point at the words on the books and stammer out questions. At that time, Spring Grass and Autumn Leaf, despite being tormented by their young master, could only obediently reply, "No way. No way, she's dead." Ning was extremely worried. "Young master?" Autumn Leaf asked with concern. "What's wrong?" She could tell that her young master's face was exceedingly ugly right now. She rarely saw her young master look so furious. Ning shouted, "The Blacktooth tribe suffered an attack by Serpent Wing. More than half its tribesmen died." "Ah?" Autumn Leaf was instantly shocked. "Then Spring Grass?" "We'll know once we get there." Ning shouted back coldly. Swoosh! 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 The three black beasts moved at high speed. By the time the sun was beginning to set, the three black beasts arrived at a sparsely covered mountain forest. From the distance, they could faintly see a tribe. "Halt!" Ning shouted. The three beasts quickly came to a halt. "Young master?" Autumn Leaf's face was red with worry as well. "Go over there." Ning pointed into the distance. From the distance, dozens of fur-clad men were currently chopping down trees using hatchets. They were most likely collecting firewood. They should be the clansmen of the Blacktooth tribe. If we ask them, we'll know. Ning immediately rode his black beast over, with Autumn Leaf and Mo following from behind. Soon, Ning arrived in front of those dozens of fur-clad woodcutters. These men all raised their spears and sabers, carefully watching them approach. "I have a question for you." With a flip of his hand, Ning immediately brought out his insignia, which had a single character on it, G. G clan? These tribesmen were all shocked. "Does your tribe have a person named Spring Grass?" "She is the daughter of your chief." Ning barked. "The chief's daughter?" A one-eyed man hurriedly said. "Our Blacktooth tribe doesn't have anyone known as Spring Grass. Our chief's daughter is named Miwa." Ning was startled, then he hurriedly said, "Right, her name is Miwa." "Is she still alive?" "Dead." "Miwa's dead." The tribesmen all said. Ning's face changed dramatically, and the face of the nearby Autumn Leaf turned utterly white. Her body swayed, and then she collapsed from her black beast. Mo hurriedly leapt off of his own black beast and caught Autumn Leaf. Autumn Leaf's face was pale and utterly without color. Her tears had already begun to flow down uncontrollably. "How did she die?" Ning shouted. "Was it Serpent Wing who killed her?" "Serpent Wing killed many of the tribesmen of our tribe. Even one of the chief's son died," the one-eyed man said. "Many of our tribesmen died right away, while a few others suffered from shrapnel from exploding rocks which smashed into their body, or were frozen. They didn't die right away, but they were injured. Afterwards, their wounds festered, while others became extremely ill. All of them held on, but eventually died. Many badly injured tribesmen died like that. Miwa, as well, died of illness afterwards." "Spring Grass!" Autumn Leaf wailed. Ning's face became all the more terrible, and the mental waves generated by his violent thoughts caused the nearby trees to begin to shake and vibrate. "Serpent Wing!" Ning ground his teeth and howled, G Ning, so swear that I will definitely kill you." "I will definitely kill you, ... If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 3, Chapter 8, Spring Grass. Chapter 8, Spring Grass. The dozens of tribesmen looked at this youth, feeling a sudden terror. They felt as though the entire world around them was shaking. Kill Serpent Wing? The youth in front of them was going to kill Serpent Wing? You didn't lie to me. Ning swept this group of tribesmen with his gaze. Miwa truly died? Why would we lie? The entire Blacktooth tribe knows this. The group of experts were filled with terror and panic. Whether it was due to this youth's aura or the G insignia he held, they were in terror of him. Let's go. Ning mounted his black beast and began to head straight into the distant Blacktooth tribe. Autumn Leaf and Moa mounted their own black beasts and followed. There were more than 10 tribal warriors standing guard on the 2 archer towers on each side of the fence gate. Outsiders, halt! A warrior immediately shouted angrily. His face sunken, Ning took out his insignia and shouted back, "Tell Blacktooth to come see me." Upon seeing the insignia, the warrior above were terrified and quickly called out, "Please wait, I'll go inform the chief right away." As he spoke, the warrior jumped down directly to the ground, then began to fly towards the tribe. In but a few moments, a black fur-clad, scarred man ran in their direction, under escort of a number of warriors. It was the chief of the Blacktooth tribe, Chief Blacktooth. When he saw the 3 figures mounted on black beasts, especially the leader, his body suddenly trembled. He immediately howled, "Quick, open the gate and welcome the young master of the G-clan." Young master of the G-clan? The people of a small clan like the Blacktooth tribe naturally were shocked. They hurriedly began to open the heavy gate. Blacktooth was the first to fall to his knees. "Blacktooth pays his respect to you, young master." The other tribal warriors all knelt down as well. "To your residence." Ning remained on his black beast as he gave the instruction. "Yes." Blacktooth quickly led the way up ahead. Ning looked at Blacktooth. He couldn't help but feel a hint of hatred in his heart. He knew that Springgrass' death couldn't be blamed on Blacktooth, and he believed that Blacktooth was heartbroken as well. But Ning couldn't help but feel hatred and pain. Originally, when he had given Springgrass into her father's care, he had never imagined that she would die, just like this. If Springgrass had remained by his side. Ning's left hand couldn't help but clench into a fist. Even his knuckles were turning white. "Young master, this is my residence." Blacktooth arrived at one of larger stone houses of the tribe. There were 2 women and a young child at the doorway. These 2 women and the child were clearly cautious and uneasy. "He is?" Ning looked at the young child. This child looked very similar to Springgrass, causing a pang in Ning's heart. "My son," Blacktooth said respectfully, while at the same time, barking to his women and his son, "Why haven't you left yet?" The 2 women and the child immediately left. "Speak inside." "Mo, you stand guard at the doorway. Don't let anyone in." Ning immediately dismounted his black beast and led Autumn Leaf into the house. Blacktooth, terrified, followed him in. Within the room, Ning looked at Blacktooth, sitting down on a stone chair and saying coldly, "Blacktooth, when I gave Springgrass into your care, my hope was that the 2 of you, father and daughter, would be reunited and live a good life. But why is it that I didn't see Springgrass upon entering the tribe? Blacktooth hurriedly said, "Young master, right now, Springgrass isn't within the tribe." "Not within the tribe?" Ning frowned as he stared accusingly at Blacktooth. Blacktooth still wanted to lie about it? Soon after Springgrass returned to the tribe, she encountered a young traveling merchant whom she took a liking to. "I knew that traveling merchant, so I had faith in him," Blacktooth said in a very practiced manner. "When one's daughter grows up, she will have to get married. Thus, I had my daughter marry this traveling merchant. Before Springgrass left with this traveling merchant, she left a letter for you, young master." Before this last sentence, Ning was beginning to grow truly angry as he listened. "Blacktooth, you dare deceive me." But upon hearing this last sentence, Ning said softly, "Letter? I'll get it now." Blacktooth hurriedly ran into a nearby room. "Young master?" Autumn Leaf looked at Ning. Ning said softly, "Don't be impatient.
Ning's intelligence wasn't low. He wasn't an idiot who only knew how to train.
From the intelligence he had gathered, there was no question that Springgrass had died. First of all of the people outside the tribe were in total agreement, and they even said that Ning could ask anyone in the tribe and would still get this answer. There was no reason for that group of people to deceive him. Also, after having been separated from her father for so long, Springgrass had wanted to be with him so much that she had even left Ning. How could she immediately get married and leave not long after reuniting with her father? "Young master, this is the letter Springgrass left for you." Blacktooth held a white beast skin parchment and handed it over. Ning took a deep breath. Letter? This was most likely her will. The will which Springgrass had intentionally left behind amidst her grave illness. Ning stretched out his trembling hand and accepted the white beast skin, opening it and reading carefully. Those graceful characters appeared. These characters were very familiar to him. Upon seeing them, Ning's heart instantly shook. It was Springgrass handwriting. "Young master, after returning to the tribe, I was truly very happy, very happy. I saw my father, and I even have 2 little brothers. I feel as though I did when I was a child, when I was with my parents." This is what the letter said. The letter included all of the joy which Springgrass had felt. Ning could sense the joy emanating from these words. Springgrass truly had been happy when she returned to the tribe. 2 little brothers? Ning had a thought. Previously, he had only seen a single son of Blacktooth's, while previously the clansman had said, when Serpentwing had run amok, more than half of the Blacktooth tribe had died, including the son of the chief. Ning continued to read. "I met him. Every single woman has a man who is destined for her. As soon as I saw him, I knew that he was the one. When I see him smile, I feel happy. When I see him frown, I worry. When I see him training hard with the sword, I stand there and watch. Just looking at him is a gift given by heaven. Thus, I decided to marry him." Ning clearly saw that there was a splotch here, as though left behind by a tear. Ning's heart shook. Marry? Was the man which Springgrass spoke of actually himself? As soon as I saw him, I knew that he was the one. When I see him smile, I feel happy. When I see him frown, I worry. When I see him training hard with the sword, I stand there and watch. If you wanted to marry me, why didn't you say it to me yourself? Ning shut his eyes, unable to prevent the tears from flowing down. Although Springgrass was only a maidservant, most of the men in this area would marry quite a few women. In his previous life, Ning hadn't loved any woman. In this life, he had quickly become accustomed to this culture. Even if he truly married several women, that wouldn't be a big deal. But they had to be women which he dearly loved. Ning would have been willing to nod and agree to letting Springgrass become his woman. Young master. The nearby Autumn Leaf saw that Ning was shedding tears. Her heart couldn't help but clench. She had been a maidservant since she was young. Naturally, she wouldn't read a letter while Ning was reading it. But when she saw Ning cry, Autumn Leaf's heart became panicked. Ning opened his eyes. He continued to read. Young master, if you can see this letter, that means you came to the Blacktooth tribe to see me. I really am very happy, very happy. Springgrass is just a maidservant. For you, young master, to come to the Blacktooth tribe to visit Springgrass means at least, Springgrass has a small place of her own in your heart, young master. Springgrass is very happy, truly, very happy. The letter concluded here. Ning's eyes were wet. Very happy? Are you truly very happy? Ha ha ha. Ning laughed loudly. His laugh was so sorrowful. This was someone who had been with him his entire life, like family. Young master. Autumn Leaf was worried. Young master. Blacktooth was terrified and uneasy as well. Ning turned to stare at Blacktooth, his eyes as sharp as swords. He growled,
Blacktooth, you still want to try and deceive me?
Speak, tell me everything.
Upon hearing this, Blacktooth's face changed dramatically.
And then his body began to tremble.
Thud! Blacktooth's knees hit the ground.
His entire body shook in agony, and for a long time, he let out a desolate, heartbroken cry.
Maiwa Aowa.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 3, Chapter 9, Riverside Tribe. Chapter 9, Riverside Tribe.
A grief that had been suppressed for so long but which was given sudden release, how powerful it was. Ning stood there quietly, looking at the agonized Blacktooth, not saying a single word. Since you already know, young master, then I won't lie anymore. Young master, come with me.
Blacktooth rose and walked out of the room. Ning and Autumn Leaf followed behind him. Blacktooth led the way in front, all the way towards the very back of the tribe. In the very back of the tribe, there was a small door in the wooden fence. Through the wooden door, there was a cemetery far past it. Many of the erected tombs were newly made. Clearly, this was a freshly built cemetery. Young master?
Autumn Leaf looked towards Ning, her eyes filled with a hint of unease.
Ning held his breath as well.
He understood where Blacktooth was taking him.
Right here. Blacktooth pointed at a seemingly ordinary grave.
In front of this grave, there was a large stone, which had just a few words carved into it, daughter, Niwa.
Erected by father, Blacktooth. Spring grass.
Ning quietly stood there, looking at the grave. In his life, he had rarely experienced the sensation of heartbreak. Compared to those strong, powerful emotions, Ning preferred calm, quiet, warm emotions. The feeling of seeing someone every morning, and affection for each other slowly growing deeper.
Calm and peaceful was real. To treat someone as part of your own life.
At least in this life, from when he was an infant until now, the amount of time Spring Grass had spent with him was most likely even greater than his parents had. Ning hadn't realized it when she was alive, but now that he knew she was dead, he felt as though a piece of his heart had been chopped off. It hurt very much.
Blacktooth.
Ning stood there, looking at the tombstone. Slowly, he said, tell me everything. Tell me everything which happened after Spring Grass returned.
Blacktooth nodded.
At first, on the way back, she was actually quite sad. Sad that she had to part with you, young master.
Blacktooth sighed.
But after she arrived at the tribe and saw her two brothers, Niwa clearly became much happier. She'd often spend time with her two little brothers, the days passed in happiness, and at that time, Niwa had looked forward to young master one day coming to visit her.
Only. Blacktooth's voice sunk. One day, Serpentwing arrived.
It was like a nightmare, causing countless members of our tribe to die, one of which was my son, Waterfront. The death of Waterfront, her little brother, hurt Niwa very much.
Ning remembered that Beastskin letter which discussed some of the events Niwa had experienced upon returning to the Blacktooth tribe.
Many were stories regarding her and her two little brothers. Clearly, Niwa truly doted on her two little brothers. This caused Ning to quietly come to the decision that he would have to help out Springgrass' sole surviving brother, as a way to help console Niwa's soul in heaven. Serpentwing's attack caused the entire Blacktooth tribe to fall into an abyss of fear and pain.
The tribesmen were afraid that Serpentwing could attack again. Some of the tribesmen even fled the tribe and joined other, larger tribes. Everyone in the tribe was in a state of panic. Blacktooth continued, many tribesmen would leave.
Actually, after Serpentwing's attack, our tribe's population became less than 1,000. With so many tribesmen fleeing, if this continued, the Blacktooth tribe would have fallen apart soon.
Ning nodded. I had undergone countless difficulties in order to build the tribe.
Naturally, I didn't want it to fall apart just like that.
Blacktooth said.
Springgrass felt sympathy for me, so she put down her embarrassment and wrote a letter and asked the tribesman to deliver it to West Prefecture City to give it to you, young master. She wanted to ask you, young master, to help my Blacktooth tribe. Only, we quickly received the news that you, young master, were out adventuring.
Blacktooth shook his head. Ning ground his teeth. Right.
He had gone adventuring long before Serpent Wing had reached the peak of the Xiantian stage. Naturally, they wouldn't have been able to find him. The tribesman suggested that our Blacktooth tribe should consider go asking for the protection of that extremely large tribe, the Riverside tribe.
Blacktooth said in a dark voice.
As long as we could receive the protection of the Riverside tribe and be permitted to temporarily reside within Riverside City, everything would be fine.
Riverside City? Ning murmured to himself.
As one of the hegemons of the Swallow Mountain area, the G-clan naturally had to control the many tribes within this territory. No tribe's population was permitted to expand beyond 50,000. Once they expanded beyond 50,000, they might become a threat to the G-clan's rule. Thus, if that happened, the G-clan would definitely use some brutal, ruthless methods to overawe the surrounding tribes. Thus, a 50,000-man tribe was considered an extremely large tribe. The Riverside tribe was one such tribe. Because the tribe was large, the walls of the tribe were made from enormous rocks, like a small city. Although it couldn't compare to a large city like the West Prefecture City, which held hundreds of thousands of citizens, it was still an extremely powerful tribe amongst the countless tribes. Generally speaking, tribes that were able to erect such a city had a Xiantian lifeform guarding them. Riverside City had two powerful Xiantian lifeforms.
Dire monsters wouldn't dare go there. Blacktooth said. Our Blacktooth tribe only had a few hundred people. As long as we could enter Riverside City.
Once Serpent Wing was dealt with, everything would then return to normal. We went to pay our respects to a powerful figure within Riverside City, Riverhe, and offered treasures, wanting him to accept our Blacktooth tribe hide within for a time.
Blacktooth ground his teeth.
But that Riverhe was very picky. He didn't have any interest in those treasures we offered. But he took an interest in Miwa. He wanted Miwa to become his woman, and in exchange, he would help the Blacktooth tribe this time.
You know how haughty Miwa is.
Of course she didn't accept.
She immediately left.
A ferocious look flashed through Blacktooth's eyes. That Riverhe actually sent his subordinates to go capture Miwa, wanting to forcibly take her back. However, Miwa was very powerful, and she used very high-class sword techniques as well. She beat Jianghe's servants half to death. Miwa had also said at the time, "My master is the young master of the G-clan."
Jianghe, don't go too far. That
Jianghe just laughed loudly and said, "Even if you are the maidservant of young Master Ji, you are just a female servant. If you were able to successfully ask your young master for help, then you wouldn't come here asking me for help.
What's more, how could the maidservant of a young master of the G-clan end up in such a small tribe?" Blacktooth ground his teeth.
This Jianghe added another sentence, "If you become my woman, I will protect the Blacktooth tribe.
Otherwise, just wait for death." After this, we left Riverside City. Autumn Leaf, hearing this, was enraged.
How could Sister Springgrass possibly agree to him?
Springgrass wouldn't agree. Ning shook his head while looking at Blacktooth.
Right.
Springgrass was completely unwilling.
Blacktooth shook his head in pain. But seeing how panicked the tribesmen were and how members of the tribe often fled, and seeing how agonized I was, for the sake of me, her father, after agonizing for 3 days, she still agreed. How could Sister Springgrass be so stupid?
Autumn Leaf was frantic.
Ning shut his eyes. He could imagine the mental struggle which Springgrass had gone through during those 3 days. For the sake of her father, was it worth it?
Miwa became Riverhe's woman.
Blacktooth's voice was trembling slightly. But when Miwa was completely unprepared, Riverhe suddenly launched a sneak attack, smashing Miwa's dantian with a palm strike and dispersing all of the ki in her body while mocking her.
You stupid woman, there are countless tribes which want to be protected by my riverside tribe. Just because you became my woman, I have to help you? Ha ha ha, what a dreamer. Detestable.
Autumn Leaf was so angry that she was shaking.
Ning ground his teeth. Spring grass. Oh, spring grass.
Why did you trust that bastard? Why did you have to sacrifice yourself for your father?
Why? The Serpent Wing affair quickly calmed down. The G-Clan imprisoned Serpent Wing within Serpent Wing Lake, causing Serpent Wing to not dare to come out at all. Blacktooth said. Once this news came out from the G-Clan, all the tribes quickly settled down.
The hearts of our Blacktooth tribe's tribesmen calmed down as well, and some of the tribesmen who had fled actually returned, but I was worried about Miwa, so I went to look for her.
Blacktooth said in a low voice.
Only when I went looking for her did I find out the situation had changed.
After using all sorts of methods, I finally managed to have a private meeting with Miwa. As soon as Miwa saw me, Miwa began to cry so hard.
Ning shut his eyes.
He could imagine Springgrass's agony, regret, and heartbreak.
She said that this was her own mistake. It was her own stupidity, and that it wasn't the fault of myself, her father. She had willingly done this.
Blacktooth said in agony.
She also said, she didn't want you, young master, to learn of this. She didn't want to make you feel heartbroken, which is why she concocted this story of her marrying a traveling merchant, which she left for you in that letter she gave you. After giving me the letter, Miwa died. She took poison.
Blacktooth said softly.
I knew how much agony my daughter was in. Death was perhaps a type of release.
Actually, when she died, she was murmuring your name.
She didn't want you to know why she died.
Ning gently nodded. Understood. He understood. After having been with each other for so long, how could he not understand what Springgrass was thinking?
She wanted that happy, cheerful Springgrass to live on in Ning's heart. She didn't want Ning to learn of the humiliation she had suffered. Every single woman has a man who is destined for her.
As soon as I saw him, I knew that he was the one. When I see him smile, I feel happy. When I see him frown, I worry.
When I see him training hard with the sword, I stand there and watch.
Just looking at him is a gift given by heaven. I really am very happy, very happy. Springgrass is just a maidservant.
For you, young master, to come to the Blacktooth tribe to visit Springgrass means at least, Springgrass has a small place of her own in your heart, young master. Springgrass is very happy, truly, very happy.
Ning opened his eyes, tears faintly visible within them.
He quietly walked towards the tombstone, sitting down in front of him. Holding a bamboo tube in his hands, he said softly, Springgrass, in the past, you always poured wine for me.
It is my turn to pour wine for you. The wine within the bamboo tube dripped onto the ground in front of the tombstone. I know. I understand.
I know that you are forever the happy Springgrass, forever happy. Your stupidity truly is adorable. Ning laughed, but his eyes were filled with tears.
I know what happened to you, but I don't look upon you. How could a little brother look down on his big sister?
Although sometimes his big sister might be a bit stupid, you will always be the big sister of Ning. Hearing the words, big sister, the nearby autumn leaf's lips trembled, and she let out a whimper.
Sis, you were too tired.
Sleep, have a good sleep.
Ning said softly.
Those people who took advantage of you, sis, those people who caused you to be heartbroken, I won't spare any of them.
Not one. Let's go. Ning put down the bamboo tube and rose. Let's go to the Riverside tribe. I am going to meet this river he.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 3, Chapter 10, Collapsing the City Walls.
Chapter 10, Collapsing the City Walls. Let's go.
Riding on his black beast, Ning and the other two left the Blacktooth tribe at high speed, disappearing into the distant mountain forests.
Chief, where are they going?
The tribesman at the gate asked, but Blacktooth simply stood there, watching as Ning and the other two left.
Shaking his head, Blacktooth said, "Don't know."
But a look of anticipation through his eyes. He knew that this young master of the G clan was going to the Riverside tribe to get revenge for his daughter. But given the status of the Riverside tribe, would this young master of the G clan be able to do so? Even if young Master G isn't able to get revenge, his father, the Raindrop Sword, G1, definitely is.
Blacktooth's heart was filled with hatred.
He truly hated Riverhe, but unfortunately, his own strength was insufficient.
The Riverside tribe was hundreds of kilometers away from the Blacktooth tribe, and mountains lay in the way. Only when the sun rose on the next day did they arrive at the Riverside tribe. Every single nearby tribe was living within the city.
A place where over 50,000 tribesmen were living, this was essentially a city.
"All of you, come over." "Right, go on in. Go on through."
The armored guards at the gate inspected the items of the people entering the city. The Riverside tribe had enemies, and they were concerned about people possibly smuggling in large amounts of siege bows and other such weapons.
"Ha! You three!"
Suddenly, an armored guard saw three black armored beasts galloping over at high speed. Seeing that they didn't seem to have any intentions on slowing down, he immediately shouted, "Quickly come to a halt. If you charge through the gate of our Riverside city, we will release arrows." Instantly, the archers above on the guard tower knocked their bows.
They wouldn't show any mercy at all.
Swoosh! Ning, who had been seated on the back of that black beast, suddenly flew into the air, charging onto the top of that enormous city wall.
And then, a surging wave of invisible energy instantly swept outwards.
The dozens of armored guards that were originally on top of the city guard tower felt their bodies suddenly sway, and then they smashed downwards out of the guard tower. Suddenly, Ning was the only person standing atop the guard tower. Those armored guards fell down, all of their faces grimy with dirt, and some of the unluckier ones even had bones broken. However, these were all powerful, valiant warriors. They normally wouldn't be injured much just from falling down from the top of the city walls. They only were now because they had been caught off guard by that energy wave which had knocked them down.
"What's going on?" He.
A group of armored guards stared at Ning, standing atop the city walls, and then looked at their empty hands. Hurriedly, they moved to pick up the bows that had fallen onto the ground as well. Standing atop the city walls, Ning stared into the city and let out an enraged bellow, "Riverhe, I order you to come out. Riverhe, I order you to come out. Riverhe, I order you to come out. Riverhe, I order you to come out." This furious bellow that seemed to have come from a fiend god exploded forth like thunder. The guards that had been nearby the city walls as well as some passerbyers all clapped their hands to their ears in pain, and some of them even began to flee. The furious roar echoed throughout every location of the entire Riverside city. Ning's face was dark. With a massive kick, an enormous exploding sound was heard. Dong! An enormous wall like this one, which was 6 or 7 meters thick, was extremely durable, but thanks to Ning's kick, it began to vibrate powerfully. One giant crack after another began to appear on the tall, powerful city wall, and some distortions and cracks even began to appear in the ground below it. This kick had caused even the ground nearby to ripple and shake as though the ground was a pool of water, and those armored guards were so terrified that they hurriedly retreated. Dong! Ning delivered yet another kick. The nearby earth began to shudder yet again, and a large number of cracks had now appeared within the wall. Many stones began to tumble down, and the stone guard tower itself began to shudder, as though preparing to crack at any moment. Dong! Ning delivered one final kick. Rumble! The city wall, which was already covered with countless cracks, finally collapsed. Many boulders came falling down. Instantly, the massive city gate became a pile of rubble. The tall, massive city walls fell downwards towards the street. This scene of rubble lying everywhere caused those armored guards and civilians who had run away long ago to stare in shock.
My God! The city towers! None of them could believe it.
The walls of the main gate to a city were the thickest, most stable parts of the city. Even siege machines would at most attack the gates.
Attacking the city walls would be entirely useless.
That seamless, tough stone that was 6 or 7 meters thick, even if a person slashed down onto it with a knife, at most a scar would be left behind.
Kicking down the city walls with just 3 kicks?
Swoosh! Swoosh!
Autumn Leaf and Mo, riding their black beasts, quickly arrived at the area of rubble.
By now, Ning had already landed on the rubble as well. River Sansi was currently seated in the lotus position within a quiet room, fragrant room. He was the chief of the Riverside tribe, a very famous and reputable person in the territory controlled by the 5 prefectures of the G clan.
River, I order you to come out. An enraged bellow suddenly rang out. Ha!
River Sansi suddenly opened his eyes.
Dawn! Dawn! Dawn!
The subsequent 3 massive sounds caused River Sansi's face to change.
He immediately transformed into a ray of light, hurrying out. Moments later,
River Sansi, as a Xiantian lifeform, had already reached the city gates, where those enormous sounds had come from. Upon seeing the destroyed city gates and the rubble, River Sansi's eyes instantly turned red.
The city gates had been destroyed.
This was like spitting directly into the Riverside tribe's face, giving them no leeway at all.
You are River Sansi?
Ning stood atop the rubble. Seeing this black-haired old man suddenly appear, he immediately barked towards him.
The entire Riverside tribe only had 2 Xiantian lifeforms, 1 male, 1 female.
The male, of course, was River Sansi.
The black-haired old man stared at Ning, his face an ugly sight. No matter who you are, you can't trample the honor and dignity of our G-clan like this.
As soon as he spoke, within his hands, a purple set of chains appeared. With a massive whirl, he sent those chain links flying towards Ning in an attack. Just from the way Ning was acting, there was no question at all that he was the person who had done this.
Swoosh!
Ning suddenly charged forward, moving forward at an intense speed, generating a faint howl like that of a great rock.
Swish!
Ning landed a kick directly on the chest of that black-haired old man, causing the black-haired old man to fly backwards. A deep crevice appeared in the stone ground, with the old man sunken into it. The black-haired old man immediately jumped up, clutching his chest, a hint of blood on his lips. His face covered in astonishment, he looked at Ning.
Who are you? How could this happen?
His magic treasure had yet to strike Ning, but Ning had sent him flying with a kick.
Fortunately, he was protected by his Xiantian ki. Humph! Ning sneered coldly. Have River come out. Shwa! Yet another figure appeared, this one red-colored.
It was an old lady with white hair dressed in red clothes. The old lady hurriedly helped prop up River Sansi.
Sansi, are you all right? Be careful. He is very powerful.
River Sansi said quietly. The red-clothed old granny looked at Ning, shouting, I don't know how our Riverside tribe has offended you.
In addition, who are you?
You destroyed our gates. I trust you wouldn't be so cowardly as to not even dare to give us your name.
Ning said coldly, G-clan. G Ning. G Ning?
The red-clothed granny was puzzled.
G Ning?
The black-haired elder, River Sansi, was greatly astonished. He hurriedly said in a soft voice to the nearby granny, Auntie Snow, the next prefecture lord of the G-clan of the West Prefecture has been decided upon already. It is someone named G Ning. But he is only 11 years old.
How could he? The prefecture lord of the G-clan of the West Prefecture? Auntie Snow was shocked. Although they were shocked at Ning becoming a sentient lifeform at the age of 11, they were even more shocked by Ning's status, the next prefecture lord of the G-clan of the West Prefecture. It was common for a person to become a sentient before reaching the age of 20. The G-clan alone had quite a few, such as Ji Lai, who had also been hoping that one of the 3 tribal youths he had brought up would reach the sentient level before the age of 16. If Ji Ning had trained in other fiend god body refining methods, he most likely would have reached the sentient level as a toddler. In the numerous tribes, there were even more talented individuals. There were quite a few who reached the sentient level before the age of 20. River Sansi was one such person. But these tribes didn't have any powerful, ultimate techniques. The more they trained, the lower their potential became compared to the G-clan. G-clan of the West Prefecture? Auntie Snow stared at the youth in front of her. Their riverside tribe was within the territory of the G-clan of the West Prefecture and was under their direct authority. If the G-clan of the West Prefecture wanted to destroy the riverside tribe, it could be accomplished as easily as lifting their hand up. "Young master!" A voice suddenly rang out. Over 100 black armored guards appeared from afar. Upon seeing Ning standing atop the rubble, the leader of the black armored guards, greatly shocked, immediately fell down to one knee. The other black armored guards all hurriedly called out respectfully, "Young master, rise." Ning glanced at them sideways. In these extremely large tribes, the G-clan would usually send a squadron of 100 black armored guards to stay there and watch over them. "Yes." The black armored guards hurriedly ran over, standing around Ji Ning. "Young master Ji Ning." The old granny, Auntie Snow, bowed slightly. "Since it is River he who angered you, young master, my riverside tribe naturally will not protect him. Sansi, go bring River he out as soon as possible." "Right." The black-haired elder, River Sansi, immediately went. A single sentient individual wouldn't be enough to cause the riverside tribe to lower their heads. Even if the sentient belonged to the G-clan, that didn't mean anything. After all, everything had to have a reason. The G-clan couldn't act wildly either, otherwise how could the many tribes submit peacefully? A single ordinary sentient lifeform was not able to destroy a large-scale tribe. But if it was the prefecture lord himself, then the situation would be different. "Keep training." River he was an extremely handsome young man with white skin. Only, his eyes contained an extreme arrogance. Currently, he was holding a whip while looking at a toddler, who was wielding a short sword in training in swordplay. No matter how sore or painful your arm feels, endure it. You will be the future clan leader of our Riverside clan. "Yes, father." The toddler gritted his teeth, continuing to train. He didn't dare stop. Stopping meant a whip would come his way. Suddenly, "River he, come out." A furious roar rang out. River he's face changed. Who dares to be this impudent and act like this in Riverside City? This person cannot be ordinary. Don! 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 The 3 kicks which had smashed open the city walls were like kicks against his heart, causing River he to unconsciously feel panic. Who is it? Who has come looking for me? No longer paying any attention to anything else, Riverside he hurriedly rushed towards the outside. What is it? The inside of the manor was in a state of chaos. His wife came out as well, seemingly very panicked. Some of his other women were worried as well, but some of them were secretly rejoicing at his impending misfortune. "Let's go take a look." River he headed outside. Just as he walked out of his manor, from afar, a black figure suddenly pounced downwards, arriving directly in front of River he. River he was shocked when he saw the person. Clan leader. The black-haired elder, River Sansi, stared at him coldly. Sansi had an extremely ugly look on his face, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. His clothes were extremely dirty. "This is all you're doing?"
As he said this, he grabbed River-He by the neck, as though he were picking up a chicken. Swoosh! He transformed into a ray of light, moving at high speed towards the city gate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 3, Chapter 11, For the Tribe. Chapter 11, For the Tribe. Standing on the cracked streets, the white-haired old granny, Auntie Snow, spoke out. Young Master Ning, if River-He has offended you, he deserves death. However, given that he is still young, I wonder if he might perhaps be spared? In the struggles and battles between tribes, it was generally possible for an important person who had been captured to be released in exchange for a ransom. Ning glanced at her coldly, not saying a word. Auntie Snow instantly frowned. She understood that young Master Ning's decision to kill River-He was unshakable. What's going on? Why have the city gates been destroyed? What is going on in the Riverside tribe? Look, that youngster is surrounded by a group of black armored guards. He must be an important figure within the G clan. Some of the outsiders who had come to engage in trade in Riverside City quickly began to congregate towards this direction. Seeing the situation, Auntie Snow immediately shouted, "Have all those onlookers *CK off." Yes. The armored guards of the Riverside tribe immediately acknowledged, and quickly began to shoo aside those outsiders as well as even some people of the clan, not letting them draw close. Out of the way. Out of the way. One unit after another of guards quickly ran at high speed towards the distant streets, all of them wielding bows and other sorts of weapons. The leader of the units were all core, high-level people of the Riverside tribe. Clearly, they had heard those explosive sounds from earlier and were worried that an enemy had come in force, and so they had quickly brought their own people to come over. Granny Snow. A white-haired elder led a group to rush over. Upon seeing Auntie Snow, he immediately called out respectfully. Auntie Snow only glanced at him. One squadron after another drew near. All of the core members of the Riverside tribe had arrived. Swoosh! A black shadow drew near at high speed as well, only slowing down once it reached the armored guards. Those armored guards wanted to block the black shadow, but when they saw it come to a halt, they were shocked. Clan leader. River Sansi's face was like ice. Still holding onto that handsome young man, he passed straight through the crowd. All of the core members of the tribe stared at River-He in confusion. River-He was one of River Sansi's grandchildren, and was greatly valued by River Sansi. In the Riverside tribe, his position was in the top 10 of the entire tribe. Why had the clan leader dragged him here? Swish! River Sansi directly tossed him out. River-He fell face first into the rubble and rocks, wounds appearing on his face and his body becoming covered with dust. He hurriedly raised his head and stood up, looking around him. Soon, his gaze settled down upon the fur-clad youth who was surrounded by black armored guards. Young Master Ning, I brought him for you. River Sansi stood together with Auntie Snow. You are River-He? Ning stared judgingly at River-He. He couldn't help but think of poor spring grass, and his heart began to flood with a desire to slaughter. River-He could feel that this young Master Ning emanated an aura of power and influence. In front of this young Master Ning, even the clan leader and Granny Snow had to lower their heads. River-He pays his respects to you, young master. River-He said respectfully. River-He, Ning gently murmured, his eyes as sharp as daggers as he stared at this youth in front of him. Do you know why I have come to find you? Ning's voice was very soft. But when River-He heard his voice, his heart shook. He could sense the murderous intent contained within Ning's voice. I don't know. River-He stared at Ning. Young Master Ning, have you come to kill me? Yes. Ning nodded. The entire area was utterly silent. River Sansi and Auntie Snow just watched. The core members of the Riverside tribe just watched as well. They could tell that this young master Ning clearly had the power to change their entire world. Even the clan leader had to submit to him. In addition, Ning's desire to kill River he was clearly very strong. They just quietly sighed to themselves, the glorious River he, whose prospects had been limitless, was going to die today. Young Master Ning, if you wish to kill me, then I have no choice but to die. River he's handsome face didn't have a hint of fear on it. He looked at Ning. But I don't know why you are going to kill me, young master? Why I am going to kill you? Ning looked at him. Hua! A dark north sword appeared out of nowhere into Ning's hands. Sword light flashed across River he's body. Instantly, a terrifying, suppressive aura swept out, but River he didn't dodge. The nearby River Sansi and Ani Snow just watched quietly as well. Even if Ning had killed River he with this sword attack, they wouldn't say a word. Shie! 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 River he's body now had 6 bloody holes appear on it. His blood flowed outwards from those holes, which were situated in his legs, shoulders, and other non-lethal points. This. River he stared, his eyes wide. She was your. Now do you understand? Ning looked at him. The sword technique he had displayed just now when stabbing 6 bloody holes into River he was the sword technique of spring grass. When River he had originally ordered his servants to capture spring grass, this was the technique spring grass had relied upon when she had beaten those servants half to death before leaving. A mere woman. Young Master Ning, you are going to kill me for a mere woman? Women are nothing more than merchandise, just property. River he howled in disbelief, unwilling to accept this. I'm willing to offer 10 or 100 women to you, young master. In addition, she was just a slave. I'm willing to do anything so long as you are willing to spare me, young master. In my eyes, you can't even compare to a single hair on her head. Ning said coldly. His face ashen, River he immediately retrieved a dagger from within his breast pocket. In a gloomy voice, he said, Young Master Ning, I, River he, have offended you, young master, and I deserve to be killed. There's no need for you to dirty your hands, young master. River he will end it personally. As he spoke, he stabbed with his dagger towards his heart. Dang! A sword flash collided against the dagger, sending it flying. You actually think you'll be able to die so easily? Ning stared at River he. When she died, she did so in agony and humiliation. How can I possibly let you die so easily? River he gritted his teeth as he looked at Ning. Ning shouted, Mo! Young master! Mo immediately stepped forward. The suspension punishment. Ning said coldly. Hang up him at the top of Riverside City. River he's face turned white. The suspension punishment generally meant one would have his hands and feet bound up, then hung up in the air and given nothing to eat or drink while allowing the sun to bake the criminal. In addition, prior to this, Ning had left 6 bloody holes on River he's body. Given River he's life force, he naturally wouldn't die due to blood loss, but the blood he had lost would attract some birds. The birds which would dare to draw near to the top of Riverside City were all ordinary birds. They would occasionally take a peck out of River he's flesh. He would slowly be tortured to death in the midst of starvation, agony, and terror. In addition, countless tribesmen would all be watching. The humiliation he would feel in his heart would cause a proud figure like River he even more agony. Yes. Mo quickly retrieved a set of chains and began to bind and fetter River he. River he knelt there, his head lowered, not daring to make a sound. Father! A fierce cry rang out, and a toddler came running out from the crowd. F***ck off. Seeing that toddler running over, he hurriedly shouted in anger, F***ck off, F***ck off. Father! The toddler sobbed. Although his father was strict in forcing him to train with the sword, his father deeply loved him.
The distant river Sansi frowned. "Take the child away." "Yes."
Immediately, 2 guards charged forward, grabbing the child and leaving with him. But that child continued to wildly struggle while staring at Ning, his eyes filled with hate. Ning only stared back calmly at the child. When he was very young, his father, Ji-1, had him train in courage by having him go kill some prisoners.
He had seen far more terrifying glares before.
The slave markets of West Prefecture City, he had seen numbness, despair, insanity, hatred, supplication. He had seen every sort of gaze there was.
Hang him up at the highest point of the city. Moa had 2 black armored guards help.
River he was completely tied up in metal chains, and his hair was a mess. The nearby tribesmen watched, some of their eyes filled with pity. Others delighted in his misfortune. This humiliation caused River his entire body to shake constantly.
"Young master," Moa said softly towards Ning.
"That son of River when cutting grass, you must tear out the roots."
Ning glanced coldly at Moa. Moa hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to say anything else. "I will spend the next few days at Riverside City." Ning looked at the nearby river Sansi and Auntie Snow. "No need to trouble you.
I will stay at the place where the black armored guards are stationed. I will watch as River he slowly dies. After he is dead, I will leave." The bodies of the surrounding core members of the tribe all shook. All of them could sense the hatred within Ning's voice.
At first, River he didn't have too many problems, baking there in the sun.
Afterwards, when some crows began to feast on his flesh, and when the sun began to cause his skin to dry and crack, revealing his red flesh, the pain he went through was absolute hell. Because of the key in his body, River his life force was very strong, but this now became a source of agony to him. He was baked in the sun until his skin cracked and his flesh congealed. In the midst of this agony, he moaned for 3 days and 2 nights before finally dying. This entire time, Ning remained at Riverside City. After the black armored guards reported that River he had died in agony, Ning finally took a cold look at River his tattered corpse, then turned and led Moa and Autumn Leaf away, mounted on their black beasts.
Ning left Riverside City at night.
Riverside Sansi was currently seated in front of a table, quietly drinking wine from a beast skull cup. There was a toddler kneeling within the courtyard.
"Kai, child."
Sansi lifted his beast skull cup.
"I'm going to ask you one more time. Do you want to kill young Master Ning?" "I don't dare."
"Kai doesn't dare," the kneeling toddler said hurriedly.
"Alas." River Sansi shook his head.
In a soft voice, he murmured, "The hatred you feel will be a disaster to my Riverside tribe."
"Servants!" River Sansi called out. "Master!" A servant entered and knelt down.
"All right," River Sansi said coldly, "execute all of those servants of River he.
None of them are to be spared. River he's women are to be sold off at the slave markets."
Clan leader.
The toddler grew frantic.
One of them was his mother.
And him.
River Sansi looked coldly at the toddler. River he's only son, he is to be sold off at the slave market as well.
No. No.
The toddler hurriedly kowtowed.
Clan leader, spare me, spare me.
Yes.
The servant replied respectfully, and then stepped forward, grabbing the toddler, then departing.
The toddler continued to struggle, sob, and cry. Slave? Why? Why had this happened? Watching as the toddler cried and called out in agony, River Sansi was silent.
Master, you are going to sell River his women and children as slaves?
A human figure appeared within the dark corners of the room.
River Sansi nodded.
When River he had been undergoing the suspension punishment, Sansi had sent people to secretly ask River he, and only then did he understand that the source of this problem came from the Miwa of the Blacktooth tribe.
River Sansi had even sent people to the Blacktooth tribe to speak with Blacktooth to clearly understand what this was about. And then, he had put to death all of the servants who knew anything about this affair at all. Ning doesn't wish for Springgrass affair to spread out.
River Sansi said calmly. Springgrass had once said that she was the servant of young Master G. Everyone who heard these words needs to be put to death. There's no point in keeping River He's women either. River He's sole child, Kai, he has too much hatred towards Ning.
I asked him several times. Although he verbally stated that he wouldn't seek revenge, how could a toddler like him deceive me?
I could see straight to his heart in a single glance. His hatred of Ning is bone deep.
Sansi shook his head.
At such a young age, he has already learned to cover up his thoughts. In the future, once he rises to a position of great power within the tribe, given the hatred he feels for Ning, I fear that he might act in a way that would cause our entire Riverside tribe to be destroyed.
Everything that I am doing is to ensure that the G-clan knows that our Riverside tribe is loyal.
The man in the darkness was silent.
Breaker 3. River Sansi spoke out. Master.
The man in the darkness replied.
Send out Breaker 9.
River Sansi said. Take Kai away in the darkness and send him to the territory under the control of the Ironwood clan and have him just join a small tribe at random.
Make him give Kai good training. If Kai has talent and always works hard, give him good tutelage.
If Kai quickly forgets his hatred and doesn't train hard, then kill him and have Breaker 9 return.
Yes. The figure in the darkness nodded.
Hatred is a source of strength as well.
River Sansi murmured softly.
Our Riverside tribe, compared to the G-clan, we're too weak. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 3, Chapter 12, Serpent Wing Lake. Chapter 12, Serpent Wing Lake.
The three black beasts were traveling through the desolate terrain.
Young Master. Autumn Leaf couldn't help but speak out.
That son of River, he has tremendous hatred towards you. If we let him grow up, in the future, it will most likely be detrimental to you, young Master.
Ning cast a sideways glance at Mo. Autumn Leaf hurriedly said, It wasn't Mo who said this to me.
I knew that you wouldn't be happy, but after thinking about it for a long time, I felt I had to say this.
Ning let out a sigh. My enmity was with River He. I have no enmity with his son. I went to get revenge. Why do I have to harm his child as well? But when tribes engage in battles against each other, we generally utterly destroy any remaining threats. Autumn Leaf wanted to speak. I understand. Ning nodded.
For the sake of the tribe's survival, any sort of measures and means can be used.
But how can a small child like him possibly affect my G-clan? My G-clan controls this area, and has put countless people to death. Who knows how many people secretly hate our G-clan? The reason that my G-clan is able to remain in command isn't because we didn't offend people, but rather because we ourselves are powerful. Autumn Leaf begun to understand a bit. Even if we don't offend others, if we aren't powerful, others will still come and destroy you.
Ning said calmly.
But if we are powerful, then those secret enemies might secretly feel resentment, but publicly they will still be very respectful.
Most likely, a century later, their sons and grandsons will have truly become loyal subjects of our G-clan. In addition, when experts train, the heart and mind is very important.
Ning said. The mind and the heavens become one.
One with the world. The mind gains insights into the Tao, and learns the true meaning of the Tao. Ning understood that a person who was training in the Tao had to be true to himself. Only with a clear mind and clear conscience could one improve at a faster rate when training. If a person is not true to himself, not only will he be frustrated, he will also come to a halt in his training, or perhaps even lose ground.
Ning shook his head. If I, Ning, want to kill someone, I will only kill him and him alone. I will not harm his wife and children. This is my true self. In his past life, his illness had tormented him and caused him to always be alone. Lonely people often would become accustomed to think about many things. Some thought about too many things and would go insane, while others would see through their own heart and mind and become wise. Ning was one of those who had seen through his own heart, which made him all the more broad-minded and calm. If he hadn't seen through his own heart, how could he have had such resolve to keep training so bitterly in this life? Autumn Leaf and Moa glanced at each other. Be true to themselves? They didn't understand. Enough. Ning saw the looks on their faces and shook his head. Don't overthink it. Let's go to Serpent-Wing Lake. Young master, aren't you going to the Blacktooth tribe? Didn't you say that you wanted to help take care of the little brother of Springgrass? Autumn Leaf asked. No rush. Ning shook his head. I'll make a trip to Serpent-Wing Lake first and kill Serpent-Wing, then head to the Blacktooth tribe. The original cause of this disastrous affair was still Serpent-Wing. One of Springgrass' two little brothers died to Serpent-Wing as well. I will use Serpent-Wing's death to commemorate Springgrass, and then I'll take her only brother to the West Prefecture city with me. Let's go. Ning rapped his black beast on its chest slightly, and it instantly began to gallop forward. Autumn Leaf and Moa followed him towards Serpent-Wing Lake as well. They traveled by day and rested at night. Given the rapid pace at which the black beasts traveled through even mountainous terrain, they still spent 3 full days before arriving at a place near Serpent-Wing Lake. Greetings, young master. 10 black armored guards fell down to one knee. Ning, seated on the black beast, nodded while instructing Mo, Autumn Leaf, the two of you can stay here and rest for a bit. Serpent-Wing Lake is a few kilometers up ahead. I can't take you there. I will go to Serpent-Wing Lake by myself. Yes. Mo and Autumn Leaf were both very respectful. Ning descended from the black beast and then, moving as agilely as a great bird, charged into the distance. With but 2 flashing movements, he disappeared from the field of vision of those 10 black armored guards, Mo and Autumn Leaf. This was the first time the black armored guards had seen Ning displaying his footwork techniques, and they stared in amazement and disbelief. Serpent-Wing Lake was currently forbidden territory. The G-Clan had arranged for dozens of scattered little squads to be spread around the area, each of which had 10 black armored guards. They were located in different areas around Serpent-Wing Lake, so as to keep a close watch on Serpent-Wing. Wah 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 wah. The 100-kilometer-long Serpent-Wing Lake was vast. One couldn't see the other side of the lake. Such an enormous lake would of course have 3-foot-high waves, even when it wasn't windy. Ning stood by the shore, staring at Serpent-Wing Lake. In a soft voice, he said, "This lake truly is immeasurably deep. Even though I can control water, if I were to enter its depths, my speed would probably still be far inferior to Serpent-Wing, but the deeper one went, the greater the water pressure would be, and the harder it would be to control water. A human who was in water wouldn't even be able to bring out 10% of his power, but a water monster would be more powerful than usual. Right now, although I am powerful, compared to a peak Xiantian dire monster, most likely, I'm just slightly more powerful." Ning said to himself. And this was because he trained in the Windwing evasion, and had gained a hint of understanding into the true nature of the Tao. After all, just by relying on the 4-stage of the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens alone, he would only roughly have power comparable to other late-stage fiend god practitioners. Compared to Serpent-Wing, his power would actually be slightly lower. Swoosh, dot. With a series of movements, Ning traveled a kilometer, walking atop the water as though it were land. Serpent-Wing. Ning let out a loud bellow. Serpent-Wing. 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 The sound echoed like thunder, spreading everywhere and piercing deep into the depths of the water of the lake. Moments later.
In the depths of the sea, within a twisting, dark lair, the dire monster, Serpentwing, was currently slumbering. His enormous scaled wings surrounded him, protecting his body.
Serpentwing!
A sound pierced through the water, directly arriving to him. The slumbering Serpentwing suddenly opened his scarlet eyes.
What's going on? Serpentwing let out a low growl. Investigate immediately.
Yes. The sound of screams from terrified lesser water monsters could be heard from outside. Although humans usually weren't able to understand the languages of these lesser monsters could all understand each other. There were 2 black armored guards hiding within the wild grass fairly close to Serpentwing Lake.
Serpentwing? Someone is challenging Serpentwing.
The 2 black armored guards exchanged glances of amazement, then hurriedly turned to look. However, they were dozens of kilometers away from Ning, and thus they couldn't see him at all.
I'll keep watch. You go make the report.
There were over 10 black armored guards on watch at all times around Serpentwing Lake, and right now, the 3 black armored guards closest to Ning were all able to see him. This group of black armored guards had been dispatched from West Prefecture City. Naturally, they were able to recognize Ning. It is young Master Ning.
Young Master Ning has come to challenge Serpentwing?
But young Master Ning truly is powerful. He is able to stand atop the water as though it was flat ground.
Just like Commander Ge1 had been.
Stop talking. Hurry and go back to make the report. The amazed black armored guards quickly spread the news to all of the little squads, but given their speed, as one might imagine, it would take them at least a day before they were able to reach West Prefecture City. Ning continued to walk calmly on the surface of the vast waters of Lake Serpentwing.
Hua!
The head of a large green snake appeared, along with the head of a large black fish. Breaking through the surface of the water, they stared into the distance.
A human youth?
The 2 monsters exchanged glances.
Hua!
They both dove into the deeper water, making haste to the watery lair of the dire monster, Serpentwing.
Mighty King, there is a human youth in the water above.
The green serpent monster and the black fish monster both growled out frantically.
A human youth?
Serpentwing's scaly wings spread out, and his scarlet eyes stared at those 2 lesser monsters, who were so terrified that they trembled as they nodded. But that human youth is standing on the water, just like that Ge1 had done so in the past.
The water doesn't sink down at all.
The green serpent monster said hurriedly, while the black fish monster also nodded.
Right. Standing on the water without it sinking at all?
Serpentwing disappeared into a black mist, then reformed into a black-clothed man. The black-clothed man stood there, his slender, narrow eyes filled with suspicion.
Serpents were by their very nature cautious.
Given that he had also been pursued and often tricked into traps on multiple occasions by the Xiantian experts of the G clan, he had long ago become an easily startled creature. Now, a human youth who could walk on water had suddenly come to challenge him.
How could he not be suspicious? Have you seen him before?
The black-clothed man looked at the 2 lesser monsters.
Never.
Before this, we have clearly memorized the appearances of those Xiantian lifeforms surrounding our Serpentwing Lake.
This human youth definitely isn't one of those Xiantian lifeforms.
The green snake monster hurriedly said, and the black fish monster nodded.
The black-clothed man nodded. Then I will go take a look.
Swoosh! He stealthily slipped out of his watery lair. Although in his human form Serpentwing wasn't nearly as fast as when he was in his true form was simply too enormous. If he appeared at the surface of the water, he would cause an enormous commotion and would definitely be noticed.
Who is it?
The black-clothed man quickly and stealthily lifted his head out of the surface of the water to take a look around him. He immediately saw that roughly 8 or 9 kilometers away, there was a fur-clad youth. The youth looked very fine and delicate, but he casually walked atop the surface of the water.
The area around the youth was completely barren and empty. There were no other human experts there at all. It is him.
The black-clothed man's narrow eyes instantly became filled with a terrifying, ferocious light.
A murderous look. A hateful look.
These feelings instantly filled his mind, causing the water around him to begin to tremble with the force of his emotions. The distant Ning seemed to have sensed him, as he turned to look.
Ning instantly saw him.
Although Serpentwing was currently in human form, Ning immediately recognized that this was the dire monster, Serpentwing.
Serpentwing! Ning let out an angry shout.
The black-clothed man gave Ning a cold, sinister glance, and then sunk down slowly into the depths of the lake.
Serpentwing!
Ning ran over at high speed over the surface of the water, quickly arriving at that part of the lake.
Staring downwards into the depths, he shouted, "Didn't you want to kill me? Don't you have a hatred for me which is so deep, it is engraved into your bones? Come out, I am waiting here for you to come kill me." Deep within the water, the narrow eyes of the black-clothed man were burning with the flames of rage.
He truly was filled with an incomparable desire to fly upwards, attack, and devour the flesh of this Ning. "I personally killed that big crimson snake.
Ha! I killed him with a single blow. He really was pathetic."
The voice from above continuously transmitted downwards, further stoking the flames of Serpentwing's rage. The black-clothed man was trembling slightly, but he managed to suppress the killing urge in his mind.
"I can't be hasty. Can't be hasty.
If I am hasty, I will fall into the G-Clan's crafty trap." Before this, Poison Dove Ridge and the G-Clan only agreed that I would be restricted from leaving Serpentwing Lake for a century, and that only the highest level members of the clan, the Zifu disciples, would be restricted from acting. There was no agreement forbidding those Xiantian lifeforms from acting against me.
Humans and the monsters fought viciously against each other. However, there were some limits and some restrictions.
For example, the true leaders of each side wouldn't act against and bully the weaker members of each side. That old monster at the Zifu level wouldn't kill, and the Zifu disciple of the G-Clan wouldn't kill either. After all, the Zifu level experts were the foundation. Once Zifu experts began to fight each other, once one fell, that would shake the very foundations of a clan.
Neither humans nor monsters wanted their foundations to be shaken. The area around the Ning is empty. There are no humans there.
The black-clothed man's eyes flashed with a ferocious light.
But why would he come to throw his life away?
Most likely, his father, G-One, and some other Xiantian lifeforms are nearby, utilizing some sort of concealing formation technique to hide there.
Once I come out, I will most likely instantly be attacked en masse.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 3, Chapter 13, Serpentwing's Lair. Chapter 13, Serpentwing's Lair.
Ning stood on the surface of the water, staring at his surroundings.
Everything was silent.
The only sound that could be heard was that of the wind blowing atop the surface of the lake, and the waves it created. Serpentwing is even more careful and cautious than I had expected. Not only does he remain within the depths, even when I, his most hated foe, appeared, he still doesn't dare come attack me.
Ning frowned. To draw Serpentwing out would be very hard.
Otherwise, the 5 prefectures of the G-Clan wouldn't have been unable to do anything about Serpentwing. Ning's breakthrough to the Xiantian lifeform level was still a secret, with very few people aware of it.
Serpentwing naturally didn't know either. In the eyes of Serpentwing, Ning was perhaps just an 11-year-old youth who had very powerful footwork techniques.
He wasn't a threat, but despite that, Serpentwing still managed to curb his impulse to attack.
Ha! Ning suddenly frowned.
Some heads were jutting up secretly from far away in the pond.
Lesser monsters.
Out of nowhere, that great bow Ning had retrieved from Ironwood John suddenly appeared, along with 4 arrows. He quickly knocked his bow and fired.
Shwa! 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 Shwa!
The 4 arrows instantly pierced outwards, terrifying those lesser water monsters to hurriedly dive down.
But how fast were Ning's arrows?
Immediately, a series of agonized howls could be heard, and even a large fishtail flapped on the surface of the water.
Leaving behind only a pool of blood, the lesser monsters all hid themselves away. Serpent Wing.
Holding his great bow, Ning shouted, "I didn't expect that you, a mighty dire monster, would be forced to the state of only daring to have those lesser monsters appear.
You really make me look down upon you. Ning." A deep, growling voice suddenly emerged from the depths of the lake.
Ning instantly felt a surge of joy in his heart.
Serpent Wing finally had spoken. Don't even think that you can succeed in using these despicable measures. Do you think I don't know that your father and the others are hiding nearby?
The growling voice emanated from the depths. How could you, a little child of the Hotian level, possibly have come to throw your life away?
Ha ha ha, Hotian? Ning laughed loudly.
His body immediately began to be covered by a layer of hazy light, while he pointed at the surface of the lake. A sword light shot out from his fingernail, piercing straight into the depths of the lake.
Open up your serpentine eyes and take a good look. Swish!
The sword light tunneled through the depths of the lake, creating tremors. Voila, several kilometers away, a black figure raised his head up, staring in his direction with eyes filled with shock.
Xiantian? You are already Xiantian? Dare you battle me? Ning shouted.
If you are worried that I have arranged an ambush, then you can pick any location in the lake or any island within this 100-kilometer wide Serpent Wing Lake.
You and me, one-on-one. Dare you battle me?
Serpent Wing stared at the distant youth atop the water.
He hesitated. Even if Ji-Chuan and his men were lying in ambush, how many places could they possibly have prepared an ambush? You humans are incomparably crafty.
Even if you, a youth, have reached the Xiantian level, how could the Ji clan possibly let you just die?
There must be some scheme I don't know about.
Serpent Wing immediately sunk deep into the water while roaring angrily, "If you have any courage, come to the depths of the lake.
I will definitely have a battle with you here." Above the water? I definitely won't fall for your tricks. Ning, atop the water, cursed angrily, as cowardly as a mouse. Swoosh!
Ning was so furious that he immediately turned and left, walking atop the waves and quickly arriving on the island in the center of Serpent Wing Lake.
He leapt directly atop the island.
How can he be so cowardly?
Ning didn't have any ideas either. He wasn't so arrogant as to head directly into the bottom of the lake to do battle with a Xiantian aquatic dire monster. Dash! At the bottom of the lake. Mighty king, that human youth is on the island.
Several lesser monsters reported.
He went to the island?
The black-clothed man sat there, suppressing the fury in his heart.
Father, Silvertip, and the others are on the island.
Suddenly, a serpent called out in worry.
Silvertip?
The black-clothed man was instantly shocked.
He remembered now.
Ever since Poison Dove Ridge and the 5 prefectures of the Ji clan had engaged in their negotiations, he had carefully remained beneath the water, not even daring to go to his lair on the island. But those children of his and those lesser monsters weren't as cautious. They would occasionally head to the island. After all, in the past, that island was their true home.
How many? How many of my children are on the island?
The black-clothed man shouted angrily. It should just be Silvertip.
But there are hundreds of lesser monsters there.
The serpent immediately reported.
The black-clothed man's face changed greatly when he heard this.
Immediately send some lesser monsters to inform Silvertip and have him immediately come back.
Yes. Ning was a human, after all.
When walking atop the water, he had to maintain his mind at the one with the world level at all times. Since for now he had no way of forcing Serpent Wing out, Ning headed directly to the island to take a rest.
This island used to be Serpent Wing's lair in the past. Ning glanced at the surroundings.
In the past 1,000 years, this place has always been the territory of monsters.
Since I'm unable to have Serpent Wing come out, then I might have a good look at this island.
Ning slowly walked about. Each step, however, was like the wind, as graceful and as fast as gentle smoke. He wandered about the muddied beaches of the island.
The island had an area of roughly 20 kilometers. It wasn't a small one.
There were some hills and creeks in the island.
Growl. From afar, a millstone-sized crimson crab was currently waving its big metal pincers, staring at Ning.
Lesser water monsters. Ning kicked a rock, which with a swoosh shot out. Then, with a clang, it struck on the crab monster's shell, causing it to flip around multiple times before it came to a halt and stopped moving. When Ning left, the giant crab flipped over yet again, hurriedly charging back down into the depths of the lake. This used to be Serpent Wing's lair was in the past, after all. Even though Serpent Wing currently wasn't here, there were still quite a few lesser aquatic monsters who lived on this island. When they saw Ning, these lesser monsters wanted to attack him. The weaker monsters were taught a lesson by Ning, while when dealing with the Picoteon monsters, Ning showed no mercy at all.
Ha! Ning suddenly turned and looked into the distance.
From afar, there was a great cavern entrance, from which a large silver serpent suddenly emerged. By the side of this silver serpent were a number of lesser water monsters that were many meters wide. None of those lesser monsters were physically small.
Most likely, all of them were Picoteon.
Swoosh! Ning moved, instantly charged forwards.
Hurry and leave. Leave. That human youth should be a Scienteon lifeform.
These Picoteon lesser monsters all growled to each other. None of them attacked Ning. Rather, they all scattered in every direction, towards the distant waters of the lake. That great bow and 4 arrows appeared in Ning's hands, and he once more pulled his arrow.
After firing those 4 arrows, he fired 4 more. Hua! 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 1 arrow after another shot out.
Instantly, the 10 physically largest Hoteon lesser water monsters were all killed. Some of the smaller, weaker monsters were able to escape into the water.
Gee Ning, you killed yet another one of my sons. I will definitely kill you, definitely kill you.
An enraged growl echoed from the depths of the lake, causing Ning, who had been preparing to enter the lair entrance, to be astonished.
Killed another son? How many children does this old monster have?
Ning curiously swept the surrounding area with a glance. There were 3 Hotian-level snake-type aquatic monsters that he had killed with his arrows.
Which one was Serpent Wing's child?
Ning didn't know that the old monster, Serpent Wing, originally had 92 children, only many had been eaten by other monsters or killed by humans, with only 16 surviving. 2 more of those were then killed by Ning. However, to Serpent Wing, the one he was the most devoted to was still Redtip, the one which had fiend god heritage.
Old monster Serpent Wing, all you can do is shout out verbally. Does this lair of yours have any more children within it? I'm going to go in and kill them. Ning called out as he entered the lair.
Dash. This lair was a place where Serpent Wing had lived for 1,000 years. It was dark inside, with twisting paths. Ning moved forward, his dark north swords at the ready. Within the lair, he repeatedly encountered some aquatic monsters who charged at him.
Some were ferocious, others were bizarre.
As soon as they saw this human youth, it was as though they had seen a delicacy which they all wanted to devour. For some of the extremely weak lesser monsters, Ning would just knock them flying, whether they died as a result or just fainted, he didn't bother with them further. But Ning still exterminated all of the Picoteon aquatic monsters.
This lair truly is infathomably deep.
Ning continued going deeper into the twisting tunnels of the lair. Suddenly, within the dark tunnels, a blurry, enormous beast shadow appeared in the shape of the head of a giant grizzly. This enormous shadow of a grizzly head seemed to open its mouth wide, trapping Ning within.
Ning's face changed dramatically.
At the same time, he discovered that he was now completely incapable of movement.
He could neither advance nor retreat. This is a relic site. Ning instantly thought of this term.
In the boundless world, from the fiend god era to the modern era, countless numbers of experts had existed throughout the countless years. There were thus an uncountable number of fiend god relic sites and immortal mansion relic sites throughout the land. Since humankind was spread across the entire world, people would often accidentally enter some ancient fiend god relic sites, some of whom would be able to gain some benefits from these places. Most, however, died within these immortal relic sites and fiend god relic sites. In just the books which Ning had read, there were many famous ancient relic sites that had devoured countless creatures.
I actually encountered a relic site. Live. I will definitely make it out alive. Definitely.
Ning's eyes were filled with incomparable desire. He understood that in the face of these ancient relic sites of great powers and fiend gods, he, a mere Xiantian, had no chance to fight back at all. His only choice was to submit to it, and then later try to come up with a way to escape. The enormous shadow of a grizzly bear head swallowed Ning with one gulp. The shadow vanished.
Ning vanished as well.
The tunnels within Serpentwing's lair remained as calm and peaceful as ever, as though nothing had happened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 3, Chapter 14, Aquatic Manor. Chapter 14, Aquatic Manor. Ning could sense spacetime changing.
It was similar to the feeling he had when he had jumped into the 6 paths of reincarnation. A heartbeat later, everything calmed down again. This place, Ning hurriedly inspected his surroundings. He himself was in a large, wide corridor that was 300 meters tall and 300 meters wide. When Ning turned to look behind him, he was greatly shocked. Behind him was the exit to this corridor, but the outside was covered with a vast, endless amount of water. The water, however, was completely unable to enter this corridor, as though some sort of invisible screen was blocking out the water.
What is going on?
Ning carefully stepped over, an arrow appearing in his hand. He sent it piercing directly towards the water.
Shee!
The arrow collided with an invisible barrier.
No matter how he tried, he couldn't pierce through. I don't believe it.
Ning hurriedly took 10 steps back, then took out that Jiayang Great Bow. Letting out a soft snort, his entire body began to be covered with a crimson red light. Clearly, the fiend god energy was being completely released. Pulling the bow into a near circle, he immediately shot out an arrow, which flew like a ray of light towards that invisible barrier. The arrow was shattered to pieces, falling to the ground. Ning frowned, carefully inspecting this corridor yet again.
The corridor alone is 300 meters tall. Ning looked through the invisible barrier into the boundless water outside. This building is definitely astonishingly large, at least multiple kilometers across. And it was built underwater. Is it at the bottom of Serpentwing Lake? Ning shook his head. Serpentwing Lake was only a lake with an area of 100 square kilometers. It would be quite hard for such an enormous structure to fit within it. Most likely, if it was in Serpentwing Lake, the G-Clan would have discovered it long ago. Just then, I had the sense of spacetime twisting, as though creating a tunnel in space. Ning said to himself. I'm afraid I've entered a separate dimension. After having read many books, he knew many things.
The books had recorded that in the countless years of time's passage, some powerful immortals or powerful fiend gods were able to create their own little dimensions. A single grain of sand might store an entire world of its own. Some immortal estate relic sites or fiend god relic sites were located in these small dimensions and small worlds.
Normally, it was impossible to find them. Only by luck or misfortune would one accidentally enter. However, these estates left behind by these great powers were all extremely dangerous. After all, how could the immortals and fiend gods not leave behind some defensive mechanisms? The vast majority of those who entered relic sites would die. If one was able to stay alive and flee, that would already be a stroke of luck. As for those legends of people who were able to actually obtain treasures from within, Ning didn't even dare think of that? Can't be greedy. I just need to work hard to stay alive and escape. Ning carefully inspected his surroundings. The unknown represented opportunity. But it also represented enormous risks. This underwater estate, for now, I'll call it the Serpent Wing Aquatic Manor. Ning casually picked a name for it. Since for now he wouldn't be able to leave this corridor, he might as well head in. The corridor was wide and tall, and the floor seemed to be made from a single massive slab. Ning tried everything he could think of, yet still was unable to leave a single mark on the walls. After walking a short while, the corridor turned, and Ning's eyes narrowed. From afar, he saw one white skeleton after another, littering the floor. The flesh on these skeletons had rotted away long ago, but the strange thing was, there were very few magic treasures on the ground. Only some of the most distant, most complete skeletons on the far left still had some armor, weapons, and magic treasures near them. The other corpses don't have magic treasures? Ning was suspicious. Even if they don't have magic treasures, they should at least have some sharp weapons. How could they not have a single one? Swoosh! With a thought, Ning sent his divine will outwards, picking up all of those skeletons with armors and weapons and depositing them in front of him. Swish! As soon as they landed on the ground, the skeletons instantly shattered. It seems they died long ago. Ning glanced at the armor and weapons. He immediately picked them up and began to use his Xiantian key to attempt to bind them, but as he did so, he discovered, because the previous owners had died too long ago, 2 of the magic treasures didn't have any magic power within them. Thus, Ning was easily able to bind them. Even I can bind them. It seems these are only unranked magic treasures. Ning said to himself. It seems the dead only had Xiantian level power. And then, Ning began to inspect the various corpses. He quickly noticed a ring on one of the corpse's fingers. He immediately picked up the ring and began to bind it. Indeed, this ring was the dead person's storage-type magic treasure. Taking a casual glance inside this storage magic treasure, Ning was greatly shocked. The space inside it wasn't that great, somewhat smaller than Ironwood Jun's. But so many magic treasures. Ning was astonished. Within this storage magic treasure, one magic treasure was floating after another, all possessing extraordinary auras. There were weapons, formation treasures, armor, and even more storage treasures. Why would a single person need to carry this many magic treasures? Ning glanced at the many corpses in the distance, none of which had magic treasures on them. Most likely, this person had collected the magic treasures of all the others. Ning quickly began to bind them. As he started binding them, he discovered this storage ring had a total of 112 storage-type magic treasures, 136 weapon-type magic treasures, 31 armor-type magic treasures, and 16 bizarre magic treasures, including formation types. There were quite a few Dao seals as well, but unfortunately, too much time had passed, and the magic power within the Dao seals had all leaked out. Only 10 or so Dao seals were still somewhat serviceably usable. If I'm able to bind them, then these are all unranked magic treasures. Ning murmured. The previous owners of these magic treasures were all Xiantian life forms. In other words, everyone who came to this tunnel in the past were all Xiantian life forms. Ning selected one of the storage-type magic treasures that had a storage space of nearly 300 meters, a storage belt, and wrapped it around his waist. This storage belt, on the surface, looked like it was nothing more than a sturdy, plain belt. Ning then selected an excellent armor, binding it and then wearing it over his skin. This armor was far more powerful than the Gold Star shirt. The Gold Star shirt was thus decommissioned, and Ning stored it away. Actually, these magic treasures didn't make Ning particularly overjoyed. After all, he was the next prefecture lord of the Ji clan of the West Prefecture. He would easily be able to obtain protective treasures. However, the number is quite great. Altogether, the value is probably comparable to a low-ranked magic treasure. Ning didn't think about it any longer. The fellow in front of him had also acquired many magic treasures, but in the end, he had also died. What mattered was escaping with his life. Wielding his two Dark North swords, Ning carefully made his way forward. After all, there was no other path he could take. His only choice was to advance. In terms of power, the Dark North swords weren't inferior to these unranked magic treasures. In addition, he didn't have to use any Xiantian key in order to use them. Naturally, Ning would prefer to keep using his Dark North swords. Ning stepped forward carefully. As he walked past those skeletons, he became even more cautious. Suddenly, pa, 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 pa. One golden pea after another suddenly appeared out of thin air. Many golden peas appeared in the surrounding area, all of which let out a clear ringing sound as they hit the floor. And then, these golden peas quickly began to melt, transforming into a golden liquid, each drop of which then quickly transformed into weapon-wielding, golden-armored celestial warriors. Flashing with golden light, the incomparably dazzling, powerful celestial warriors and celestial generals stood around him. Growing soldiers from peas? Ning was stunned. At the same time, he could sense that these golden-armored celestial warriors all had powerful auras. He could sense they were all at the Xiantian level of power. And there's 81 of them? You who dare trespass in the manor, prepare to die. The 81 golden-armored celestial warriors shouted in unison, and then they charged over and attacked. The two Dark North swords in his hands, Ning instantly understood everything. Those skeletons had most likely been killed by those 81 golden-armored soldiers. Not hesitating at all, Ning instantly began to utilize the wind-wing evasion technique. With a swoosh sound, he ran across the side of the walls of the corridor like a giant rock in flight, instantly passing through those 81 golden-armored soldiers and wanting to continue forward. Formation, activate. The 81 golden-armored warriors shouted in unison. Instantly, at two sides of the corridor, a hazy mist arose. As Ning charged into the mist, he shot out with his sword, but was unable to pierce into it even slightly. Don't even think of escaping. The 81 golden-armored warriors charged over once again. A trap formation? Ning looked at the two hazy mists. It seems if I don't kill these 81 golden-armored soldiers, I won't be able to continue. Those fellows all died, but I'm not as weak as them. Swoosh, dot. Ning utilized the wind-wing evasion technique, once again running across the surface of the corridor at high speed until he arrived behind the golden-armored soldiers, and then he stabbed directly at one of those soldiers. Dang, dang, dang. 3 sword blows at once. Bang! Ning pierced through the head of that golden-armored soldier, but the soldier still stabbed backwards with his spear. What? Ning was so frightened, he hurriedly jumped back in retreat. Even a Xiantian-level fiend god body refiner stabbed through the head would definitely die. How could this golden-armored soldier not die? Ning instantly grew frantic. Just then, in that short exchange, he had discovered that the spearcraft of that golden-armored soldier could only be considered at the advanced level, but in terms of strength, it was no lower than Ning's. The worst part of it was, not even stabbing through the soldier's head had done anything. Kill! Ning's stabbing blow through that soldier's head seemed to have truly infuriated these golden-armored soldiers, who all began to bellow angrily and wildly attack him en masse. Ning utilized his footwork, moving through the attacking golden-armored soldiers. At every moment, he was dealing with 3 separate opponents.
By relying on his twin Dark North swords, he stabbed through the throat, skull, and various other fatal points of the golden armored guards, but the golden armored guards remained undamaged.
Water Flame Lotus. Ning was frantic. Wah 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 wah.
In the area around Ning, 3 enormous lotus petals of fire and 3 enormous lotus petals of water appeared, surrounding him in every direction. The 2 layers of lotus petals were slowly swiveling in opposite directions. Instantly, 6 of the golden armored soldiers who were within the range of the water flame lotus became crushed by the pressure of the water flame lotus back into liquid form. But the golden liquid quickly flowed outside the range of the water flame lotus, then once more reformed into 6 golden armored soldiers.
How is that possible? Ning, seeing the situation, couldn't believe it. They had already been dissolved, how could they reform? It wasn't that the previous Xiantian lifeforms were too weak, it was that these 81 golden armored soldiers are completely unkillable. Ning clearly found himself at a loss for how he should deal with these 81 golden armored soldiers. After all, even after they were crushed, they simply liquefied then returned into human form. Kill! 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 The 6 golden armored guards which had been crushed seemed to have caused these golden armored guards to be even angrier. Prepare the formation! The 81 golden armored soldiers shouted angrily in unison. All of these golden armored guards flew out at high speed, quickly completely surrounding Ning. These golden armored guards formed into 2 circles, an inner circle and an outer one. The inner circle had 27 golden armored guards, while the other one had 54, all of them pointing their spears at Ning and staring at him angrily. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 3, Chapter 15, The Full Story. Chapter 15, The Full Story. The 27 golden armored soldiers simultaneously stabbed out with their glittering golden spears, carrying boundless force as they attacked Ning. The 54 golden armored soldiers behind also simultaneously aimed their spears, preparing to swap in at any moment. There's definitely a flaw. There definitely is a chance for success. If they truly are immortal, then they would exhaust me to death through by using up my energy. Wielding the Dark North swords in his hands, Ning charged forward, as fast as the wind. Dang dang dang. The Dark North sword and the spears clashed. Ning blocked the spears while at the same time, charging into the midst of those golden armored soldiers. Retreat! Attack! The 27 golden armored soldiers in the center retreated in unison at high speed, while the 54 golden armored soldiers then formed an even wider encirclement, allowing Ning to be the turtle in their jar. Can it be? Ning suddenly frowned. Water Flame Lotus. Ning made his decision. Wah 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 wah. Around him 8 pairs of water flame lotuses suddenly appeared, each one created from a single water lotus petal and a single fire lotus petal. Because this attack contained a hint of the true meaning of the Tao, even Ning had to use his full force when utilizing this attack, and dividing his mind to the point of creating these 8 water flame lotuses was extremely arduous for him. Kakaka, the 8 water flame lotuses swiveled, grinding like millstones while surrounding 16 golden armored soldiers. These golden armored soldiers all frantically dodged, but all of their bodies began to crack from the tremendous pressure. Kill! Kill! The golden armored warriors howled angrily, bellowing as they dodged past the water flame lotuses and attacked Ning. Ning, wielding his Dark North swords, was like a vicious tiger. His sword's shadow danced like fire, instantly chopping one of the golden armored warriors into 3 pieces. But the body of the warrior who was chopped into 3 pieces quickly then reconnected and reformed, then once more bellowed and attacked Ning. So this really is the case. This really is the case. Ning was jubilant, and he laughed loudly. What nonsense about these golden armored warriors having immortal bodies. That's just for frightening people. Every time I injure you, your power goes down. Ha ha. I want to see how long you can hold on for.
Previously, when the 81 golden armored guards had set up their formation attacks, Ning, when blocking, had discovered that the power of these golden armored guards had dropped slightly. Although it wasn't by much, Ning's senses were extremely sensitive, so he was still able to discover it. Thus, Ning simultaneously created 8 water flame lotuses, badly injuring those 16 golden armored warriors. After exchanging blows with them again, Ning discovered that the power of these golden armored warriors had weakened considerably. The 81 golden armored warriors are like a single unit. If one is badly wounded, the others will be affected as well. Ning said to himself. In addition, these golden armored warriors are made from golden liquid. They don't have any vital points to speak of. As long as I constantly injure them, their magical power will constantly deplete, and in the end, they will definitely collapse. Kill. The golden armored warriors were utterly fearless. Ning continued to control the 8 water flame lotuses, causing them to surround and grind down against the golden armored warriors repeatedly, while at the same time he himself constantly dodged with his dark north swords. Ning discovered that each time, when he stabbed the golden armored warriors with his swords, their power dropped very slowly. However, when the water flame lotuses ground them to pieces, the power would drop somewhat faster. Dash. This was a war of attrition. Swish. One golden armor warrior shattered and fell apart, transforming into nothingness. Then all 81 golden armored warriors completely disappeared. Ning let out a long breath, releasing his nearby water flame lotuses. Too troublesome. If I didn't have the water flame lotus technique, I probably would have been exhausted to death. Sensing the remaining crimson bright divine power in his body, Ning couldn't help but sigh. The crimson bright divine power in his body only had roughly half left. And this was only because the crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens technique he trained in resulted in an extraordinarily dense base of power. This battle had primarily relied upon Ning using the water flame lotus to grind them into small pieces repeatedly, while he had only utilized the crimson bright divine power in his dark north swords to defend. Despite that, half of his divine power had been used up. Ning glanced behind him, seeing those corpses lying on the ground. Some of them had been transformed into dust from the battle, but a few still remained. Those that died here were most likely exhausted to death. Ning said to himself. Fiend God body refiners are proficient at long-lasting, endurance battles, but I still found it so hard. How could those who relied solely upon ki refining to reach the Xiantian level possibly survive? Hua! The 2 walls of mist at each side of the tunnel slowly dissipated. Ning carefully made his way towards the corner of the corridor, not going forward yet. He instead took a glance towards the other side, and saw that far away, on the other side of the corridor, there were corpses present as well. There's even more corpses. It seems the next corridor is just as dangerous. I really wonder how many dangers this ancient relic site contains within it. Ning's heart shivered. And most likely, those who died there had successfully passed through those 81 golden armored soldiers. Come. Ning stared at those corpses on the other side of the hall. He realized that here as well, only a few of the corpses had armor and weapons on them. He used his divine will to pull one of the corpses and its magic treasures over to himself. Those who were able to break through the previous corridor most likely had quite some magic treasures. Ning carefully inspected the skeleton. The large skeleton was more than 3 meters tall. The most likely location of its storage treasure was on the arm guard covering its skeletal arm. Ning quickly removed the arm guard and bound it. It really is a storage-type magic treasure. So many things. This storage-type magic treasure had more than 1,000 magic treasures within it. Ning easily bound all of them, but he discovered to his resignation that all of them were unranked magic treasures. All of them are unranked. Ning shook his head. Although there's more than 1,000, all of them combined are worth perhaps less than 1% of the Traceless Talisman. The Traceless Talisman was a guardian treasure of the prefecture. Even ranked magic treasures would find it difficult to compare to it. Take a rest first. Ning sat in the lotus position. Taking out a bamboo tube, he opened the cork, raised his head, and drank it. Then he took out some roast meat and began to eat. Although these old fellows who died left behind their storage treasures, they didn't leave behind any food at all. It has been too long. Their food became dust long ago. These unranked magic treasures aren't very useful to me either. After all, I only need a few magic treasures. Ning shook his head. For example, storage-type magic treasures, what was the point of having several hundred? Would he gain any extra power at all? If he wasn't able to survive, most likely the 1,000+ unranked magic treasures he had found would in turn be discovered in the future by someone else. Ning sat there, eating and drinking, not in a rush to go forward. At the same time, the crimson bright divine power slowly began to recover. After eating and drinking, Ning then flipped through each storage-type magic treasure to see what was inside. Occasionally, he saw some training manuals or sword technique manuals. However, the most important ultimate technique books were generally destroyed after being learned, to prevent them from being leaked to others. Thus, these books which had been brought were all quite ordinary, not very valuable. Only a single copy was comparable to the Raindrop Sutra. I suppose this is an unexpected benefit. Ning laughed. And then he once more began to flip through the large number of storage-type magic treasures, searching through them. Clothes. Utensils. Toys. All sorts of curiosities were removed. During the treasure searching process, Ning's mood improved greatly as well. Ha! Ning suddenly picked up a strange piece of bark. He was about to toss it, but then he saw the words atop it. His face immediately changed. Wudon, our clan just received word that Immortal Juhua, someone who has lived for millions of years, ever since the Fiend God era, has publicly announced that he is accepting disciples. Although Immortal Juhua is a loose immortal, for him to be able to survive millions of years and undergo countless tribulations without dying means, according to our clan leader, his power is not inferior to that of a celestial immortal. Immortal Juhua has never before accepted a disciple. Not even the second prince of our Grand Xia dynasty was able to successfully become his disciple. The news that Immortal Juhua is accepting a disciple has been spread long ago. In addition, Immortal Juhua has also said publicly that the student he is accepting must be a fiend god body refiner, who at least must be at the Xiantian level, and at most can be of the Zifu level. He would set down two paths, one for Xiantian lifeforms to traverse, while the other is for Zifu disciples to traverse. There are 3 trials in each path. After breaking through the 3 trials without dying, one would become the heir to Immortal Juhua. Immortal Juhua will only accept a single disciple. As for the place he is accepting a disciple, Immortal Juhua has set his immortal estate down in the Thousand Autumns Island of the Dark North Sea. Most likely, he will only leave after recruiting his disciple. Traveling from our place to the distant Dark North Ocean's Thousand Autumns Island will take at least half a year. Make haste. If you are late, someone else will seize the opportunity. Wudon, I've given you the news. Whether you go or not is your decision. Signed, Godbanian Water. Looking at this incomparably ancient tree bark in his hands, Ning couldn't breath. Godbanian clan? This tree bark should be the bark of a Godbanian tree. No wonder this ancient letter was able to persist for so long. The Godbanian tree was immortal and would never decay. Some precious items would generally be put in wooden cases made out of Godbanian wood. Godbanian trees were the unique products of the Godbanian clan, and it was their proof of identity. That was a truly incomparably powerful clan, unspeakably more powerful than the G clan. That was a clan that could be described as supreme, even though out the entirety of the vast domain of the Grand Xia dynasty. Immortal Juhua? Ning frowned, pondering. Immortal Juhua was accepting a disciple. He existed in the Fiend God era, and had been alive for millions of years when he started looking for a disciple. But from the Fiend God era until now, it has probably been billions or trillions of years. Far too much time has passed since this seeking a disciple affair. That immortal Juhua most likely died long ago.
Ning understood.
Loose immortals would constantly undergo the 3 calamities and the 9 tribulations. It was a miracle for a person to survive millions of years without dying.
How could one possibly have survived to this era? Then this underground estate.
It should be the underground estate where immortal Juhua tested potential disciples. This corridor that I am currently in should be one of the 2 corridors for his potential disciples,
Ning said to himself.
Ning looked at the distant corpses. Although those corpses were clearly of Fiend God body refiners, the fact that they still remained meant that they didn't die too long ago. Clearly, Xiantian-level or Zifu disciples who were Fiend God body refiners often were transported into this immortal estate. He himself was one of those unlucky souls. Since immortal Juhua decided to take an apprentice, the requirements for his apprentice must have been extremely strict. Otherwise, he would have easily accepted a disciple long ago.
Ning said to himself.
There are 3 trials on each path. It seems that was the first trial just now, which forced me to rely on the water flame lotuses in order to pass through it. The next 2 trials will most likely be even more terrifying and dangerous. How will I pass them?
Can it be that I will be like them? That I will die and rot here?
Ning looked at the distant corpses, not breathing as he pondered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 3, Chapter 16, The Waiting Parents. Chapter 16, The Waiting Parents.
Within West Prefecture City. Each one, I heard Ji Ning has already broken through to the Xiantian level.
Congratulations!
Each one, your son really is formidable.
He's only 11 this year, right? A Xiantian at 11.
He ranks amongst the top 3 talents of the past 1,000 years for our Ji clan's 5 prefectures. Ji each one, who had always been like an implacable glacier, had a rare hint of delight on his face. Although he was still stiff-faced, those who were familiar with him could sense how happy each one currently was. Ever since Ning had kicked down the walls of the Riverside tribe with 3 kicks, then knocked River Sansi flying with another kick, the news had quickly spread back to the Ji clan. This news had already spread across all 5 of the prefectures of the Ji clan. As his father, Ji each one naturally felt very happy in his heart. The past 2 days, he often heard words of praise and congratulations. By nature, people liked to praise the praiseworthy even further. Now that Ning had already been selected to be the next prefecture lord, and also was so monstrous as to become a Xiantian lifeform at age 11, everyone understood that in the future, the lineage of Ji each one and Ji Ning would be incomparably glorious. This father-son duo's status in the 5 prefectures of the Ji clan would undoubtedly be extremely high.
Look at how happy you are.
Yuchi Snow held a flask of water as she watered the flowers.
How can I not be jubilant?
Each one sat on a nearby stone bench. Flipping his hand, he retrieved a bamboo flask, contentedly drinking fruit wine. Ning was able to kill the aquatic Rhino King before reaching the Xiantian level. Now that he has broken through to the Xiantian level, he was able to send that Riverside Sansi flying with 1 kick. River Sansi reached the Xiantian level long ago, and is an expert key refiner of the middle Xiantian level, yet he couldn't take a single blow from my son. This means that Ning should have reached the Xiantian level in the Fiend God body refining methods as well. According to the news from the black armored guards stationed at the Riverside tribe, Ning had executed sword flashes to send River his short sword flying. Clearly, Ning had already reached the Xiantian level as a key refiner. But each one knew his son very well, and knew the weaknesses in his son's arteries. Most likely only after the Fiend God body refining technique raised him to be a Xiantian level and remade his body would Ning be able to make a breakthrough as a key refiner.
Crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens. Each one looked at Snow.
This is the crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens. The legendary #1 Fiend God Body Refining Method. Our G clan has never had someone break through to the Xiantian level through it, but Ning accomplished it. In the future, he will definitely be even more powerful than me. His name will be spread throughout the countless tribes, and our G clan will become greater and greater.
Each one was filled with a heroic vigor right now. The G clan will become greater? Snow nodded gently.
Perhaps because of my son, the G clan will reach the same heights of glory as my Yuchi clan once had, but sadly, my Yuchi clan.
There is no clan that will exist forever without perishing. Each one said.
Even the almighty Grand Xia dynasty, which has existed for countless years, ever since being founded during the Fiend God era, exterminated other ancient dynasties before unifying this land.
Those ancient dynasties had their own extremely long history as well. Weren't they destroyed in the end also? Yuchi Snow nodded. I understand. I've already made my peace with this. In Ning's veins also flows the blood of my Yuchi lineage.
In the future, when Ning's name is known throughout the boundless earth, my ancestors of the Yuchi clan will feel very happy as well, no doubt.
Right. Each one nodded.
Just as the husband and wife couple were chatting happily, the face of each one, who had been drinking wine from the bamboo tube, suddenly changed. This was the moment where Ning, at Serpentwing's lair, had suddenly been transported into that mysterious, ancient underwater estate relic site.
What is it?
Seated next to him, Yuchi Snow noticed that her man's mood had dramatically changed.
What happened? Nothing. Each one shook his head. Only, I just remembered something I have to do. Snow frowned. You want to deceive me? Your face is completely incapable of fakery.
Given your mental willpower, normal matters aren't able to cause you to panic, and for you to panic to this degree, this must be a major event.
Speak.
Looking at his wife, Ichuan sighed. I originally gave Ning a jade sword.
No matter how far away he is, I'll be able to sense Ning's location.
I had warned him quite strictly that he is not permitted to wander more than 10,000 kilometers away from the West Prefecture city. If he goes beyond it, I will capture him, bring him back, and put him in the prison for 3 years.
What, he went more than 10,000 kilometers away from West Prefecture city? Snow hurriedly asked. That's not it. Each one's face was unpleasant. I can't sense the jade sword at all. What?
Snow, shocked, suddenly rose to her feet, then began to cough very hard.
I didn't want to say it, but you forced me to. Each one hurriedly helped support his wife, rubbing her back. Feel better, . Snow said frantically, how can you not be able to sense the jade sword? Didn't you say that you can sense it no matter how far away it is? If you can't sense it, does that mean Ning has encountered danger? Don't panic. Each one said hurriedly. There's 2 possible answers for why I can't sense the jade sword. The first possibility is that Ning has encountered some danger, and then took out the jade sword, but before he was able to break it, the enemy instantly disintegrated the jade sword. The second possibility is that Ning was instantly transported to a very distant location, so distant that even I can't sense it. Snow calmed down.
Snow was very experienced as well, and she nodded. Even if your jade sword was destroyed and broken into small pieces, you should still be able to sense it. Unless it was completely disintegrated, only then would you be unable to sense it. But right now, Ning is very strong. He was able to send River Sansi flying with 1 kick. If he encountered such great danger that he had to take out the jade sword, he would be able to break it instantly. How could it be that he wouldn't even have the opportunity to break it? In addition, if an enemy wanted to kill Ning, but was capable of instantly destroying the jade sword in Ning's hands before Ning had a chance to break it, then he would have the power to easily kill Ning. Why bother with breaking the jade sword? Snow's train of thought helped her calm down slightly. Logically speaking, her son shouldn't have died yet. So it's the other possibility. Each one said. Ning was instantly transported to an incomparably distant location. I can sense my jade sword no matter where it is, although this is a slight exaggeration. Within an area of 1,000,000 kilometers, at least, I should still be able to sense it. To instantly be transported more than 1,000,000 kilometers is rather inconceivable as well. I think the more likely answer is that Ning should have been transported to another dimension. He stumbled into a relic site.
Stumbled into a relic site? Snow nodded as well.
The two of them had adventured in the outside world, and had significant experience. They knew that this vast, boundless world was incomparably marvelous. The relic sites that were left behind from the Fiend God era alone were uncountable in number. Some of those greater powers were capable of opening their own small dimension or small world.
Where was the last place you sensed Ning's at? Snow asked hurriedly. Serpent Wing Lake. Ichwan said. Let's go to Serpent Wing, cough. Snow started to cough again. Ichwan said hurriedly, I'll go. You can't go out yet. Ning is in danger. How can I not go? Yuchi shook her head.
You know this stems from the illness that I had when I was pregnant with Ning.
It's fine.
Seeing the look in his wife's eyes, Ichwan could only nod.
Fine. We'll go find Auntie Flower and borrow her Azure Firebird.
We'll head to Serpent Wing Lake at full speed.
The vast Serpent Wing Lake was very calm. A godlike husband and wife couple were currently standing atop the back of an enormous Azure Firebird, flying at high speed in the air towards Serpent Wing Lake.
Hurry up and report to the great king that Ichwan has come again.
He brought a woman as well. Ichwan.
And sitting on that Azure Firebird. Some of the lesser aquatic monsters glanced into the sky, then, terrified, hurriedly went to make their report. On the back of that Azure Firebird, Ichwan and his wife exchanged glances.
Soon, Ichwan pointed at a nearby shoreline.
There are black armored guards there.
Azure Firebird, go there.
The Azure Firebird hurriedly flew towards that direction, and the two black armored guards that had been keeping watch on the shores of Serpent Wing Lake stared in astonishment at the male and female atop the back of the distant Azure Firebird.
Our respects to you, Commander.
The two black armored guards hurriedly fell to one knee in terror. They all recognized Ichwan.
I ask you, have you seen my son, Ning? Ichwan asked directly. We saw him. One of them, the taller black armored guard, immediately replied.
Just now, young Master Ning was walking atop the surface of the lake, calling out for Serpent Wing to come and do battle with him.
Serpent Wing?
Ichwan and Snow both had the same thought. However, they didn't believe that their son, at his current level of power, wouldn't even have the chance to break the Jade Sword when fighting against the dire monster, Serpent Wing. In fact, they even believed that Ning was fully capable of staying alive in the face of Serpent Wing's attacks.
But this time, the dire monster, Serpent Wing, wasn't willing to come out.
The black armored guard said. Young Master Ning called him out to do battle multiple times. His voice echoed across the entire lake, and most likely the black armored guards in the other areas all heard it as well.
But because Serpent Wing still refused to come out, nothing happened.
We were too far away, so as to where young Master Ning went afterwards while walking on water, we don't know, but the island was located in the center of Serpent Wing Lake. The distance from the shore to the island was tens of kilometers. At the distance of tens of kilometers, the black armored guards were not able to see Ning at all.
Oh? You are certain they didn't do battle? Ichwan quickly asked. They didn't. We didn't hear anything at all.
The two black armored guards were absolutely certain.
Ichwan went to the other black armored guards to ask them these questions, and even sought out Autumn Leaf and Mo, who were waiting at the designated meeting point. From these two, each one understood that Ning had come in anger, intending to execute Serpent Wing, but Serpent Wing had remained in hiding and hadn't come out. Ning had remained standing atop the water, and then walked off and disappeared. Where did he go?
Standing by the lakeside, Ichuan and Snow stared towards the vast lake, frowning in concern.
Wife, what do you think? Ichuan looked at his wife. Snow said pensively, there wasn't any disturbance at all. It shouldn't have been a battle. It's very possible that it really was an ancient relic site.
These relic sites might be in the middle of an empty area, only sealed off from us by a thin barrier, but we can't see them or sense them at all. Perhaps our sun is within a world that is hidden within a single speck of sand at the bottom of Serpent Wing Lake. Or perhaps he is within an ancient, hidden formation. Only, the two of us aren't capable of dealing with any of these possibilities. Snow shook her head.
All we can do is wait. Wait for our son to come back to us, alive.
Right.
Wait. Each one looked at the immeasurably vast lake as well.
I believe our son will come from afar, walking across the water back to us. Snow nodded gently, leaning against her man.
They were still waiting. Waiting for their son's return. Within the corridor of the aquatic estate, it was very dark.
It felt that even the passage of time was slow here. Ning, his divine power fully recovered, finally stood up. Staring at the other corner of the corridor and its corpses, he understood that he had nowhere to retreat to. If he wanted to leave, he had to go forward.
I have to live.
Ning stared at those distant corpses, then walked over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 3, Chapter 17, Dao Battle Armor. Chapter 17, Dao Battle Armor.
Wielding a dark north sword in each hand, Ning headed straight towards the center of this ancient corridor. Suddenly, 1,000 or so meters in front of him, several blackish-blue seeds appeared at the same time, 4 ahead of him, 5 behind him. These seeds appeared at the same time as 9 sets of battle armor. The battle armors were all completely black, and the weapons were identical as well, long staffs that were seemingly made of stone.
9 seeds. 9 sets of battle gear.
Hua, the blackish-blue seeds suddenly transformed into a liquid, flowing into the armors, then transforming into massive men with blackish-blue skin. These massive men were several meters tall and had 2 horns in their foreheads. Their faces were ugly, and they had sharp fangs in their mouths. They donned the armor, while simultaneously picking up those 3-meter-long stone staffs next to them. The 9 ugly giants all glanced at each other, their eyes filled with savagery and excitement.
It's been so long. We're finally out again. This time, the person we have to deal with is this human youth. Such a tender-fleshed human.
I can squeeze him to death by myself. The 9 of us combined, and with these godly weapons and armor, this is going to be too easy.
Set up the formation first.
The 9 ugly giants all began to chant the words to some foreign tongue which Ning couldn't understand, but his face quickly changed, because he understood that these ugly giants which had sprouted from those seeds were intelligent, and even capable of conversation. The 2 ends of the halls once again became filled with dense fog.
Human, prepare for death. The 9 ugly giants all released furious roars.
The ancient armor on their bodies immediately began to emit dazzling black light. The black light, emitting the stench of blood, quickly connected with each other, forming an enormous spiderweb in midair.
Ning was shocked. Dao battle armor? Dao soldiers were a type of seed soldier often used by the Grand Xia dynasty.
The Ji clan's most powerful seed soldier, the Scarlet Guardians, were the lowest level type of Dao soldiers. Every single Dao soldier's armor contained a large number of rune inscriptions, and the Dao soldiers were capable of combining their energy together to attack the opponent together. They were also capable of combining their defense. Dao battle armor like that of the Scarlet Guardians of the Ji clan were at most capable of allowing 9 of the Scarlet Guardians to combine forces.
Once they joined together, 9 Scarlet Guardians were even capable of giving an early Xiantian expert a good fight.
What's more, the Ji clan had 500,000 of these powerful seed soldiers, the Scarlet Guards. This was the true backbone of the G clan. Normally, missions were carried out by black armored guards. Each time the Scarlet Guardians were sent out, it was only after the G clan's 5 prefectures all agreed to send them out, and it would have to involve a major event of the G clan.
Dao battle armor. Aren't they all used for Hotian experts?
And they should be covered with a large number of runes that can be seen at a glance.
Ning stared at them.
But these 9 strange giants have armor that don't have any runes on top of them, and each of them have power that is not weaker than that of a Xiantian.
This is going to be trouble. Ning held his breath. Dao battle armor which Xiantian experts could use was something which the 6 hegemons of Swallow Mountain simply did not have. Ning hadn't even heard of such a thing. Most likely, only the armies of the Grand Xia dynasty had them. Kill!
The 9 ugly giants raised their large, thick staffs, charging towards Ning from both directions with angry roars, that enormous illusory spider web still connecting them from up above. Ning immediately transformed into a ray of smoke, quickly pouncing towards the direction which only had 4 of those strange ugly giants, who were maintaining a distance of several meters from each other as they wielded their massive stone staffs and charged forward wildly with long steps.
Kill!
One of the ugly giants raised his enormous stone staff up high, then smashed downwards.
Come on! Ning let his strength explode as well.
His fiend godlike power completely filled his dark north swords, and he took this blow head on. He wanted to get a clear understanding of the strength of these ugly fellows.
Swish!
The stone staff was as thick as a man's thigh and over 3 meters long.
It slashed through the air, smashing down on Ning's dark north swords.
Immediately afterwards, with a swoosh, Ning's entire body was sent flying backwards, while the strange giant only took a single step back, garbling in his racial tongue, "This human has great strength. However, he still cannot compare to me, much less the 9 of us combined." Although Ning had only fought one of them head-on, because of the Dao battle armor, in reality, that staff blow had contained the combined strength of those 9 strange giants. Flying backwards through the air, Ning felt his entire body was numb. His hand was damaged, and even the dark north sword in that hand flew out.
Can't take it head-on.
In midair, Ning flipped over, his fiend god body quickly healing. Still in midair, he stepped onto the sides of the corridor walls, then like a giant rock, scurried out, quickly leaping past the oncoming charge of those 9 strange ugly giants.
Don't run! What sort of talent is fleeing? Humans only know how to run.
The 9 strange giants opened their fanged mouths, howling angrily.
They discovered that this human was even faster than them. Ning pointed from a distance.
Water flame lotuses.
Wah 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 wah.
Every single water flame lotus was formed from a fire lotus petal and a water lotus petal. 6 sets of water flame lotuses appeared out of nowhere, completely surrounding those 9 ugly giants within. Every single lotus petal was slowly swiveling in opposite directions, forming a terrifying grinding, killing force.
What a powerful human!
The 9 ugly giants came to a halt and looked at each other.
Without this godly armor, we probably would have been injured long ago.
Ning saw that the 9 giants had come to a halt, and were even conversing in their strange tongue. But his ever-successful water flame lotuses were completely unable to harm them.
No use. Ning was surprised.
Last time, when fighting against Ironwood Jun had relied on his formation and his diamond seal to hold on for a long time, which let Ning understand that his water flame lotuses couldn't actually break through everything. My water flame lotuses were developed just recently, and were originally meant to protect me. Thus there are some deficiencies when using them to attack.
Wielding their stone staffs, the 9 strange giants once more charged forward en masse. Lotus protection.
In the area around Ning, 3 fire lotus petals and 3 water lotus petals appeared, surrounding him. When the 9 strange giants charged over and collided with the swiveling water flame lotus, they were all impacted and were no longer able to attack Ning together.
Ning, wielding his dark north swords, chose one of them to attack. Die!
His sword flashed like fire, moving at astonishing speed as he displayed the killing technique of the Thunderflame sword, the Thunder Flash Flint.
Hua! Hua! Hua!
Rays of sword light shot towards the giant, who howled with valiant fury as he brandished his stone staff. The stone staff was incomparably heavy. Last time, when Ning had struck it, his entire body had gone numb. No longer daring to take it head-on at all, Ning completely relied upon his marvelous sword techniques to deal with the giant in front of him. The battle armor was only capable of protecting part of the body. The head and some other areas were still exposed. Ning's sword blows were all aimed at this giant's head. Only, each blow was hampered by that dense black light. After just barely breaking through the obstruction, it was only capable of leaving some wounds on the giant's face, which immediately would heal, leaving the giant unwounded. Kill, kill, kill.
Ning was going all out. I want to live. So I have to kill you all.
Ning used all his strength, even filling the Dark North swords with his Xiantian Qi as well. All he could do, however, was to leave some flesh wounds on these strange giants. The giants were capable of completely ignoring the negligible drop to their strength from these wounds. They fought for the amount of time it would take to brew a pot of tea. Because he had been controlling the water flame lotus this entire time, and also fighting all out, his divine power was being used up at a fast rate. Their power isn't dropping at all.
I'm not even able to badly injure them.
Ning could sense that he had less than half his divine power remaining. He didn't dare to keep fighting them head-on like this. He hurriedly flashed through their encirclement. Swoosh! 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 Dot! Ning utilized the windwing evasion, scurrying first in this direction, then in that direction, dodging the pursuit and attacks of these strange giants.
Human, don't run. You won't be able to run. Humans are only able to run. These 9 ugly giants roared angrily as they ran forward majestically, continuing their attacks.
Ning didn't take them head-on at all, relying on his windwing evasion to throw them off time and time again. In his heart, Ning was sighing. He had trained in swordplay for so long, but in the end, it was still the windwing evasion technique which allowed him to stay alive. Another long period of time passed. What should I do? While fleeing, Ning was thinking frantically. Staring at the 9 furiously roaring giants, who didn't seem to grow tired at all, he thought, they have been chasing me for half a day now, but they still aren't getting tired. My divine power, however, is down to 20%. The windwing evasion technique required him to use his crimson bright divine power as well. Although it used it up at a rate that was far slower than the rate it was used up in battle, running around for half a day would consume a great amount as well. My full-strength sword attacks are only capable of giving them some light flesh wounds,
Ning said to himself.
But the 9 of them are actually those 9 transformed seeds, just like those 81 golden armored soldiers I fought earlier. When I shattered their army, they immediately reformed.
Ning understood very well.
Even if he were to pierce through their heads, they still probably wouldn't die. More importantly, his full-strength attacks were only capable of leaving behind some flesh wounds.
What should I do? What exactly should I do? Ning constantly pondered.
He had no options. Despair. In the long-ago distant past, those fiend god body refiners of the Xiantian-level who were transported probably watched, just like me, in despair as their divine power was used up, and then were killed.
Ning now understood his weakness.
His weakness was that his crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens was only at the 4th stage. This corridor was meant for fiend god body refiners of the Xiantian-level to go through. When Immortal Juhua had accepted disciples, most likely the majority of those who had attempted these trials were at the peak Xiantian level as fiend god body refiners.
But Ji Ning?
Only when reaching the 6th stage of the crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens would he be a peak Xiantian. He was currently only at the 4th stage. In terms of the purity or the depth of his divine power, he was still at an incomparable distance from the limits of the Xiantian level. It was only natural that he wouldn't be able to complete these 3 trials. Compared to those Xiantian experts who wanted to become the disciple of Immortal Juhua and came here to attempt these trials, my divine power is very shallow.
Ning understood.
Fortunately, I gained a hint of understanding in the true meaning of the Tao, and then developed the water flame lotus technique, which is why I was lucky enough to complete the first trial.
Otherwise, I probably wouldn't even have been able to complete the first one.
But there are 3 trials.
Forget about the 3rd trial.
This second trial, Ning could sense that he already had dropped to less than 10% of his crimson bright divine power left. Deep in his heart, he felt both panic and despair. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 3, Chapter 18, Determining Life and Death. Chapter 18, Determining Life and Death. I can't keep running.
If I keep running, the crimson bright divine power in my body will be completely used up.
Once my divine power is used up, I will definitely die. I won't even be able to struggle.
Ning suddenly came to a halt, then turned to look towards the 4 ugly giants, already extremely angry due to the long chase. The ugly giants wielded those stone staffs, charging forward with large steps.
He finally stopped running. The human should be out of divine power by now, competing with us in running.
We could run for several more days without fear.
The 9 ugly giants wanted to devour this human in front of them.
Ning wielded a sword in each hand, standing there calmly. Faced with life and death, Ning's spirit was incomparably calm and empty. In this moment, he had thrown all other thoughts to the back of his mind, and in his heart, the only thing remaining was this battle.
Humph!
The 9 ugly giants charged forward, and Ning immediately charged forward as well. 3 fire lotus petals and 3 water lotus petals slowly swiveled around him, causing the giants to be unable to attack Ning simultaneously when they drew near him. Ning's sword struck out. A sword like fire.
Wanton slaughter. Ha, his sword is too weak.
Too weak. The ugly giants didn't care at all. Ning's sword pierced through the protection of that thick black light, but was only able to leave behind a hint of a wound. Although Ning was very calm, he was using his full force.
Not much divine force left.
Ning could feel that his divine power was ebbing. Grinding his teeth, he suddenly charged forward like a giant rock soaring into the skies. Swoosh! The corridor was 100 meters high, so Ning leapt 100 meters into the air.
While flying, 2 ancient Dao seals appeared in Ning's hands.
One was a light body seal, while the other was a divine movement seal. The Xiantian Qi in his body immediately rushed into the 2 Dao seals, and 2 queer surges of power immediately flowed into Ning's body. The last sword. Ning hit the very top of the corridor, and then with 2 kicks, released all of his power. He charged downwards.
Fast. Fast. Fast.
Relying on the force from springboarding off the ceiling, the always terrifying speed of the wind-wing evasion, and the force of gravity pulling him downwards, as well as the light body seal and the divine movement seal, his speed became all the more terrifying. In this moment, Ning's downward charging speed had reached a heretofore unreached level, as fast as light.
Speed is power.
When speed reaches a certain extreme, the power of the sword would naturally be great as well.
The raindrop holds the meaning of raindrop pierces rocks.
The raindrop can become a rain line, a thin stream, a river, or an ocean. As Ning charged downwards, he was using the killing stroke of the Raindrop Sutra, the raindrop pierces rocks. As he did so, in his mind, he couldn't help but think back to the scene of his father, Ji-Chuan, teaching him swordplay. His father had once demonstrated all 9 stances of the raindrop sword for him, 3 times. At this moment, when faced with death, Ning immediately understood. When his father demonstrated the swordplay, he moved very slowly. He started from raindrop pierces rocks, then moved to rainline, eternally fresh waterflow, merciless waterflow, and then finally returned to the raindrop pierces rocks. Right after that, it transformed into drizzling rain, tempest curtain, water curtain links to heaven, and finally returned once more to the raindrop pierces rocks. After that, it transformed once more into thin streams flow forever, watertight, before finally returning to raindrop pierces rocks once more. Raindrop pierces rocks is the most powerful attack, but also the weakest attack. The amazing mysteries in the Raindrop Sutra are inexhaustible and boundless. One can spend a lifetime training in it. Remember, raindrop pierces rocks. Each one had said these words. At the time, Ning had felt he understood them. But after that night of meditating on the Tao, and these repeated life and death battles, Ning at this moment finally, truly understood what his father had labored to teach him. This is the attack. Raindrop. Ning, charging downwards at high speed with twin swords, immediately drew away one of the stone staffs of an ugly giant, sending it smashing to one side. With his right hand, Ning pierced directly towards the ugly giant's skull. The ugly giant's stone staff had missed its downward smashing mark. Naturally, he didn't have the chance to raise it back to block, but he wasn't afraid at all. He can't hurt me. Pierces rocks. Ning only stared calmly at the head of that giant. His sword was like water, like a heavy raindrop landing upon a stone. Pa! The sword instantly pierced through that thick black barrier, driving itself deep into the head of that giant, even into the brain. The terrifyingly natural power of the blow suddenly exploded. There was nothing in the body that could block it, and so, instantly, with a swish sound, the head exploded. It transformed into a puddle of black water, and the armor and the stone staff all fell to the ground. Collect. Ning immediately collected both the armor as well as the stone staff into his own storage magic treasure. The pool of black water quickly reformed into the strange giant again, who called out in shock, "How is that possible? How is that possible? Nothing is impossible." Ning was now completely confident. He understood that these 9 strange giants were no longer able to stop him. Die. Ning only had to control his water flame lotus to quickly once more smash the strange giant into a puddle of black water. Without the protection of the Tao battle armor, the giant wasn't able to resist the crushing force of the water flame lotus at all. The 8 of you can die as well now. Ning transformed into a blur, once more flashing forth like lightning. All 9 Tao battle armors had to be linked together for them to be able to assist each other. Right now, the strange giants weren't able to combine their strength at all. Now, when facing Ning's vastly improved swordplay, they became unable to flee. All of them were killed, one after the other, and even their Tao battle armor and stone staves were stored by Ning into his storage treasure. Die. Ning stood there unmoving, only relying on the solar and lunar divine tattoos to control 6 water flame lotuses, repeatedly grinding down on those 9 giants, smashing them time and time again into black water. Even though they reformed, Ning would simply grind them apart again. After being crushed just a few times, the 9 strange giants completely collapsed and weren't able to reform. The fog at the 2 ends of the corridor slowly faded away. "Father," Ning gently murmured. Although that night he had spent meditating on the Tao resulted in Ning gaining a hint of true understanding regarding fire, water, and wind, understanding was nothing more than understanding. Whether or not it could be used was another matter. In the past, Ning only understood the water flame lotus, this single technique, which was meant for self-protection, not for attacking. But just now, relying on the guidance his father had given him to be his foundation, in that moment between life and death, he had finally understood the true meaning of the Raindrop Sutra, the true meaning of the raindrop. In terms of levels of understanding, the level above one with the world was that of the true meaning. The true meaning of the raindrop originates from the raindrop. Ning sighed in amazement. A single raindrop is the source. When there are many raindrops, it can transform into a line and become the rain line. When there are even more raindrops, naturally it can begin to flow and have life force, which is the eternally fresh water flow.
And once the waves swell to an unblockable tide, that becomes merciless water flow.
But when the countless raindrops all come together, you can still describe it as just a single raindrop. Raindrop pierces rocks is the most powerful attack of the Raindrop Sutra, but also its weakest.
Ning laughed. That is true for defense as well.
Drizzling rain, tempest curtain, water curtain links to heaven, they all become raindrop pierces rocks in the end.
Thin streams flow forever and watertight also become raindrop pierces rocks. The true meaning of the raindrop. An unending circle. Ning sighed in amazement.
No wonder Father said that one can spend a lifetime on the Raindrop Sutra. Without question, his father had clearly understood the true meaning of the raindrop long ago. One truly could spend a lifetime to understand that the Raindrop Sutra could infinitely circle in on itself to grow even more powerful.
Strictly speaking,
upon gaining insight into the true meaning of the Raindrop Sutra itself actually became without value. Perhaps the ancestor who had originally developed the Raindrop Sutra himself only reached this level, the true meaning of the raindrop, after having in some lucky circumstance developed these 9 techniques that could forever cycle without ending. But of course, it was also possible that it was some sort of powerful fiend god or powerful immortal who intentionally developed this sort of inexhaustible, circular, increasingly powerful swordplay.
Raindrop pierces rocks. Raindrop pierces rocks.
Ning chanted softly, and then he shut his eyes to rest. That battle had been too exhausting. After resting and eating to his fill, Ning's divine power recovered and then he began to perfect his true meaning of the raindrop. Upon having learned the true meaning of the raindrop, he was completely capable of using one small raindrop after another to create a thin line, then execute the rain line.
The power of this attack was far greater than that of raindrop pierces rocks. Time flowed on. Ning ate and drank.
Fortunately, prior to this, his Kalestone and Ironwood Jean's storage treasure all had some food within it. What he lacked right now was time. As time went out, if he was able to increase his crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens by another stage, if he could make his swordplay become even more powerful, then his chances of survival would naturally become greater.
Ning understood.
He had relied on the water flame lotus to make it through the first trial, while in the second trial, he had been pushed to his limits, at which point he had gained insights into the true meaning of the raindrop, finally making that breakthrough in peril. Based on the increase in difficulty, the third trial would definitely be very terrifying. Since Immortal Juhua had publicly called for a disciple, one could imagine how difficult this third trial must have been.
By Serpent Wing Lake. Ji Ichuan and Yuchi Snow, husband and wife, were temporarily staying here by the side of Serpent Wing Lake. They were quietly waiting for their son to return.
But as one day after another passed, their hearts grew increasingly frantic, because the more time passed, the lower the chances were that their son was still alive.
Cough, cough. Snow was coughing. Don't panic, don't panic.
Each one saw that in one short month, his wife's illness had rapidly worsened, making him feel all the more pity for her.
I don't want to panic either. Snow stared at the endless waters of Serpent Wing Lake, then sighed.
But Ning,
it's been more than a month. Why hasn't he come back yet? Why hasn't he come back yet?
To Yuchi Snow, her son was her whole world.
Our son will definitely come back. Definitely. When you were pregnant with Ning, the roots of your illness took hold. You can't be angry, and you can't panic. You know that. Take care of your body.
Each one's heart was as frantic as a scorching fire. In his heart, he cared deeply about his son, but he was also worried about his wife by his side. Ever since that great battle they had fought on the way back from the dark North Seas. Although the Whitewater Hound had braved a serious injury to take his wife away and flee, and their son had been lucky enough to survive, his wife and his son had both been injured.
Ning. Each one stared at the boundless lake waters as well. You have to come back alive. Within the endless hallway. There was no day or night within this hallway, and there was no way to clearly judge the passing of time. His appetite was enormous, but the amount of food in the Kalestone wasn't that much, nor the amount in Ironwood Jean's storage treasure. After all, they could hunt for food at any time in Swallow Mountain, while the Kalestone had size limitations, so why put in too much? After a month, all of the stored food was completely devoured. Thin streams flow forever and Rainline have all reached the true meaning of the raindrop level. Ning said to himself. One was a defensive technique, while the other was offensive. His power could be considered to have greatly advanced. After a month of training, my divine power has grown stronger as well. This third trial is the final battle. Ning understood how terrifying this final trial would be. He also understood that if he passed through it, then he would survive. But if he failed, he would die. Whether it is life or it is death, it all comes down to this. If I die, I will most likely go to the Netherworld Kingdom again. This time, I probably won't be so lucky as to avoid drinking Granny Meng's elixir. After drinking it, I will no longer be myself. Ning had a dim sense right now, the deep, unconscious sense which one would have when one's soul grew powerful. His unconscious sense felt a type of incomparable terror right now, as though he was about to face an incomparably terrifying trial. Time to determine life or death. Wielding the Dark North swords in his hands, Ning headed directly for a twisting corridor, which still had 3 corpses on it that hadn't completely rotted away, as well as some magic treasures scattered on the floor. Ning used his divine sense to pick them up, calmly binding them. Upon investigating, he found that there were thousands of magic treasures stored within a storage treasure, all of which he could easily fuse. Indeed, these were all unranked magic treasures. However, such a terrifying number still represented an incomparably astonishing wealth. Ning was very calm though. Because, if he died, what use would these be? You finally came. A hoarse voice rang out, in the tongue of the humans which was spoken everywhere throughout the Grand Xia dynasty. Ning immediately looked over. From afar, in a place filled with black mist, a figure walked out. He had a crooked body, an oily green gaze, and his entire body was covered with black fur. He seemed to walk very slowly, but with each step, he traveled dozens of meters. A pity. You are too weak. Hua! In an instant, he appeared in front of Ning. His fan-sized, big gray palm carried a dense, deathly aura which slammed down towards Ning. This simple slap was so fast that Ning was completely unable to dodge. All he could do was relying on using his 2 swords to execute his ultimate defensive technique, Thin Streams Flow Forever, to block it. This Thin Streams Flow Forever technique was currently also holding the true meaning of the raindrop within it. Swish! Ning was knocked flying, and his hands instantly turned numb. No, Ning wanted to tighten his grip over the Dark North swords in his hands. If his swords were sent flying, how would he use his sword techniques? But his fingers were already completely numbed and had no feeling. Hua! Hua! His shattered fingers and his 2 Dark North swords flew far away, smashing into the distant walls and emitting a clear ringing sound. Every part of Ning's skin had split open, and he was surrounded by a bloody mist. The fingers on both hands had been shattered. And so, his entire body covered by that bloody mist, he flew backwards and smashed against the distant ground. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 4, Chapter 1, His Waiting. Chapter 1, His Waiting. Ning slammed onto the ground, but he felt the area around him was so quiet. So terrifyingly quiet. He couldn't hear anything at all. At the same time, his entire body had lost all feeling. The powerful life force within his fiend godlike body immediately got to work, and his divine power quickly began to heal everything. The torn muscles and skin on his body, and even his torn intestines and organs began to rapidly heal.
Ning's ears could now hear again, and he gained feeling in his body again.
Pain. Such pain.
Ning hurriedly looked into the distance. In that moment when he had completely lost all feeling and lost all hearing, he had been terrified. Truly too terrifying. Ning stared at that distant, stooped, black-furred monster which emanated that thick, deathly aura.
That slap's speed was so fast I couldn't dodge at all.
His strength in turn is far greater than the combined strength of those 9 strange giants. The black-furred monster stood there quietly, his oily green eyes staring at Ning.
He let out a hoarse sigh, which carried an endless resignation and disappointment.
I've waited for far too long, so long that I've forgotten time. All you need to do is pass the 3 trials without dying.
You don't need to kill me. You just need to knock me down, to injure me.
That's all. With difficulty, Ning climbed to his feet, the ground stained with blood.
Knock you down?
Ning stared at the stooped, black-furred creature.
No.
More precisely speaking, as long as you can injure me, can break my skin, can make me bleed. The black-furred creature said slowly, I will immediately fall down. I've already calculated, the last time, when Immortal Juhua was recruiting a disciple, there were 10 people who had completed the trials and appeared before me.
It was so rowdy.
There was one of them, a youth, who relied on an extremely powerful Dao seal to injure me. But I just took a step back instead of falling down. If I had fallen down, there would have been no need for me to endure these countless, lonely years. Loneliness truly is terrifying, very terrifying. Listening to this, Ning held his breath. The black-furred creature in front of him had actually existed in the era of Immortal Juhua. He definitely wasn't training the immortal ways, because there was no way for an ordinary immortal to live this long. Only by becoming a celestial immortal would one truly have an unlimited lifespan, but there was no way a celestial immortal would be like the person in front of him. Most likely, a single breath from a celestial immortal would disintegrate Ning. Master only said that anyone able to injure and knock me down would be considered to have passed this trial. The black-furred creature said slowly in that hoarse voice.
Come. Injure me.
As long as you can injure me, I will immediately fall down.
Injure you? Ning's divine will once more picked up those 2 dark north swords.
His severed fingers were reattached. This black-furred monster only watched silently, not interfering. The black-furred monster looked at Ning, then said slowly, come at me full force. Everyone in the countless years who has come before me, I have given them this same chance. As long as a person can injure me, I will immediately fall down.
Only, none of them were able to injure me. Not one. Ning's heart shook.
Only that one time, when Immortal Juhua was recruiting a disciple, did that Dao seal injure me.
Why didn't I fall down? Just that one time.
I missed that opportunity and never had another one. The black-furred creature spoke very slowly.
Tormented by countless years of loneliness, he no longer wished to live. Injure him? Ning was frightened and shocked.
Based on what this creature which had most likely lived since the Fiend God era was saying, only a single person had ever been able to injure him, and that was through using a Dao seal. These people who made it here over the years most likely also included geniuses who had reached the level of comprehending the true meaning of the Dao.
Ning felt an unbearable pressure. What should I do? Come.
The black-furred creature began to walk forward, his body hunchbacked.
Come. Wound me. Ning clenched his dark north swords.
Swoosh. Ning suddenly charged into the air, 2 Dao seals appearing in his hands. They were a light body seal and a divine movement seal. Although he had found many Dao seals in the storage magic treasures on the corpses, virtually all of them had lost their magic power over the passage of countless years and become useless. Only 100 or so seals were left, amongst which the divine movement seal and the light body seal were the most common.
The 2 Dao seals immediately entered his body upon activation. Die.
Ning charged upwards, reaching the ceiling of the corridor, then kicked off with his 2 legs, utilizing the wind-wing evasion as he charged down from the top of the prefecture. At this moment, Ning had reached the limits of his speed.
Die! Ning's entire strength was focused on the Dark North sword in his right hand, stabbing directly downwards.
The stooped frame of the black-furred creature came to a halt, raising its head and staring upwards with its oily green eyes at the downwards charging Ning. He just watched quietly, his eyes didn't have a hint of life, seeming very slow and numb.
Raindrop! Pierces rocks!
Ning charged downward, the tip of his sword transforming into a drop of water.
Drip!
It dripped onto the fur-covered face of that black-furred creature. At this moment, both his divine power as well as his Xiantian Qi were being released at full power, and penetrative force from his high speed combined with the true meaning of the raindrop had formed an extremely terrifying sword.
Xie!
The tip of the sword pierced onto the black-furred creature's face, who simply continued to look at Ning with an upraised face.
You are still very far off.
The black-furred creature sighed, his oily green eyes filled with boundless disappointment.
I need to keep waiting.
As for you, I have no choice but to kill you. Ning's sword had stabbed onto the black-furred creature's face, but hadn't left behind any injury. Unwilling to accept this, the Dark North sword in his twin hands executed the rain line and moth flies into the flame, 2 great killing strokes, stabbing at the creature's chest and face, but once again, he was unable to harm the creature at all.
Retreat!
Ning hurriedly retreated dozens of meters. The black-furred creature's stooped form continued to make its way forward, slowly shuffling, but moving dozens of meters with each step. In terms of speed, he was actually even faster than Ning. Whether it was walking speed or attack speed, he was faster than Ning. This was the first time Ning encountered someone faster than him in this corridor of trials. Previously, he was able to rely on his wind-wing evasion to flee and buy time for himself, but this time, he was not able to do so. How can his skin be as tough as this? Ning was incomparably frantic. Although the other fiend god body refiners of the Xiantian level who had previously fallen here served as proof that harming this black-furred creature was an incomparably difficult task, Ning still felt a sense of hopelessness after he himself truly used a full-force attack and yet was unable to scratch the other's face.
Die! Stop struggling!
The hoarse voice rang out, and the stooped black-furred figure appeared out of nowhere by Ning's side. Ning's body immediately became surrounded by 3 fire lotus petals and 3 water lotus petals, swiveling slowly in opposite directions and generating a stirring force. But to this black-furred creature, the force generated by the water flame lotus was like nothing more than walking within small rippling waves, unable to budge his body at all.
Ning's 2 hands once more executed the raindrop pierces rocks attack, stabbing at the black-furred creature's legs and genitalia. I'm unable to flee, and defense is useless. I have to find a chance of survival. Kill. Perhaps the other parts of his body have a weak point that I can stab. Ning definitely wouldn't just give up. Stop struggling. The black-furred creature sighed, and his fan-shaped giant palm once more slapped down towards Ning. He couldn't be bothered to take about Ning's swords, allowing them to stab on his body as he still slammed his palm down on Ning's body. Bang!
The armor-type magic treasure Ning was wearing instantly split apart, and the giant palm, filled with that dense deathly aura, went straight through Ning's chest, and then Ning himself was sent flying far, far away.
Bang!
Ning lay there on the floor, a huge hole in his chest. His body had nearly been torn in half. Ning lay there, completely unable to move. Such a huge hole suddenly appearing in his chest had caused his entire body to be paralyzed. He had to wait for the life force in his body to begin to regenerate it, but that needed time. He would most likely need half a minute before he would be able to recover his ability to move again. But that distant, black-furred creature was already walking over again. Most likely, in just another second, he would be in front of Ning. Die! The stooped figure of that black-furred creature ambled forward. No! Ning's heart was filled with incomparable ardor for life. He had died before, and had even gone to the Netherworld Kingdom and had seen Grandma Meng's elixir. So he all the more desired life. He didn't want to go drink Grandma Meng's elixir. What should I do? How can I survive? I can't even move. Right now, all I have left is my divine will. Can it be that I can rely on my divine will to wrap up the dark north swords to pierce into the black-furred creature? Ning felt hopeless. Ning knew very well the level of strength the divine will was capable of. When he had killed Ironwood Jean, he had investigated. Divine will was capable of wrapping up trees, boulders, with a force that was roughly equivalent to a late-stage Xiantian fiend god body refiner. The power of will made physical was very powerful and very strong. But what good would it be right now? I also have them. Ning, seeing the black-furred creature draw closer, suddenly thought of something, letting out a heroic cry. All out, now! Wah 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 wah! In the area around Ning, one magic treasure after another appeared out of nowhere in a dense cluster. Sabers, swords, spears, thousands of magic treasures hovered there. These magic treasures were all controlled by his divine will, and the blade tips, sword tips, and spear tips were all pointed towards that black-furred creature. All of my Xiantian ki. Let's go! Ning had gone completely mad. The Xiantian ki in his Dantian fully entered every single magic treasure. These were all unranked magic treasures that had been left behind by deceased Xiantian lifeforms over the course of countless years. Ning had been able to easily bind them. All of these were usable by Xiantian experts, but generally speaking, Xiantian experts would wield them with their hands. Ning, because he had divine will, was able to use his divine will to wield the magic treasures. It was as though thousands of hands had suddenly snatched up every single magic treasure, aiming them at the black-furred creature. All of his Xiantian ki had entered every single magic treasure, causing Ning's meridians to be torn. Generally speaking, a Xiantian lifeform could battle for a very long time, but Ning had used all of his Xiantian ki to be dispersed amongst thousands of magic treasures, causing the amount to drop. Kill! Ning's badly damaged, completely immobile body lay there as he howled heroically with a savage look on his face. His heroic howl was filled with incomparable ardor for life. Swish! 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 Countless sword flashes, saber flashes, spear flashes, and more all shot out, instantly turning the entire corridor into a wall of dazzling white color. All of them were aimed with incomparable accuracy, stabbing out at the same time at the body of the black-furred creature, who had already closed his eyes and spread his arms out. Bang! Dot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 4, Chapter 2, The Fifth Master. Chapter 2, The Fifth Master. Thousands of magic treasures shot out like rays of sword light, blade light, spear light, and more. They were like thousands of Xiantian ki refiners attacking in unison. But Ning did this all by himself. If Ning hadn't reached the divine will level of the soul, there would have been no way for him to control so many magic treasures so accurately. If Ning hadn't gained such astonishing regenerative abilities at the Xiantian level as a fiend god body refiner, he wouldn't have been able to so wildly have all of his ki explode outwards. The only thing that would have happened was that his arteries and meridians would completely shatter, resulting in him becoming a cripple. Swish! The black-furred creature didn't block at all, nor did he dodge at all. He held his arms wide and closed his eyes. He was waiting, hoping. The corridor was a cacophony of sound. The black-furred creature was like a mountain collapsing. With a rumbling sound, he fell over. Did I wound him? Ning stared with incomparable hope. Right now, his body was ravaged, his meridians and arteries were ripped, and not a single drop of his Xiantian ki was remaining. I must have, Ning stared hopefully. From afar, the fallen black-furred creature suddenly sat up, lowering his head to look at his chest. At his chest, his black fur had been torn apart, revealing faintly red flesh and deep green-colored blood. A thin line of blood oozed out from the wound, and then the wound rapidly healed, leaving behind only that line of deep green blood. Ning's eyes instantly turned round, and he stared at the traces of deep green blood on the chest of that black-furred creature. Success! He had succeeded. He would live. Father. Mother. I've survived. Ning's fiend godlike body was quickly recovering. Although he was unable to move, Ning forgot his pain, rather, he felt wild joy at having overcome that tribulation. Wounded me. You wounded me. From afar, the black-furred creature was first stunned, and then he raised his head, letting out a wild, heroic howl. This heroic howl contained incomparable madness, sadness, and a sense of release. Ning managed to sit up as well now, and he stared at the distant, howling black-furred creature. The loneliness and torment which could be heard in this great howl, which had been suppressed for trillions of years, caused even Ning's heart to feel a sour bitterness. After a long time, the sound ceased. The black-furred creature stood up and looked at Ning. In his hoarse voice, he said, "Thank you, my new master. Hurry up and bind this immortal mansion. We will meet again." Hua! Immediately afterwards, the black-furred creature disappeared into thin air. Ning quickly was able to stand up as well. The previous wounds to his meridians had been completely healed now, and he collected the thousands of magic treasures that lay scattered on the floor, storing them into his storage treasure. I didn't expect that in the end, I would rely on these unranked magic treasures to pass the third trial. Ning let out a long sigh. A fiend god body refiner at the Xiantian level was able to use thousands of magic treasures in a single combined strike. He had never even heard of such a thing, so prior to this, he hadn't even considered the possibility. This was because this sort of action would only be possible for a freakishly talented person like Ning, who clearly was only a Xiantian level, and yet whose soul was already on the level of having divine will. Ning had been visualizing the Nuwa painting since he was an infant. The Nuwa painting was one of the best visualization techniques even in the celestial realm or the netherworld kingdom, much less in the mortal realms. The likes of the G-clan had never even heard of visualization techniques. In fact, Ning believed that even in the entire vast area controlled by the Grand Xia dynasty, the best visualization techniques couldn't necessarily compare to the Nuwa painting. Success! I successfully passed this tribulation. Ning stared at his surroundings. He saw the corpses and skeletons in the distance on the ground, and felt all the more emotional. The dead became these skeletons. The survivor, according to what the black-furred creature said, I should be the new master. Ning was in no hurry to advance. Instead, he sat down in the lotus position and rested. It took a full day for the Xiantian qi in his body to return to normal. Only then did Ning rise and continue to advance. When walking through the twisting corridors, Ning didn't move very quickly. Instead, he carefully inspected this ancient immortal estate. After a long time, Ning saw that not far away, there was an exit, outside of which a pillar could faintly be seen. I've arrived? Ning quickly walked out of the exit, and as he did, he had to suck in a cold breath. This was an incomparably vast palace, at least thousands of meters high. Compared to this vast palace, the nearby hundreds of meters tall corridors appeared to be extremely small. In the front of the palace, there was an enormous praying mat, which was also 300 meters in diameter. And in the back of the palace, there were also hundreds of enormous prayer mats scattered about as well. Such an enormous prayer mat? Ning's heart was filled with many questions. Prayer mats are meant to be sat on, but this 300-meter-long prayer mat, what sort of a giant would sit atop this? And it seems that in addition to the giant who would sit at the top of the hall, there would also be hundreds of other giants sitting in front of him. The immortal estate of Immortal Juhua? Ning shook his head. If the immortal was a human, his body should be sized like a normal human's. This doesn't make sense. Ning hurriedly walked about, carefully inspecting this palace.
The entire palace was very old and plain. Aside from those hundreds of prayer mats, there were no other decorations at all.
One plain stone pillar after another supported the palace hall, and on each of the two sides of the palace hall were corridors, some 300 meters tall, others 3,000 meters tall. There were 3 of the corridors that were 3,000 meters tall, while only 2 of the corridors that were 300 meters tall.
I can't go in?
Ning discovered that he wasn't able to enter any of the corridors, including the one he had just come from. It was as though there was an invisible wall blocking them.
The palace door. Ning turned to look at the imposing palace door.
Outside the palace door, there was an area completely enveloped in mist that one couldn't see through at all. Ning stood there, in this incomparably vast palace.
He was as small as an ant. He then walked over to one of the prayer mats and sat down.
He himself was only 1.7 meters in height, but he was seated on a 300-meter-long prayer mat. Ning felt that this was quite amusing.
It really is comfortable.
While sitting on the prayer mat, Ning could feel his mind growing more alert, and even his thoughts became much more rapid and nimble.
How strange.
I clearly have made it past the 3 trials and arrived at this palace hall. But right now, I'm not able to enter any of the corridors of the palace halls.
I'm trapped here, Ning said to himself. The original master of this aquatic manor, having left behind those 3 trials, should have made some preparations for the successor who passed those trials, right? For example, the black-furred creature was teleported to him, then teleported away.
He himself had been teleported here as well. Clearly, someone should be controlling this aquatic manor. Right at this moment, as Ning was sitting on the prayer mat and pondering, suddenly, from one of the 3,000-meter tall corridors off to the side of the palace hall, an old black bull walked over. As though sensing it, Ning turned his head to look. As he did, he saw an old black bull that was many meters in length slowly walk in. The old bull's eyes were filled with curiosity and liveliness as it carefully inspected Ning.
Senior, might I ask who you are? Ning immediately spoke out. Most likely every single creature which appeared within this aquatic manor was extraordinary. Me?
The old black bull shook its head.
Don't call me senior.
I'm nothing more than the spirit of a magic treasure.
Spirit of a magic treasure?
Ning was astonished.
Magic treasures have spirits.
He'd never heard of such a thing. I'm the magic treasure which Immortal Juhua always kept by his side.
The old black bull sighed. Child, don't think too much about it. Even if I brought my body in front of you, given your power, there is no way you would be able to bind me. Ning nodded. He understood this. As a Xiantian, he was only capable of binding some unranked magic treasures.
Even ranked treasures had high and low level ones.
The more powerful the magic treasure, the more difficult binding it was. Might I ask about the status of the master of this immortal estate? Ning hurriedly asked.
Dead.
All dead.
The old black bull shook its head.
Dead for I don't even know how many years. Ning nodded to himself.
It was as he had thought. It has been too long, far too long. Over these slow, countless ages, I've teleported in quite a few Xiantian-level fiend god body refiners, as well as Zifu disciples.
The old black bull sighed. Unfortunately, not a single one was able to succeed.
At most, they would make it to the 3rd trial, where they would all die. I didn't expect that you, child, who clearly don't have sufficiently dense divine power, would be able to succeed.
This can be considered a miracle.
That 3rd trial in particular. Your soul has actually reached such a stage of power.
However, the technique which you used is completely impractical.
The old black bull said disdainfully. Thousands of magic treasures, aimed in a single direction. All the enemy has to do is dodge, and then you would have to immediately control thousands of magic treasures to change direction and aim at him again. It will be very hard for you to actually strike your enemy.
Ning nodded.
True.
However, that golem was driven to nearly the point of insanity by the torment of countless years of loneliness, and so he actively welcomed the attack.
The old black bull said.
And so, you succeeded.
Golem?
Ning said in surprise. It was a golem?
He had seen golems before. When he had been training with a sword, his father had procured a training golem for him. But that black-furred creature just now, it had blood, had flesh, and was even capable of speech.
How could it be a golem?
Child, how much do you know?
There are many different types of golems.
That one just now was just a golem which had a soul inserted into it.
The old black bull said.
After implanting a soul into it, it gains intelligence and is even capable of displaying the one with the world sage, or even more profound sword techniques, saber techniques, boxing techniques, etc.
Naturally, its power would multiply manifold. Ning now understood.
As the soul trapped within the golem who is forever incapable of being reincarnated, it will be endlessly tormented.
The old black bull said.
However, your own level of enlightenment is not low. That lotus flower you created earlier was based on the fact that your body has the divine solar tattoo and the divine lunar tattoo. For you to have these two great divine tattoos means that you most likely are training in the most powerful fiend god body refining technique of the fiend god era, Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens. Given your density of divine power, I expect you have only reached the 4th stage. Ning hurriedly said, Senior, your judgment is wise.
The Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens is a very powerful technique.
The old black bull sighed. You were able to break through to the Xian level, but you are only at the 4th stage. Most likely, you broke through just recently. You should be only 10 or so years old as well.
11. Ning didn't try to hide it.
An 11-year-old Xian who trains in the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens. And at such a young age, you were able to reach the true meaning of the Tao in swordplay.
The old black bull shook its head. A genius like this is someone whom even the Grand Xiao dynasty would expend countless efforts in cultivating and training.
There's no way they would be willing to let someone like you take tutelage under the auspices of Immortal Juhua.
Ning lifted an eyebrows.
Actually, just by reaching the 6th stage, given the amount of divine power you would have, and your understanding of the true meaning of the Tao, you would have been able to succeed in the 3rd trial. However, for you to succeed in the way you have is still quite impressive. Your soul is powerful, and your level of enlightenment is high.
Your future accomplishments will be limitless.
The old black bull sighed.
I still have to congratulate you.
You have become the 5th master of this place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 4, Chapter 3, to make a copy. Chapter 3, to make a copy. The 5th master?
Ning was astonished.
Me?
The old black bull had a hint of laughter in his eyes. He slowly ambled over, his body seeming vaguely illusory. He wasn't a material creature, after all, just the spirit of a magic treasure.
Of course it is you.
The old black bull said.
That's not what I meant. What I meant was, I'm only the 5th master? Ning hurriedly asked. Can it be that Immortal Juhua wasn't the first one?
He had previously discovered the letter on that Godbanian tree bark, and had hypothesized that after Immortal Juhua died, he shouldn't have given this immortal estate to anyone else. Immortal Juhua was the 3rd master of this immortal estate.
The old black bull said.
Who was the 4th?
Ning asked.
The old black bull's eyes held a hint of wistful memory in them.
He slowly said, in those days, Immortal Juhua's fame was widespread. He was someone who stood at the very forefront of the entire Grand Xiao dynasty.
A loose immortal capable of living for millions of years is an absolute miracle. The 3 disasters and 9 tribulations which everyone who embarks on the immortal path must endure, each tribulation is fiercer than the last. He had lived for simply too long, and the difficulty of the tribulations had reached an inconceivable level. Even celestial immortals probably wouldn't be able to survive them. The longer he lived, the more the people in the Grand Xia dynasty became aware of how formidable he was. Immortal Juhuan knew that his time was limited, and so he wanted to accept a disciple, and thus he spread the word that he would only accept a fiend god body refiner who was at least a Xiantian lifeform but no more than a Zifu disciple. Of the major clans of the Grand Xia dynasty, the ones who were in the know all sent their disciples to attempt the trials of that corridor. 2 corridors. One for Xiantian lifeforms, one for Zifu disciples. One young person after another died. In the end, finally, a Zifu disciple named Rampart successfully passed the 3 trials of his corridor, and thus Rampart became the 4th master of this immortal estate. Ning nodded. Immortal Juhua was the 3rd. Rampart was the 4th. Unfortunately. The old black bull shook his head. In the face of the endless tribulations, Immortal Juhua died. Not long after Immortal Juhua died, Rampart, who was merely at the Wanxiang adept level, died as well. As for how he died and where he died, that's unclear. Ever since Rampart died, this immortal estate has not had an owner. Ning nodded, then said questioningly, Rampart didn't carry the immortal estate with him? Carry it with him? The old black bull said in a low voice. He was unable to even completely bind this immortal estate. How could he have carried it with him? He, a venerable Wanxiang adept, was unable to bind it? Ning asked. The old black bull said, Child, don't underestimate this immortal estate. This immortal estate has an extraordinary background in history, and binding it is extremely hard. You should know that the more powerful a magic treasure is, the harder it is to bind it. This immortal estate is actually a dwelling-type magic treasure. Only by becoming a primal will one become just barely capable of binding it and carrying it. A primal can only just barely bind it. He wouldn't be able to completely control this immortal estate, which has some secret areas within that he still wouldn't be able to enter. Only by becoming an earthly immortal or a loose immortal will one truly be in control of this immortal estate. Ning understood. It made sense. If one was able to easily bind a magic treasure which was capable of teleporting people, that would be bizarre. Child, do you now understand how extraordinary this immortal estate is? The old black bull said complacently. Elder, you can address me as Ji Ning. Ning said. Child Ji Ning. The old black bull stepped onto one of the giant prayer mats on the ground. Take a look at this prayer mat. The prayer mats are all hundreds of meters wide. Have you considered why? Ning pondered, then said, Elder, when I first arrived within this palace hall, I was very puzzled as well. There is no need for an immortal estate to have such enormous prayer mats. I actually wondered if this immortal estate was previously lived in by a race of giants or some other races. Although Immortal Juhua was only a loose immortal, he survived for millions of years before dying. The old black bull sighed. He is the only loose immortal I know of who lived for so long. Why was Immortal Juhua so powerful, and why could he last for so long before dying? It was because of this immortal estate. This immortal estate's age is beyond reckoning. According to the guesses of Immortal Juhua, this should have been the dwelling of an extremely powerful fiend god, which is why such enormous prayer mats, beds, and corridors were built. The old black bull said. Immortal Juhua had, when he was young, made it past 3 trials before becoming the 3rd master of this place. Immortal Juhua had to pass 3 trials as well? Ning was stunned. The old black bull said, the 3 trials was the rule set down by the first master of this immortal estate. That first master should have been an extremely powerful fiend god. Judging from the way the giant prayer mats in this hall are laid out, that fiend god should have been sat on the one up front, expounding on the Tao, while below many other fiend gods would listen. Ha, these are all the affairs of the past.
The fiend god era ended long ago. Dash.
The old black bull and Ning chatted for quite a long while.
Ning finally couldn't help but ask, as the fifth master of this immortal estate, what sort of benefits do I get?
The old black bull blinked. Immortal Juhua was a loose immortal who had lived for millions of years.
He should have left some things behind. Ning asked.
The old black bull remained silent.
You? Alas.
The old black bull finally let out a sigh. The third master and the fourth master both died, and they died too long ago. Immortal Juhua had originally given Rampart some treasures, but Rampart died outside.
Countless years have passed, and you can't possibly get anything from Rampart.
Immortal Juhua did indeed leave some magic treasures within this immortal estate, but you won't be able to get them.
Why not? Ning asked. Aren't I the master of this immortal estate now?
The old black bull shook his head.
Imagine that you are the owner of a storage-type magic treasure, but you aren't able to bind it. Will you be able to take out the treasures within it?
This immortal estate is a dwelling-type magic treasure.
If you don't bind it, there are many areas you cannot enter. Right now, you are only able to be here in the main palace hall. The other areas are off limits to you. I can only enter this main hall?
Ning was astonished. You should have discovered that you are only able to be in this main hall and that you are unable to enter the other areas of this immortal estate.
The old black bull said.
First become a Zifu disciple, that will allow you to bind the control talisman. When you bind the control talisman, there will be many benefits to you. You will be able to enter many of the areas within the immortal estate, and you'll also be able to voluntarily enter the immortal estate from outside. For example, at Serpentwing Lake, you'll be able to enter the immortal estate as you please.
Pa!
Out of nowhere, a dark gray talisman appeared, landing on the floor with a clattering sound atop a prayer mat.
This is the control talisman. The old black bull said.
Only the master is permitted to have the control talisman.
Hurry up and take it. Once you reach the Zifu disciple level, you'll be able to bind it.
After binding it, come back to the immortal estate.
Right now, you aren't able to enter any place at all, and you won't be able to get anything, but Ning collected this talisman.
The talisman was very rough. Atop it, there was a complicated, ancient-looking character, left.
Just a single character.
Although Ning had never learned the meaning of this character, upon seeing it, he naturally understood what it meant.
Control talisman?
Ning stored it into his storage-type magic treasure.
All right. You've taken the control talisman, and I've told you everything. You can leave now.
The old black bull said. I'll send you off now and teleport you back to that island in Serpentwing Lake.
Ning hurriedly called out, Stop.
The old black bull looked towards Ning.
Is there something else?
Just like that, I'm supposed to leave?
Ning couldn't help but say.
I just barely survived, and I'm supposed to leave with just a control talisman? The old black bull blinked twice. Whose fault is it that the previous owner has already died? If he was alive, he could probably guide you or help you. But I'm just the spirit of a magic treasure. I don't have any magic treasures or curios of my own. As for you yourself, you train in the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens, the #1 fiend god body refining technique, which was even better than the technique which Immortal Juhua trained it.
What can I give you? Oh. You probably don't have any visualization techniques, right? Visualization techniques?
Ning was startled. The Lord of Chui Palace had given him the Nuwa painting visualization technique. Visualization techniques are capable of refining the soul and strengthening it. The old black bull said hurriedly. This is something only the most powerful of clans have access to.
I have a visualization technique in my memory. I'll transmit it to you. Transmit? Ning was curious. Take out a quill and some ink. The old black bull urged.
Flipping his hand, Ning took out a quill and some ink, as well as a large piece of beast skin, placing them to one side. The old black bull looked at the quill, which began to hover in the air. I am the spirit of a magic treasure who has trained for countless years, but my divine will is most likely still weaker than yours.
Still, grabbing a quill isn't too difficult.
Controlling the quill, he began to draw a painting onto that glossy beast skin parchment. Soon, a picture of a Buddha that had a compassionate look on his face began to appear on the parchment. This Buddha had the sun and the moon behind his back, and radiated boundless light. Just by looking at it, Ning felt slightly affected.
What do you think?
The old black bull casually controlled the quill and tossed it to one side, then said delightedly, "This is a painting of the true form of Buddha, and the shining sun-moon Buddha at that." This, inner visualization of the shining sun-moon Buddha, is the visualization technique which Immortal Juhua had previously used. I always was by his side, looking at this painting of Buddha, and thus I naturally memorized it. Although my painting isn't as good as the original, as long as you often look at this painting of Buddha, you will definitely strengthen your soul. Ning was puzzled.
Inner visualization of Buddha?
To become a master of the Great Tao, aside from your body, you must understand the myriad mysteries of the Great Tao.
The old black bull said. Ning only felt resigned.
Compared with the Nuwa painting, it wasn't even comparable. His Nuwa painting had been imprinted by the Lord of Chui Palace into his very soul and his memory. Naturally, he could sense it much more clearly.
This old bull had simply drawn out an image of Buddha based on his own memory. Can it be that you already have a visualization technique?
The old black bull noticed that Ning wasn't very excited, and he couldn't help but nod.
Makes sense. Your soul is so powerful. You should already have a visualization technique. Right.
The old black bull pondered for a while.
Ning just waited.
This old bull was the spirit of an extremely powerful magic treasure who had followed Immortal Juhua for countless years. He should know many things.
I remember now. Before this, you controlled thousands of magic treasures, right?
I have a secret sword formation technique that is suitable for you to learn. The old black bull suddenly said hurriedly. In the past, I watched Immortal Juhua kill a powerful enemy who controlled a large number of flying swords in a formation to attack his enemies. His sword formation was thus recorded down by Immortal Juhua, who carefully looked through it.
Although I only saw it once, I completely memorized it. I'll make a copy for you.
Ning hurriedly took out a large number of beast skin parchments. The old black bull once again controlled the quill and began to write with it. At the very top of the beast skin parchment were 4 words, Lesser Thousand Swords Formation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 4, Chapter 4, Lesser Thousand Swords Formation. Chapter 4, Lesser Thousand Swords Formation.
Ning watched off to the side, not daring to disturb the old black bull as he wrote. On the skin parchment, one line of words after another swiftly appeared, along with the occasional formation diagram.
Soon, the pages of skin parchment were completely filled. All done.
The old black bull tossed the quill aside, saying delightedly, "Child Ning, you can be considered to be exceptionally talented. A Xian who actually has such an astonishing soul. Only with a sufficiently powerful soul is one suited for utilizing this Lesser Thousand Swords formation. However, the Lesser Thousand Swords formation also requires flying sword type magic treasures, and it has exceptionally high requirements with regards to the amount of magic treasures. I have plenty of these unranked magic treasures."
Ning laughed.
The old black bull shook his head.
Once you reach the Zifu disciple level, those unranked magic treasures will no longer be usable.
At that time, what you will need is ranked magic treasures, and generally speaking, you will need a large number of flying sword type magic treasures in order to utilize this lesser thousand swords formation technique's power.
A large number of ranked magic treasures? Ning was stunned. How many?
The lesser thousand swords formation at this highest level requires 729 flying swords.
The old black bull said.
Even if you are just using the weakest types of ranked magic treasures, you still need 729 of them. The lesser thousand swords formation requirements regarding magic treasures are very high. The more flying swords, the better.
The more you have, the greater the power of this lesser thousand swords formation technique. Ning was stupefied. Over 700 ranked magic treasures, and all sword type?
He wasn't sure if the entire 5 prefectures of the G clan combined would be able to buy so many, even if they sold off all their assets. As your power increases, the number of flying swords you can use will naturally increase.
The old black bull said.
Starting from mortal-level magic treasures to earth-level magic treasures, to heaven-level magic treasures, to immortal-level magic treasures.
Ning felt an unbearable pressure.
He hurriedly said, it wouldn't have been hard for Immortal Juhua to procure and leave behind a few hundred flying swords here in this immortal estate prior to his death, right?
An Immortal Juhua killed that powerful enemy, who used the lesser thousand swords formation, right?
The old black bull shook his head. That great enemy was known as the Thousand Swords Immortal. Immortal Juhua had to expend enormous amounts of effort in order to kill him. Although he had acquired those flying sword magic treasures after killing him, it was a waste to just keep them without using them. Thus, Immortal Juhua immediately traded them away for a large number of precious materials, which he then forged me out of. Thus, if you want to acquire thousands of flying swords from Immortal Juhua, it is impossible.
Truly powerful immortals will usually only carry a few magic treasures which they are particularly skilled in. After killing an enemy, they will immediately use the enemy's tools to upgrade their own magic treasures. They won't just leave them there to be wasted. Understood. Ning was somewhat despondent. Don't think too much of it.
Don't think that just because you received this immortal estate that you'll instantly fly to the heavens.
The old black bull said.
There are countless relic sites left from the Fiend God era, but how many people are able to truly stand at the very top of the Grand Xia dynasty? The 4th master, Rampart, only reached the Wanxiang adept level before dying.
Don't end up like him.
The old black bull continued, my creation was thanks to this thousand swords immortal. Thus, I paid a special attention to this lesser thousand swords formation. I didn't just read it once, I also carefully pondered it.
I'll explain to you.
Ning immediately began to listen attentively.
The lesser thousand swords formation uses 9 flying sword type magic treasures to form the base of a formation. You need 9 formation bases in order to form a sword formation.
This is the most basic sword formation, which requires 81 flying sword type magic treasures.
This is the first level, lesser thousand swords formation, attack.
If you are able to control a second set of 81 flying swords and have these 2 sword formations cooperate, your power will instantly multiple.
This is the second level of the lesser thousand swords formation.
You will need 162 flying swords. If you are able to control 243 flying swords to have 3 sword formations join forces, your power will multiple once more.
This is the third level of the lesser thousand swords formation.
For sword formations will again multiply the power, and is known as the 4th level of the lesser thousand swords formation.
And so on and so forth.
In the end, with 9 sword formations combined, you will need exactly 729 flying swords, which will be the 9th level of this lesser thousand swords formation. The power is so great as to be inconceivable. But of course, given your current soul strength, even if you are able to control many unranked flying swords, you are far from being able to reach this level for now.
Ning nodded as though understanding.
For example, if you were to become a Wanxiang adept, you would be able to use unranked magic treasures to set up 9 sword formations. But if you were to use ranked magic treasures, most likely you wouldn't even be able to set up 2 or 3 sword formations. The old black bull said, the more powerful a magic treasure is, the more mental energy you use up in controlling them.
Naturally, it won't be easy to control them.
But this also means that even after becoming a celestial immortal, you can still use this lesser thousand swords formation. However, by then, perhaps you would have acquired an even better sword formation. But of course, this lesser thousand swords formation should be good enough for you to use for 1,000 years.
The most important secret of this lesser thousand swords formation lies in the lesser thousand seal lines.
The old black bull continued to explain some of the mysteries. A while later, Ning had finished reading the lesser thousand swords formation for the first time.
He couldn't help but sigh in astonishment. Compared to the lesser thousand swords formation, that yin-yang twin energy formation which Ironwood Jean had used was absolute trash.
Ning immediately and quickly withdrew 9 sword-shaped magic treasures from his storage treasure. Because these were all unranked magic treasures, generally speaking they were meant to be held in the hand when engaging in battle, there were thus some differences between them and flying swords.
Lesser thousand seal lines.
Ning tested drawing the lines out on the floor with his finger. Given Ning's control of his body, he was naturally able to completely duplicate the seal lines. The old black bull, by his side, shook his head.
No. It isn't the appearance that needs to be the same, the inner meaning needs to be the same.
When you draw the lesser thousand seal lines, you need to faintly activate the power of the heavens and the earth.
Only then will the seal lines be complete. All right. Ning continued to draw.
Because his copying ability was quite accurate, and given that Ning had already reached the true meaning of the Tao level, and also had a faint hint of understanding regarding the Tao, after drawing it 312 times, he drew a seal line which was capable of utilizing a hint of the power of the world.
Right.
The old black bull nodded. Your level of comprehension is very high, your soul is powerful, and you are very sensitive towards the heavens and the earth. It is only normal that you learn quickly. Remember, the lesser thousand seal lines is the base for the entire lesser thousand swords formation.
You must not reveal it.
Once the lesser thousand seal lines are revealed, some of the larger tribes will definitely be able to develop this lesser thousand swords formation, just based on the seal lines.
Nin nodded. I understand. Then you can begin.
The old black bull watched from one side. Ning let himself calm down, and then he withdrew a small basin from within his storage treasure. He placed his finger within the small basin, and from within his fingernail, one drop of blood after another began to well up and flow out. Soon, he had a small basin that was half full of blood. Watching to the side, the old black bull shook his head and sighed emotionally. Fiend god body refiners have extremely powerful life force. They can be chopped into many pieces without dying, while key refiners will die to a blow to the heart. If a key refiner was to lose this much blood, their face would turn pale. For you, though, most likely your body replenished the blood as soon as you let it out.
Ning didn't say anything.
Instead, he picked up a sword-type magic treasure, which suddenly shrank in size greatly. Ning's finger, stained with blood, began to draw atop the sword. In the blink of an eye, a single lesser thousand seal line appeared on the sword. A bloody light flashed, and quickly, the seal line completely merged into the sword.
Success.
The old black bull nodded. Ning then picked up yet another sword-type treasure. Once he had mastered the lesser thousand seal lines, he virtually never made a mistake. During this attempt at the trials, he had acquired thousands of magic treasures, with swords being extremely common. He had a full 1,000 sword-type magic treasures.
Ning straightforwardly drew onto 729 of the sword-type magic treasures. Formation base.
Ning sat there in the lotus position and imposed his will.
Shwa. 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 Shwa.
Immediately, 9 swords swung into the air around Ning, slowly revolving.
But there was something missing. Ning frowned. Remember. The power of the sword formation comes from attuning to the heavens and the earth. The old black bull said to one side. After the amount of time it took to brew tea.
The 9 swords hovering around Ning were fatally carrying within them a type of invisible intent. It was as though the 9 swords actually formed a single entity. In that moment, the 9 swords were positioned in a very perfect manner with respect to each other.
The formation base is complete. Formation, arise.
Ning willed it, and then 72 more swords suddenly lifted up, all of them in groups of 9. The first level of the lesser thousand swords formation required 81 swords to be formed into a formation.
Wah 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 wah.
81 sword-type magic treasures circled and hovered around Ning, while Ning himself closed his eyes as he controlled them. Soon, with the lesser thousand seal lines in each sword as the base, the 81 sword-type magic treasures began to emit a hazy glow while countless sword glows quickly converged around Ning. A constantly fluctuating sword light hovered there in the air next to Ning. Ning finally opened his eyes and stared at the hovering sword light next to him. This sword light was the Xiantian key of his, which had been transformed and compressed by the magic formation of the 81 sword-type magic treasures. The amount of power had already caused a qualitative change, and the strength was astonishing.
Not too bad. Ning willed it. Another 81 swords rose into the air. Dash.
The old black bull stood there, watching.
He couldn't help but sigh in amazement at the strength of Ning's soul.
This wasn't as simple as what he had done earlier, just stupidly and wildly controlling thousands of magic treasures to go forward in one direction. He had to carefully control every single flying sword, causing them to form a perfect, complete sword formation which was continuously able to summon the power of the heavens and the earth.
He mastered the 3rd level as well.
In terms of strength alone, the power of his sword light right now isn't any longer than his earlier attack of thousands of magic treasures. The old black bull sighed in astonishment. The power of this lesser thousand swords formation multiplied several times over with each increase in level. Hundreds of sword-type magic treasures swiveled around Ning, with the surface of each sword having a hint of light on it. In front of Ning, the solidified, devouring sword light grew even more powerful. Yet another 81 swords entered the mix, with the level of difficulty in controlling them quickly increased as well.
Ning's forehead began to be covered in sweat. Rumble.
All of the swords were hovering with a faint light.
Success.
The old black bull was stunned, incomparably stunned. He is actually able to utilize the 5th level of the lesser thousand swords formation. Pop-a-pa-pop-a-pa, 405 swords clattered and fell to the floor. His forehead covered in sweat, Ning opened his eyes and murmured to himself, the 5th level of the lesser thousand swords formation is too arduous.
My head hurts terribly.
Normally, in battle, I should limit myself to the 4th level.
Using the 4th level is much easier.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 4, Chapter 5, Ancient Rites. Chapter 5, Ancient Rites.
The old black bull looked at Ning, head covered in sweat, and said in praise, "Formidable, formidable. Child Ning, at such a young age, you are already able to utilize the 5th level of the lesser thousand swords formation. Compared to you, that rampart is nothing worth mentioning at all. I didn't expect that after the Immortal estate has waited for so many years, an unpolished jade like you would appear, but..."
Ning murmured to himself, unpolished jade?
He himself had the experiences of his previous life, the Nuwa painting, and had been training hard since he was young. All these factors combined were what led to the old black bull praising him as being a piece of unpolished jade. "Senior, right now, I find it difficult to utilize the 5th level." Ning repeatedly shook his head. "I'm only able to use the 4th level freely. Using it freely is more important." The old black bull sighed. Have you discovered that although the fourth level of this, lesser thousand swords formation, only allows you to control 300 or so flying swords, in terms of power, it is already greater than when you wildly controlled thousands of magic treasures?
Ning revealed a hint of amazement. Even more powerful than the combined attack of thousands of swords from earlier?
Although I was able to feel that the sword light I created was done so in a free manner and that it held great power, I didn't know exactly how much power it had. The old black bull said, the fourth level of the lesser thousand swords formation will allow you to kill most peak Xiantian lifeforms as easily as you wish.
Ning was delighted upon hearing this.
Senior. Ning hurriedly asked, dare I ask, how is my current power?
How does it compare to a Zifu disciple?
Right now, you have two primary types of battle tactics. The first relies on your fiend god body and your close combat sword techniques.
The old black bull said.
Your swordplay already carries within it a hint of the true meaning of the Tao.
Most Xiantian lifeforms aren't at such a high level of comprehension. Most peak Xiantian lifeforms are at the one with the world stage.
Just based on this alone, you are at an advantage compared to most peak Xiantian lifeforms.
But of course, I'm just talking about ordinary Xiantian lifeforms.
If your enemy is as much of a freak as you are, whose swordplay is not inferior to you, then it would be hard to say who would win.
Ning nodded. He understood.
For example, his father, Ge1. His swordplay was most likely still inferior to that of his father. After all, father had long ago reached the peak Xiantian level. Ning naturally wouldn't be a match for his father.
If you relied on your lesser thousand swords formation, the old black bull continued, given your powerful fiend god body, if you use hundreds of flying swords to form into a lesser thousand swords formation, the power will indeed be very formidable.
In terms of strength, it will be far beyond that of peak Xiantian lifeforms. It should have reached the power level of most early Zifu disciples.
Just early Zifu?
Ning felt that his improvement should be larger than this.
The old black bull shook his head. Don't underestimate Zifu disciples.
Once Zifu disciples internally establish their Zifu, the Violet Palace, their bodies will begin to generate elemental power.
Even simple attacks such as punches and kicks will be far greater than that of the Xiantian level. These are two fundamentally different levels.
In addition, more importantly, Zifu disciples are capable of using ranked magic treasures.
Ranked magic treasures are extremely powerful.
Zifu disciples, when using them, are far more powerful than you Xiantians can imagine. The difference between a peak Xiantian and a Zifu disciple is like that of an infant and an adult.
The old black bull sighed in praise. Ning understood. Right.
From the Xiantian level to the Zifu level was a fundamental change. It allowed one to be able to use ranked magic treasures. It was much like how a Xiantian lifeform could kill a peak Hotian expert as easily as chopping vegetables.
Zifu disciples could kill Xiantian lifeforms just as easily. Remember.
The old black bull shook his head.
No matter what, do not underestimate Zifu disciples. Every single Zifu disciple has bizarre, strange abilities.
Some are skilled at formations, others are skilled at venomous pests, still others at controlling souls or creating golems, or even sorcery. There's no way to describe them in general.
If you run into someone who is a bad matchup for you, you will definitely die. The weak can overcome the strong. If a bad matchup happens, an early Zifu expert can slay a late Zifu expert. The old black bull sighed. The path of immortality includes everything in existence.
There are too many techniques. A Zifu disciple might be weak, but if he had raised millions of terrifying venomous insects, even a Wanshang adept might be devoured alive.
Ning swallowed a cold breath of air.
But it's rare.
The old black bull said hurriedly. It's quite rare for someone of a lower rank to kill someone of a higher rank.
For example, someone like you who has such an incredibly powerful soul as well as hundreds of flying swords, and the lesser thousand swords formation, many factors combine to give you this sort of combat potential.
I'm just warning you not to underestimate any opponent. Even Xiantian lifeforms. Nin nodded gently. Understood. Upon reaching the Zifu disciple level in particular, no one was easy to deal with. In his heart, Ning was still quite joyful. On this trip to the underground estate, he had acquired a killing attack, the Lesser Thousand Swords formation. Child Ji Ning. The old black bull continued, before this, when I watched you attempt the trials, I discovered that the power of your swords is fairly average. Can it be that you aren't aware of the Fiend God bloodforging technique? Fiend God bloodforging technique? Ning blinked. What's that? The old black bull couldn't help but say, in the Fiend God era, virtually all people with a bit of power or clans of a decent size would know about this. This is because every single Fiend God knew it, and this was something which every single Fiend God had to learn. I saw that you were clearly a Fiend God body refiner, but it seemed as though you didn't know the blood forging technique. Naturally, that made me curious. Senior, please instruct me. Ning asked hurriedly. Having an old person at home was like having a treasure. This sort of old man who had lived since the Fiend God era knew so many things. Fiend gods are not the same as we humans. The old black bull said. They don't train in ki, and are unable to use magic treasures. However, they need weapons as well. As their strength increased in power, however, how could they find a suitable weapon for them? Thus, the great powers amongst the Fiend gods developed the Fiend God bloodforging technique. First, find a weapon, and then utilize the complicated rites of bloodforging. After the bloodforging is completed, the weapon will be able to absorb various auras, such as a baleful aura, an evil aura, a killing aura, and other auras. The more enemies you kill, the more powerful the enemies you kill, the more the weapon will naturally strengthen. It can change in size and weight as you please. This sort of weapon is often referred to as a divine weapon, a demonic weapon, or a slaying weapon. The old black bull said. As the strength of the master increases, and as the master kills more and more powerful opponents, the strength of the weapon will increase as well, to the point where in the Fiend God era, some divine weapons and demonic weapons were even more powerful than immortal-level magic treasures. Ning's eyes were shining. Right. The heavens were always fair. The Fiend gods were completely unable to use magic weapons, but thus they had some techniques to make weapons for themselves. So it was through absorbing baleful auras and other auras, causing their divine weapons to increase in power through slaughter. Senior, please teach me. Ning said hurriedly. Since I've mentioned this to you, of course I will teach you. The old black bull said. The rites of bloodforging are very complicated. Listen carefully. The old black bull stood there, expounding on the process of the rites of bloodforging, while at the same time drawing down some diagrams on occasion. Ning just listened and memorized. Why was it known as the rites of bloodforging? The primary required ingredient was the blood of fiend gods. For a human fiend god body refiner, only the blood of one who had naturally developed divine tattoos while reaching the Xiantian level would suffice, as only then would they have been reborn into the body of a fiend god. Only such a person would be able to use the Fiend God bloodforging technique. Some of the lower-class Fiend God body refiners were unable to use this bloodforging technique. Wawa, Ning took out a gourd. This gourd was originally used to store wine. It didn't look large, but it was able to contain 10,000 kilograms of wine. Ning poured out all of the remaining wine in the gourd, not leaving a single drop behind, and then placed his finger into the gourd. Blood dripped out from his finger, flowing into the gourd. A long time later. 1,000 kilograms of blood is enough. The old black bull said to the side. This blood forging technique is only usable by fiend gods. Normal key refiners who lose this much blood will definitely die. Ning sat there in the lotus position. Immediately after having released the blood, the powerful life force in his body naturally began to regenerate his blood. The only thing which was used up was divine power.
When the divine power in Ning's body was reduced to just half, roughly 1,000 kilograms of blood had entered the gourd.
There are 7 steps to the rites. You must be sincere, the old black bull warned.
Ning respectfully knelt down and kowtowed 3 times, and then stood up before kneeling down and kowtowing 3 more times.
He did this 8 times, in all 8 directions. Hua, Ning suddenly overturned the gourd in his hand.
From within the gourd flowed out a large amount of fresh blood. As soon as it flowed out, it was wrapped up by Ning's divine will and quickly scattered in an area of roughly 250 meters around him.
The countless droplets of blood formed into a massive diagram, a diagram of a head with disheveled hair. The diagram completed. Boom!
Instantly, a bloody aura that was visible to the naked eye began to shine. The descendant kneels in supplication to the ancestor god.
Ning called out in a loud voice.
The first step of the blood-forging rites, begging the ancestor god. The complicated rites of blood forging continued for nearly half a day. The bloody light in the area had already formed into a bizarre character. According to what the old black bull had said, this sort of character was known as fiend god characters. It was a type of writing which the heavens had naturally given birth to. Although he had never learned it before, the first time he had seen the characters, he understood it. The meaning of this fiend god character was, kill.
Wawa wawa, 3 dark north swords appeared in midair.
As soon as they appeared, they began to hover there. The weapons which Ning was planning to use the rites of blood forging on were these dark north swords. Because, according to what the old black bull had said, although the fiend god blood forging technique didn't have very high standards necessary towards weapons, the better the base material was, the better the results would be.
Those unranked magic treasures were simply too inferior.
Based on the judgment of that old black bull, the dark north swords should have previously been heaven-level magic treasures. Although the runes atop them had been destroyed, the only thing that mattered for blood forging was the physical material components.
As for the runes, those were meaningless. Hua. Hua. Hua.
The kill character formed by the nearby blood began to shoot shadows out from itself, entering the 3 swords. That enormous kill character hovering in midair began to dim, and then disappeared.
The entire hall once more returned to its usual calm. Ning let out a long breath. Senior. Ning couldn't help but say. Just then, I sensed an awesome presence that seemed even higher than that of the Tao. He had meditated on the Tao before, and had gained a hint of an insight into the aura of the Tao. However, just now, when undergoing the rites of blood forging, that ancient, natural aura that had emanated forth made him feel as though he had touched a powerful, mighty existence which was even more ancient than the Tao. The old black bull sighed. I didn't dare to say a word during the rites of blood forging. I was completely stunned. Take a look and see how your weapon seems.
With a wave of his hand, the 3 dark north swords landed in Ning's grasp. Picking one up with his divine will, he sliced it against his arm. Shie! The skin on his arm, seemingly as tough as leather, began to emit sparks, then finally cracked apart into a wound.
Much sharper. Ning was shocked.
Your dark north swords were made from good materials,
the old black bull said.
Right now, your close combat abilities have increased dramatically.
Most peak Xiantian experts won't be a match for you.
In close combat, you are only 1 or 2 levels lower in power than when using the lesser thousand swords formation. However, you must understand that you are training in the number 1 fiend god body refining technique. Your close combat strength will increase at a monstrous rate. For example, when you train to the 6th stage, your close combat power should completely eclipse the power of the lesser thousand swords formation. Once you then learn a close combat type divine ability, it will become effortless for you to do battle against those at a higher level.
Ning's eyes lit up.
Elder, do you know any divine abilities?
Divine abilities?
Those are the secrets of the great powers amongst fiend gods, which are not taught to outsiders. The old black bull shook his head. Immortal Juhua only knew a single divine ability, the heavenly transformation technique.
Unfortunately, I never asked him about it.
Alright, given your potential, in the future, you will definitely have the chance to learn a divine ability. Once you do, it will be normal for you to fight those at a higher level.
That is the power of a true fiend god. Ning nodded. He understood.
As in fiend god body refiner, he had a good foundation. In a few years, he would reach the 6th stage.
His lesser thousand swords formation would also strengthen alongside his soul, and he was very talented.
The only problem was that the lesser thousand swords formation had very high requirements with regards to magic treasures. When he became a Zifu disciple, he would have to get hundreds of ranked magic treasures. His head hurt just thinking about it.
Enough. You can go back now, the old black bull said. Thank you so much, senior.
Ning naturally had packed away the scrolls of the lesser thousand swords formation and the inner visualization of the shining sun moon Buddha. Although he himself didn't need the visualization technique for himself, he could still leave it for his parents or the G clan.
You can go, the old black bull said.
Hua! Ning only felt an enormous illusory grizzly head appear, swallowing him within its maw.
Space-time around him once more distorted.
He understood that he was about to return to Serpent Wing Lake. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 4, Chapter 6, Ji Ning, Entering Lake, Battling Serpent Wing. Chapter 6, Ji Ning, Entering Lake, Battling Serpent Wing. Ji Ning only felt spacetime changing, and then everything calmed down.
Ha! Ning looked at the dark tunnel in the lair.
This was the place he had been teleported from.
He couldn't help but laugh.
This event truly had been something he had barely survived. However, in the end, he had lived, and his power was much greater than before as well. Next time I go in, I'll need to have first bound this control talisman. Ning stretched out his hand, and a roughly made talisman appeared within it, with the fiend god character 4 right embedded on it. Ning had tested binding it, but unfortunately, his Xian Tian key was completely unable to enter it. It seemed as though he absolutely had to wait to become a Zifu disciple.
Right? Ning murmured. Why is there a right character on this talisman?
I wonder what sort of history it has. And then, Ning pushed it to the back of his mind as he stored the talisman again. With a leap, he moved out from the corridor as agilely and as quickly as a gust of wind.
Dash. Serpent Wing Lake, within a crude room. Ji Ichuan and his wife were living here.
Yuchi Snow was currently quietly seated at the side of the lake. In her hand, she held a cup of boiling hot water, which she was slowly drinking.
Snow, Snow.
Suddenly, a cry of excitement rang out from within the room. Yuchi Snow immediately turned her head to look. The normally glacier-like Ichuan now had his face covered with excitement and joy as he rushed out. On his chest, some drops of water could be seen, with the faint scent of wine. Yuchi Snow, seeing the way her man was acting, had a sense that she knew what had happened.
What is it? I can sense it, Ichuan said hurriedly. I can sense the jade sword. It is completely unharmed.
Previously, Ning definitely must have suddenly entered a secret, hidden area, a small dimension or a small world, or perhaps an ancient formation.
He has already come out of that hidden area alive.
Encountering a relic site was a matter of luck, but it also represented an enormous risk. Ning hadn't left for over a month, and so the two of them had been growing increasingly concerned and increasingly panicked. Yuchi Snow closed her eyes. 2 flows of tears came out, and she murmured to herself, "Thank the heavens and thank the earth.
Thank the heavens and thank the earth." He is currently in the center of Serpent Wing Lake, most likely on that island, Ichuan said hurriedly. Let's go see him. Snow stood up. Right.
It had been a long time since each one had lost his composure like this. Even when he had learned that his son had broken through to the Xiantian level, he hadn't been this excited. Immediately, he took his wife by the hand and began running across the surface of the lake as though it were solid land, transforming into a streak of blue mist as he hurried afar.
The azure firebird couldn't always be here waiting. After all, that was the spirit beast of G. Redflower.
In recent days, Ichuan and Snow had been living here, while the azure firebird had gone home.
Suddenly, dire monster Serpentwing, G. Ning, have come again. You still won't come out?
A loud roar spread in every direction, including into the ears of Ichuan and his wife, still walking across the surface of the lake. Ning, Yuchi Snow couldn't help but reveal a hint of a laugh on her face. As soon as he leaves that hidden relic site, he immediately once again challenges that Serpentwing,
Ichuan nodded.
Ji Ning relied on the crimson right diagram of the 9 heavens to become a Xiantian, and so he wasn't that far off from Serpentwing to begin with in power. This time, within that hidden relic site, perhaps he had some certain gains, and now that I can sense his location, there's no need for any concern.
Right. Snow nodded as well. The two continued to move forward. Soon. Look! Each one saw from afar, in the distance, the waves of the lake were parted as a youngster was walking directly towards the bottom of the lake.
That kid has actually parted the waters and is heading directly towards the bottom of the lake.
He's going to the bottom of the lake? Snow was shocked. Each one shook his head. Don't be worried. You watched Ning as he grew up. Can it be that you don't know his temperament? If he wasn't confident, would he go down? Right. Snow nodded.
Let's go over, but we'll stay on the surface of the lake.
Ichuan said.
We'll monitor the situation down below at all times.
As soon as anything goes wrong, I will immediately go down. Dire monster Serpentwing, G. Ning, have come again. You still won't come out?
After calling out while at the surface of the lake, Ning waited for a long time but Serpentwing still did not come out. Ning immediately made the decision to use his power to control fire and water to take command over the water around him in Serpentwing Lake.
Wah 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 wah.
The waters of the lake were parted by an invisible hand, and were parted, revealing a corridor into the water. Ning walked directly towards the bottom of the lake. The deeper he went, the more powerful the water pressure became. Ning directly controlled a cylindrical underwater corridor roughly 10 meters across as he walked down through the corridor.
That's the one named G. Ning. It's him. The aquatic lesser monsters within the lake stared from afar as a human walked down through a corridor.
All of them once more went to make the report.
Serpentwing's nest.
The dire monster, Serpentwing, had already transformed into human form, and was seated on a chair. He was forcibly suppressing his rage. This Ji Ning came over a month ago to challenge me, and now he is challenging me again.
The lake is so enormous. If some Xiantian lifeforms are hidden nearby, who would know? I know you have a trap. How could I let myself fall for it? Great King, Great King. Great King. 3 lesser aquatic monsters came charging over. What is it? Serpentwing growled.
Of the 3 lesser aquatic monsters, the leader, a prawn monster, hurriedly reported, Great King, that Ji Ning suddenly parted the waters and has begun entering the depths of the lake.
Entering the lake? Serpentwing suddenly stood up, then immediately said, when he parted the waters, what method did he use? We didn't see him use any Xiantian key, nor did we see anything special. The waters simply naturally parted.
That prawn monster said hurriedly. Serpentwing said in astonishment, no wonder this Ji Ning dared to challenge me in such a way. So he was capable of controlling water as soon as his fiend god body refining technique reached the Xiantian level.
I wonder which type of technique he trains it.
Who cares? When I went to the Western Prefecture city, he was only at Hotian level.
Now that he has reached the Xiantian level, he is still only at most an early Xiantian. He actually dares to enter the lake. The long, narrow eyes of Serpent Wing were flashing with a ferocious light. Hell has no doors, but you insist on barging in. I, Serpent Wing, will naturally grant you your wish and send you to the depths of the 18th level of hell. Serpent Wing immediately charged out of his nest. If they were on the surface of the lake, Serpent Wing would be afraid of an ambush. But the bottom of the lake was his territory. Humans who entered it wouldn't be able to use 1/10 of their power. Even if each one had entered, he would only at most be able to wound Serpent Wing. Ning is actually as stupid as this? It makes sense. He's just an 11-year-old child. His power is great, and so he thinks he is a peerless talent, and he has no regard for anyone. You killed my boy Redtip. I will definitely kill you. Serpent Wing, upon leaving his nest, immediately transformed into his enormous winged serpent form, swimming at high speed. So it really is him. Serpent Wing suddenly came to a halt. Staring into the distance, he saw that from afar, Ning was already very close to the bottom of the lake, and a cylindrical downwards corridor was constantly being created, with a human youth slowly walking downwards. He really did come to the bottom of the lake. Serpent Wing's red eyes were filled with a murderous light. He really is asking for death. Hua! He quickly swam over. Dash! Ning was wielding the Dark North sword in his hand, striding on the water as he walked towards the bottom of Serpent Wing Lake. Wherever he walked past, the waters of the lake naturally parted to form a corridor. HRM? Ning immediately saw that enormous black shadow draw close to him. Serpent Wing. Ning immediately recognized him. As the enormous black shadow drew near, that ferocious head of Serpent Wings grew clearer as well. Those scarlet red eyes were staring angrily at Ning. Ning. Serpent Wing let out a furious howl, his voice ringing out. You killed my son. Today, I will make you pay for it with your life. Ning roared back, old monster, you have slaughtered humans in the thousands. You caused the death of spring grass, and today, I will personally execute you. The original cause of so many things. So many people had died. Spring grass had died. All of this came from the enmity between himself and Serpent Wing. Ha ha ha, you will execute me? Little child, you truly don't know your own limits. You actually dare to come into the depths of the water. Once you are within the water, you won't be able to return to the surface of the lake until your next life. Serpent Wing was supremely confident. Your father wounded me multiple times, but I will let him share the pain of losing a child with me. As soon as his words came to an end, Serpent Wing suddenly scurried forward, charging straight towards the corridor which Ning had created. Hua, first, a serpentine tail pierced into the watery corridor, smashing straight towards Ning. Serpent Wing's current speed and power was immeasurably greater than the Azure Sky Snake's. He lives up to being a peak Xiantian-level dire monster. Ning was startled. In terms of speed alone, the late Xiantian-level Serpent Wing was actually somewhat weaker than the Azure Sky Snake, but in strength he was definitely above the Azure Sky Snake. But now, even in terms of his weakness, speed, Serpent Wing was superior to the Azure Sky Snake. As for his strong point, power, Serpent Wing had reached an awe-inducing level. Old monster, prepare for death. Ning immediately utilized his wind wing evasion, transforming into blurred smoke that was even faster than the whipping attack of the serpentine tail of Serpent Wing, immediately leaping onto the body of the snake. Rohea Wayer. Serpent Wing turned his head, opening his foul maw and biting down towards Ning. Ning, wielding his Dark North swords in his hands, leapt up and directly stabbed towards Serpent Wing's serpentine head. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 4, Chapter 7, Painting Serpent Wing Lake with Blood. Chapter 7, Painting Serpent Wing Lake with Blood. Serpentwing's giant bloody maw spat out a watery arrow of liquid. Swish! 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 Gleaming with black light, the venomous liquid spread out towards Ning, who didn't dodge at all.
The Dark North sword in his left hand immediately executed the watertight technique, deflecting the venomous liquid to one side, and it landed on Serpentwing's own body. Crackle! Serpentwing's scales were immediately set alight, but then afterwards the venomous liquid sank into Serpentwing's body, absorbed by him.
Ning's left hand had pushed aside the venomous liquid. His right hand was stabbing straight for Serpentwing's head. His sword flashed like a ray of light. Hua! This sword contained the power of the true meaning of the water drop, and was so fast that it caused even Serpentwing to be shocked. He hurriedly tried to twist his head away. Raindrop!
Ning's eyes were filled with a cold, flashing light.
Pierces rocks!
The sword light flashed straight through the side of Serpentwing's head, piercing straight through those scales and then burrowing straight through the side of his head. Beneath the injury, one could faintly even see the white skull bone, and an enormous amount of green blood sprayed out from the wound.
He actually injured me? The old monster, Serpentwing, went completely berserk.
He wildly swung his head, his enormous scaled wings quickly sweeping towards Ning as well, and even his serpentine tail struck out, seeking to constrict Ning. For a moment it seemed as though he had been possessed, and the waters of the lake around them began to bubble and froth. Ning, wielding his two swords, moved like a shadow.
Not only will I injure you, I will kill you,
Although Serpentwing was stunned at the power of the swordplay Ning had displayed, he refused to believe that he, an old monster who had been training for 1,000 years, would be defeated by this little human child. What's more, Ning was the one who killed his most beloved child, Redtip. In this moment, Serpentwing had only one thought: kill Ning.
Wah 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 wah.
The waters of the lake swirled about, and the enormous scaled wings as well as that unpredictable serpentine tail attacked wildly. The waters of the lake was the domain of the aquatic monsters, and here, Serpentwing was like a tiger who had been given wings. Using the principles of using generals against soldiers, using earth to block floods, Ning continued to use appropriate, matching techniques to deal with the attacks. His sword techniques flashed out, leaving behind one wound after another on the serpentine tail and scaled wings of Serpentwing. How is this possible? How can he possibly defeat me? Die! 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 I will make you die. The old monster's Serpentwing was now completely berserk. Ning continued to battle against him, and occasionally, with but a glance, he would create a fire lotus petal or a water lotus petal. The fire lotus petal and water lotus petal would appear directly above and below Serpentwing, boxing him within. As the fire lotus petal and water lotus petal slowly swiveled in opposite directions, Serpentwing began to howl as his scales began to crack. Form. Above his head, a layer of frost rapidly appeared, while at the same time, his serpentine head shook violently, dispersing the water flame lotus. Dash! They battled wildly within the lake, causing utter chaos. None of the lesser aquatic monsters dared to draw near. Serpentwing's body was covered with multiple gaping wounds, and green blood oozed everywhere, staining the surrounding lake water green. Above the lake, each one, dressed in white fur, stood there with Yuchi snow. The entire surface of the lake was shaking wildly, as though deep within the lake, an enormous aquatic monster was shaking. Such a large commotion. Each one's eyes lit up. Snow nodded as well. It seems Ning is giving that old monster Serpentwing a great deal of pressure. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a large commotion. Look, the water of the lake is turning green, and there are corpses of fishes and prawns. The nearby undulating waters of the lake were beginning to have corpses of fish and prawns float on the surface. Clearly, they had been poisoned. Each one took a sniff with his nose. This is the blood of Serpentwing. His blood is highly venomous. Even after having been diluted by the lake water, most fish and prawns will be poisoned to death by it. He has lost so much blood.
Snow's amusement became even more pronounced. Ning's power has improved greatly. Right. To let a peak Xintian level old monster like Serpent Wing lose so much blood is indeed very impressive. Each one was very eager as well.
Serpent Wing had already used all the power available to him, but he still had yet to even injure Ning. Instead, his body was now covered with wounds, all inflicted by the sharp dark north swords in Ning's hands. After I reached the peak Xintian stage, in this area controlled by the Ji clan, there's only a few people more powerful than me. All of them are extremely famous. How could this punk Ji Ning be so powerful? Most likely, not even that Ji Li is a match for him. Serpent Wing, after going berserk for a time, had calmed down, and had begun to plan for a retreat. The power Ning had displayed truly was astonishing. As an old monster, Serpent Wing's body was naturally powerful. The sword attacks of most Xintian level key refiners probably wouldn't even break through his scales. But Ning's swords were incomparably sharp. They sliced right through, leaving massive wounds, or pierced right through, gouging great holes. In a few more years, won't this Ji Ning be even more powerful than his father? The rage in Serpent Wing's heart was quickly dissipating, leaving behind only terror and alarm. There's no way I'll be able to outfight a freak like him. I'd best flee. Swoosh! With a shake of his serpentine tail and a turn of his serpentine head, the two scaled wings began to tremble, and Serpent Wing began to attempt to flee at high speed. Old monster Serpent Wing, don't even think about fleeing. Ning, currently standing on Serpent Wing's body, simultaneously controlled the corridor of water while utilizing the Windwing evasion technique rapidly. If I want to leave, I'll leave. Serpent Wing bellowed. With a shake of his tail, the waters of the lake immediately grew turbulent, and a surge of water immediately drenched Ning. Immediately afterwards, Serpent Wing felt extremely delighted. A corridor formed by controlling water? Serpent Wing was an aquatic monster who could also control water. To destroy it would naturally be extremely easy. If he wasn't able to beat Ning, could it be that he also wouldn't be able to flee? Ha! Serpent Wing suddenly, vaguely felt a terrifying threat appear. He couldn't help but to turn his head and look. In the lake waters behind him, Ning was currently standing upright and floating, surrounded by countless sword-type magic treasures. Every single one of them was covered with a faintly glowing light. A glowing sword of light formed from Xintian Qi that had been passed through and transformed by over 300 flying sword magic treasures was currently hovering next to Ning, flickering. Magic treasures? So many magic treasures? Serpent Wing was stunned. Swish! The glowing sword of light flashed, instantly traversing hundreds of meters. Serpent Wing could sense that this glowing sword of light contained boundless power. He wanted to turn his head to dodge it, but the glowing sword of light only curved slightly when arcing, and thus still pierced with great precision straight through the center of Serpent Wing's serpentine head. Bang! Dot! The sword of light pierced straight through Serpent Wing's skull, carrying with it green blood as well as some brain tissue. Ah! Serpent Wing stared at Ning in astonishment. This formation. You should feel honored that you died beneath this sword formation. Ning slowly walked over, and the waters of the lake parted before him. Serpent Wing's eyes grew dim, and then his enormous body began to slowly drift downwards. This old monster of Serpent Wing Lake, who had been treated as a local tyrant for thousands of years, had died. Watching the corpse of Serpent Wing slowly drift down, Ning had very complicated feelings in his heart. It was this old monster who had gone to Western Prefecture City to attack him, resulting in this chain of events. When he had gone out adventuring and exploring, he had treated Serpent Wing as his ultimate goal. Although Serpent Wing had broken through to the peak Xintian level in power, Ning had still executed him. Collect. Ning grabbed Serpent Wing's enormous corpse. With but a thought, he stored it into an empty storage-type magic treasure. Although Serpent Wing's corpse was massive, when rolled up, it could still fit into one of the storage-type magic treasures. Although Ning didn't have many other things, he had nearly 1,000 storage-type magic treasures.
Time to go back up.
With but a thought, the waters parted above him, and Ning began to walk upwards.
Dash.
Ichuan and Snow were standing atop the lake, waiting.
No more movement?
Snow looked at the slowly calming waters.
There's nothing going on down there any longer. Serpent Wing was most likely unable to do anything to Ning. Ichuan said. Thus, he probably retreated. This battle has come to an end. Snow looked at her man. Can't it be that Ning executed that old monster? Executed?
In the water, that old monster can battle when he wants and flee when he wants.
Beating him is easy, but executing him? Hard, hard, hard. Ichuan had personally fought with Serpent Wing a few times. He couldn't help but shake his head.
But then his eyes lit up, and he stared into the distance.
Look! Ning is coming out. Snow turned to look as well. From afar was the island in the center of Serpent Wing Lake.
A white wave was rising up next to the island, and the wave then parted, creating a corridor. A youth dressed in beast furs was walking through the waves, heading straight for the island.
Ning! Snow immediately called out.
Ning had been walking on the waves and heading for the island, but in his ears, he suddenly heard that familiar call.
Ning! Mother?
Ning was stunned, and he hurriedly turned to look.
From afar, he saw Ichuan, dressed in white furs, and Yuchi Snow.
They were rapidly running towards him on water. This sight caused Ning to be both astonished and delighted.
Ichuan and Snow landed on the island. Ning!
As soon as she had arrived, Snow immediately grabbed her son by the hand, carefully inspecting him.
Don't worry.
Even if Ning was wounded, given the strength of his fiend god body, he will quickly recover. Ichuan looked towards Ning, his eyes filled with satisfaction. To be able to battle with a peak Shintian-level dire monster and cause him, Serpent Wing, to flee helplessly, Ning, you have improved even more than I predicted. Ning was startled, and then he quickly said, Father, I executed the dire monster, Serpent Wing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 4, Chapter 8, Ning's Gains. Chapter 8, Ning's Gains. You executed Serpent Wing?
Ichuan looked at his son, and by his side, Yuchi Snow stared in disbelief as well. The two of them knew that their son wasn't the type of person to tell lies, but this was simply true. When the experts of the 5 prefectures of the Ji clan had battled Serpent Wing numerous times, they hadn't been able to execute Serpent Wing. Ning said hurriedly, Father, please look. With a wave of his hand, out of nowhere, an enormous thing covered in wounds appeared in the pool next to them. Those enormous scaled wings, that viscous green blood, they all testify to this creature's identity.
Serpent Wing? Serpent Wing? Ichuan and Snow looked at the enormous corpse. They couldn't help but exchange a glance.
It seems my son's strength, his strength is quite extraordinary.
Ichuan said.
Not only did he kill Serpent Wing, he also was able to store Serpent Wing's corpse within storage-type magic treasures.
Father. Mother. Ning didn't hide anything. When I was adventuring at Eastmount Marsh, I encountered the Ironwood clan's Ironwood Jean. Ichuan and Snow were both startled. Ironwood Jean? That was a dangerous foe. He probably was there to deal with the Azure Sky Snake to try and force it to become his slave. Ning said. At this point, he began to sigh a bit as he thought back to how he and the Azure Sky Snake had battled repeatedly with each other, with the two being unable to harm each other, and how slowly, they began to build respect for each other as opponents. In the end, as he did not find the Azure Sky Snake's corpse within Ironwood Jean's storage treasures, nor did he see the Azure Sky Snake become a tame slave, Ning understood that the Azure Sky Snake, at that critical juncture, had probably developed its natural ability, Void Blink.
An azure sky snake who had developed the void blink technique was like a carp who had transformed into a dragon. It had definitely left the Swallow Mountain area to roam the world in search of natural treasures. It was hard to say if they would ever meet again. Ning quickly returned to his senses. When Ironwood John battled the azure sky snake, I took the chance to flee, and I fled over 1,000 kilometers out of the mountain forests, and by the side of a pool. As I rested, I was lucky enough to suddenly gain an understanding of the Tao. An understanding of the Tao? Ichwan and his wife exchanged glances. They held their breaths. I spent an entire night comprehending the Tao, but I didn't expect that in the end, I was disrupted by the pursuing Ironwood John. Ning shook his head. However, in my fury, I immediately utilized the Yin and Yang power, fusing it into the Crimson Bright divine power. Heavenly water and fire descended upon me, transforming me into a Xiantian fiend god's body as I became a Xiantian lifeform. At that time, my power dramatically increased, and I then first killed Ironwood John's spirit beast, that Bayan tiger, and then Ironwood John himself. Each one said in surprise, "You killed Ironwood John?" "Right." Ning waved his hand, and within it appeared a black rattan whip. "This is Ironwood John's personal weapon." Upon seeing the blackwood vine whip, each one nodded and sighed in approval. "This is indeed his blackwood vine whip. As soon as you reached the Xiantian level, you defeated and slayed Ironwood John. It seems as though that night you spent comprehending the Tao helped you improve quite substantially." Nin nodded. "That night, as I comprehended the Tao, I gained insight into a hint of the true meaning of the Tao." The true meaning of the Tao? Even Snow called out in shock. Was it truly the true meaning of the Tao? Each one didn't dare to believe it either. In raising one's level of enlightenment, the higher one went, the harder it became. Above the level of one with the world was the true meaning of the Tao. Even most Zifu disciples hadn't reached the true meaning of the Tao level. Each one, in the past, had only managed to reach this level thanks to special circumstances, and in addition, this was something which the Ji clan had held as a secret and never made public. Others only believed each one to be at the one with the world level. "My son is only 11. Snow's eyes were shining. "But he's actually reached the level of the true meaning of the Tao, and is training in what is acknowledged as the #1 fiend god body refining technique, the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens. With this sort of talent, it would be exceptionally easy for him to be accepted for tutelage by some of the major powers." "No rush, no rush." Each one looked at his son. "Are you able to actually utilize the true meaning of the Tao that you comprehended?" Comprehension was one thing, but being able to utilize it was another thing altogether. At the ancient aquatic estate, Ning had been in a near-lethal situation when he finally managed to execute the true meaning of the raindrop. "Father, please watch." The dark north swords appeared in Ning's hands, and he shot a sword into the air. Hua! The tip of the sword seemed like a drop of rain, causing the air around it to ripple violently. True meaning of the raindrop. Each one nodded repeatedly. "This is the true meaning of the raindrop. That night you spent comprehending the Tao allowed you to be able to put the true meaning of the Tao on display through your swordplay?" This is, each one didn't even know what to say. Swallow Mountain, at least, had never seen such a monstrous talent. Most likely, only in those distant, supermassive tribes would an equivalent talent exist. I was only able to comprehend the true meaning of the raindrop in a hidden area. Ning said. "I imagine, father and mother, that you both knew that I was trapped within a hidden area." The couple hurriedly nodded. "Your son suddenly disappeared, and caused you such worry." Father, mother, Ning, after seeing his parents, quickly understood this. His father had no doubt been unable to sense the jade sword, and thus had frantically rushed over. After all, the aquatic palace was in a completely different dimension. How could his father sense the jade sword there? At that time, most likely his father was worried that he was dead. Ning could completely guess at how his father and mother had felt, having been worried for so long.
He couldn't help but feel rather ashamed. This isn't your fault. Ichuan sighed.
When I was adventuring back in the day, I saw multiple relic sites, but never entered them. Although relic sites offer great opportunities, perhaps not even 1 out of 100 will come out of a site alive. Your mother and I are very happy that you came out of it alive.
Snow gently rubbed her son's hair as well.
Over this past month, she truly had been very worried. But I imagine in that hidden area, your gains were quite substantial.
You were actually able to execute Serpent Wing in one encounter. Ichuan said. He didn't believe that his son would be able to kill Serpent Wing solely after having comprehended the true meaning of the raindrop.
After all, Ichuan himself had long ago gained insight into the true meaning of the raindrop. In addition, Ichuan had merged every single one of the 9 sword techniques of the Raindrop Sutra with the true meaning of the raindrop, and yet was still unable to kill Serpent Wing.
Right.
I received the Lesser Thousand Swords formation. With a wave of his hand, Ning retrieved those multiple pieces of fur parchment, offering them to his parents. Although the Lesser Thousand Swords formation was a secret, there was no need for Ning to hide anything from his parents.
Lesser Thousand Swords formation?
Ichuan and his wife both took a look, but as soon as they did, their faces changed. Ichuan and his wife were completely stunned. They were quite experienced, especially Snow, whose lineage was extraordinary. They were quickly able to tell how special this Lesser Thousand Swords formation was. Ichuan couldn't refrain from saying, "This Lesser Thousand Swords formation is even more powerful than any of the ultimate techniques of our G clan."
Snow, this Lesser Thousand Swords formation is most likely comparable to your tribe's Windwing evasion technique. Off to one side, Ning couldn't help but sigh.
That which Fiend God body refiners needed most was divine abilities. But every single divine ability, even in the Fiend God era, was not permitted to be taught to outsiders.
Not even the old black bull in that ancient aquatic estate had known any.
It was only because the Yuchi clan had helped that celestial immortal and saved his life that they had gained a divine ability. The value of a divine ability was perhaps even greater than that of the Lesser Thousand Swords formation. Fortunately, his mother had given this divine ability to him, as otherwise, who knows how long it would have taken before he would have had a chance to learn his first divine ability?
This Lesser Thousand Swords formation possesses extraordinary power.
It is a peerless formation technique that can allow a person to battle at a higher level of power.
Yuchi Snow said.
Only, the Lesser Thousand Swords formation has very high requirements for magic treasures as well as the soul.
This is its weakness.
Right.
Several hundred magic treasures. Who can acquire so many? Ichuan nodded as well.
But Ning said, "Father, Mother, in the hidden area, I acquired many unranked magic treasures.
Simply too many."
As he spoke, he brought out the storage armguard and gave it to his parents, while at the same time, Ning withdrew all of his personal ki from within the magic treasures, so as to allow others to more easily bind them.
Too many?
Ichuan accepted the armguard, puzzled. He quickly bound the armguard, and as soon as he investigated it, he couldn't help but reveal a look of shock.
"What is it?" Snow immediately asked.
"The number of magic treasures is most likely in the thousands."
Ichuan sighed. "So many."
Snow was shocked as well.
Although they didn't care about unranked magic treasures, there were thousands of them within.
Even the 5 prefectures of the G clan would be envious of such a fortune.
Ning added, "Those magic treasures are useless to me.
I'll hand them to Father and Mother for you to dispose." He had dozens of storage treasures and over 1,000 sword-type magic treasures, as well as various other scattered magic treasures, such as wing-type magic treasures, which was very suited for him to train in the Windwing evasion technique.
The scattered treasures also included some Dao seals, formations, and others items.
As for the thousands of storage treasures, blades, whips, staffs, spears, and axes, he might as well give all of those to his father. Ning had first acquired the Lesser Thousand Swords formation, then shown off so many magic treasures. His parents had yet to fully recover, before Ning spoke once more. This time, in the hidden area, I acquired a treasure. This will be of true benefit to our G clan. What is it? Ichwan and Snow immediately looked over. With a wave of Ning's hand, a beast fur scroll appeared. Atop the beast fur scroll, a sun and a moon hung high in the sky, sparkling with boundless light down upon a Buddha. A visualization technique. Ichwan and Snow simultaneously spoke out. Ning said with surprise, "Father, Mother, you know already? How could we not know?" Snow stared at the painting of the Buddha. In the past, my Yuchi clan also had a visualization painting, but afterwards, the visualization painting was lost in a struggle with another tribe. But Ning, this visualization technique is a technique which can allow one to strengthen the soul. The soul is a person's foundation. While normally it is hard to see the benefits of a strong soul, the benefits are invisible and tremendous. You should leave this with you and use it at all times. Ning hurriedly said, "In the hidden area, I was fortunate enough to have a visualization painting imprinted directly into my memory. It is even clearer than this." Snow, understanding the situation, said joyfully, "My son's karmic luck is extraordinary. According to legends, the ancestor of my Yuchi clan met a celestial immortal, who with but a single finger point imprinted the visualization painting directly into his soul. It was even clearer than the painting, and it could be visualized at all times. I didn't expect that in this hidden area, my son would also have such a stroke of fortune." Ning thought back to how, while he was being reincarnated, he had run into the Lord of Chui Palace in the Netherworld Kingdom, and how the Lord of Chui Palace had also used a single finger to imprint the Niwa painting into his soul's memory. "Father, Mother, the name of this visualization technique is the inner visualization of the Sun Moon Buddha," Ning added. "Ji Ning." Each one's heart was pounding as he looked at his son. This inner visualization of the Sun Moon Buddha will have a long-lasting impact on the Ji clan. I will immediately take it back. However, this lesser thousand swords formation should not be publicized for now. It is too hard to train in, and aside from you, no one in the Ji clan is capable of bringing forth the power of this lesser thousand swords formation. After your own strength improves in the future, you yourself can decide whether or not you want to publicize it. As for those unranked magic treasures, I will help you dispose of them. Let it all be as you decide, Father," Ning replied. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 4, Chapter 9, The Marquis of Stillwater. Chapter 9, The Marquis of Stillwater. Each one looked at his wife. Snow, Ji Ning's strength can be considered at the absolute top for all below the Zifu disciple level. The Swallow Mountain region is unable to contain him any further. Snow nodded as well. She understood what her man was saying. "Ha?" Ji Ning looked at his parents, somewhat puzzled. Each one said, "Ji Ning, you should know about the 6 great powers here at Swallow Mountain." "I know." Ning nodded. Swallow Mountain has 6 local hegemons. They are our Ji clan, the Riverbank clan, the Ko clan, the Blackfire cult, the Ironwood clan, and Snowdragon Mountain. Of the 6 hegemons, our Ji clan, the Riverbank clan, the Ko clan, and the Blackfire cult are allies, while the Ironwood clan and the Snowdragon Mountain are allied, but the 6 major hegemons of Swallow Mountain were arrayed into 2 alliances, and the battles between them were very fierce, with sentient lifeforms often dying. Each one continued, "But are you aware of the reason as to why the alliance between the Ironwood clan and Snowdragon Mountain is capable of forcing us other 4 hegemons to ally together?" "I am not." Ning shook his head. These secrets were not recorded in any books. The 6 great powers are all guarded by Zifu disciples. Each one looked at his son. "Your power is most likely already invincible against anyone below the Zifu disciple level. In a few more years, you will most likely become a Zifu disciple, so I must tell you these things now.
That Ironwood clan is not worth mentioning,
each one said seriously, his eyes filled with a murderous light.
But the Snow Dragon Mountain is a truly formidable enemy. They are truly frightening.
In our Swallow Mountain region, Snow Dragon Mountain is merely a single branch of the true Snow Dragon Mountain sect.
A branch? Ning was stunned. Of the 6 hegemons, Snow Dragon Mountain was the most powerful force. But this Snow Dragon Mountain was merely a branch? Each one looked at his son and said solemnly, the power of the Snow Dragon Mountain sect is thousands of times greater than that of Swallow Mountain Snow Dragon Mountain branch, and thousands of times greater than RG clan. This is a colossal, top-tier clan which is not inferior than your mother's Yuchi clan. Yuchi Snow looked at her son as well. The Windwing evasion includes the history of my Yuchi clan. My Yuchi clan is an extremely ancient, top-tier large clan.
Clans like the G clan are completely incomparable to the likes of my Yuchi clan. But of course, that was all in the past. Ning, hearing his parents speak of these things, instantly had a desire to learn more about this boundless world. The Yuchi clan, Snow Dragon Mountain, and those legendary, distant top-tier clans. They were all so far away from Swallow Mountain.
Ning, do you know how large the Grand Xia dynasty is, exactly?
Snow looked at her son.
I do not. Ning shook his head.
The Grand Xia dynasty had been founded in the Fiend God era, and had destroyed other ancient dynasties to unify this vast world. It had existed for trillions of years. The books which described the territory of the Grand Xia dynasty all used the same word, boundless. How enormous would such a dynasty be? How deep would its roots be? When the Grand Xia dynasty unified the world, it divided the world into 3,600 commanderies, and also assigned 800 marquises. Snow said slowly. Because the world is simply too vast, even immortals and fiends found it difficult to govern it. Thus, they divided it into 3,600 commanderies. Amongst these 3,600 commanderies, there are large ones and small ones, but even the smallest are extremely vast.
Swallow Mountain is under the governance of the Stillwater Commandery, which is the territory ruled over by the Marquis of Stillwater.
Snow said. The commandery city of Stillwater is nearly 1,000,000 kilometers away from us.
The commandery city of Stillwater? 1,000,000 kilometers away from us?
Ning could completely imagine how in that distant region, there was an incomparably ancient, vast, and bustling city. In that place, immortals and fiends congregated, their decisions impacting this entire enormous region. Snow continued, the commandery city of Stillwater is the seat of power for the entire Stillwater Commandery, a place where immortals and fiends reside. However, Stillwater Commandery is simply too vast, and there are tens of thousands of regions within it like our Swallow Mountain, thus, some of the most top-tier clans, schools, and sects are all scattered throughout the area.
As large as that? Ning held his breath.
As the saying goes, the heavens are high and the ruler is far away. With the world divided into 3,600 commanderies, the power of those marquises in the territory they rule is absolutely monstrous.
Snow sighed. The imperial city of the Grand Xia dynasty is simply too far away.
In history, there have even been some marquises who rebelled. Those wars truly are wars where immortals and fiends slaughter each other and countless experts fall.
Truly terrifying. Ning nodded.
The flaw of having an enormous territory was the difficulty one would have in governing it. Even the high and mighty Marquis of Stillwater was unable to completely govern his vast territory, and so he allowed the various tribes to slaughter and battle each other. After some of the marquises revolted, the Grand Xia dynasty, so as to better govern the various regions, began to frantically build one commandery city after another in the various commanderies, and even Swallow Mountain has over 10 of these commandery cities. Snow looked at her son.
Every single city has a matching official writ. Official writ? Ning listened carefully. Right. Official writ. Snow continued.
By binding an official writ, that means you are in control of one of those commandery cities, and are in name one of the officials of the Grand Xiao dynasty. However, these official writs are ranked magic treasures, and thus only Zifu disciples and above can bind them.
Swallow Mountain has 10 of these commanderies within it. Each one spoke out as well.
Of the 10 commandery cities, one is Swallow Mountain City, where the armies of the Grand Xiao dynasty are stationed. Of the other 9 cities, our 5 prefectures of the Ji clan is in control of one, the Thousand Sword City of our central prefecture.
Each one explained.
The Riverbank clan, Ko clan, and Ironwood clan all have one as well.
The Blackfire cult has 2 commandery cities. Snowdragon Mountain has 3 commandery cities.
Actually, long ago, the Ji clan, the Riverbank clan, the Ko clan, the Blackfire cult, and the Ironwood clan all were considered part of the local tribes of Swallow Mountain.
Each one sighed.
Afterwards, when Snowdragon Mountain acquired one of the official writs for one of the cities and got involved in this region, the Ironwood clan, the weakest of the clans, quickly threw themselves in with Snowdragon Mountain. However, we other 4 powers continue to resist. We are all officials of the Grand Xiao dynasty, and within our own commandery cities, it is forbidden for immortal practitioners to battle each other.
To disobey this rule is to challenge the Grand Xiao dynasty, punishable by death. Ning, hearing his father's explanation, couldn't help but frown.
Father, mother, based on what you are saying, if immortal practitioners are forbidden from battling within the commandery cities on pain of death, would it be very hard for one tribe to try and destroy another one? But
hard? Snow laughed coldly. Easy. For example, Zifu disciples have a limited lifespan.
Upon death, the official writ becomes an ownerless object, at which point, the tribe will quickly collapse. Also, Zifu disciples can't always stay within their commanderies. As long as they come out and are killed, then their official writs can be seized and their tribe will be finished. And then of course, there are some utterly lawless, large, powerful clans.
Snow said.
They will send people over to your commandery to assassinate the Zifu disciples of your clan and take away your official writ.
What can you do about it? Ning was stunned.
This.
Without any proof, what will you do? Snow laughed.
But of course, the mightier a power, the more cautious they will be.
Challenging the laws of the Grand Xiao dynasty is a capital offense.
They wouldn't casually do such a thing, and even if they decide to, they would use some very secretive methods.
All I am trying to tell you is that there are many possible ways to destroy a tribe.
You might not make trouble for others, but they might for you. In the end, the most important thing is strengthening oneself. The Marquis of Stillwater controls this vast region, but aside from the armies of the Grand Xiao dynasty stationed here, there is another squad of immortal practitioners, known as the Rain Dragon Guards. According to legend, only Wanxiang adepts are allowed to join the Rain Dragon Guards.
By relying on the Rain Dragon Guards, the Grand Xiao dynasty is able to better control its vast territory. Remember, the Rain Dragon Guards cannot be trifled with.
Ning, given your talent and comprehension, you would find it very easy to request tutelage under a major power. After you go out adventuring, it would be best for you to find a major school or power to take shelter under.
Dash. Each one in Snow told their son many things.
They knew that Ning would definitely advance onto a far greater stage, and perhaps even become a major figure in the entire Stillwater commandery. Naturally, they carefully instructed and warned him, telling him everything which they knew. Only now did Ning truly understand how vast the world was. Only now did he know about the Rain Dragon Guards of the Grand Xiao dynasty, all formed from immortal practitioners. Of the great army controlled by the Marquis of Stillwater. Of some of the top-tier clans, schools, sects, and of course, many other clans that were powerful in their own localities, that had been able to control official writs for a long period of time. Below them, of course, were countless, innumerable minor tribes.
Phew!
Ning's heart was beginning to fill with ardor.
Ji Ning, I will take away the corpse of Serpent Wing.
To outsiders, we shall simply say that I was the one to kill him.
Ichuan said. After all, you are very young. If we were to publicize that you were the one who killed him, it will only cause endless difficulties. I'll let father handle all of these things. Ning said hurriedly. Right, father, I want to build a residence here at Serpent-Wing Lake. In the future, I will often live here. Live here? Ichuan and Snow looked around them. This area was very peaceful. Right. This is a good place. Ichuan nodded. I will arrange for some people to help you build a residence here. Your mother and I will go back now. While adventuring, come back and visit us often. I will. I will go back to West Prefecture City in a few days. Nin nodded. He was going to take a trip to the Blacktooth tribe to bring Springgrass' younger brother to West Prefecture City. This was the promise he had made to Springgrass. Hurry back. Snow gently stroked her son's head. Right. Nin nodded. He understood that this trip he had made into the aquatic manor had caused his parents great worry. That day, Ning led Autumn Leaf and Moa back to the Blacktooth tribe, mounted on their black beasts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 4, Chapter 10, 9 Scrolls on Formations. Chapter 10, 9 Scrolls on Formations. The journey from Serpent-Wing Lake to the Blacktooth tribe was a long one. Even with the black beasts traveling all day and only resting at night, 3 days' time was needed. Night time. The campfire was blazing. Ning and Autumn Leaf were by the side of the campfire, while Moa was on watch, so as to not allow any impudent wild beasts to interrupt his young master. I haven't had the chance to take a good look at the miscellaneous items I acquired in the aquatic manor. Ning suddenly remembered that although he had gone through all those magic treasures he had acquired during the first and second trials, of the thousands of magic treasures and miscellaneous items he had acquired at the third trial, he had bound them, then immediately battled that black-furred golem, then met with that old black bull. He hadn't had any time to flip through them at all. One of the miscellaneous items I found in the first or second trial was a secret manual that is nearly as good as the Raindrop Sutra. The number of miscellaneous items in the third trial was several times greater than in the first two. With a wave of his hand, Ning brought out one item after another, which he then made disappear afterwards. Autumn Leaf just watched to the side, curious. A long time later. Yet another secret manual, the Clearwind Manual? Ning flipped through it, and was instantly delighted. It's actually a swordplay manual, and it directly instructs one in how to utilize the true meaning of the Tao. It is comparable to the Raindrop Sutra. Ning's judgment and vision was much keener than before. After all, he had gained insights into the true meaning of the Tao, and as he carefully read the contents, he quickly could vaguely sense that the ultimate goal of this type of swordplay was to develop the true meaning of the Clearwind. Actually, the deceased people in the corridor were all only at the Xian level, so how powerful or profound could the manuals they were carrying on them possibly be? Actually, a consummate skill such as the Clearwind Manual, logically speaking, shouldn't even be in there. For example, Ning hadn't brought the Raindrop Sutra, or the Thunderflame Sword, with him. From this, one could tell that the previous master of this manual most likely came from an even more powerful, top-tier clan who didn't restrict manuals on this level too tightly. There really were many miscellaneous items in the third trials, and plenty of treasures as well. Ning found as many as 3 powerful techniques. After flipping through these manuals, Ning began to carefully inspect the other miscellaneous items, the ones that didn't look like manuals. Ha! Ning suddenly flipped out a jade carving. This was 2-foot-long square piece of jade, and on the jade there was carved an image of an old man with a long beard. Wait! Ning's eyes lit up, and he carefully inspected it. At first glance, he had thought that this was just a carving, but as he took a closer look, he felt as though the square jade piece was actually covered with countless small characters that formed some small images. These characters were the characters used in the Grand Xia dynasty. The characters were tiny. If an ordinary person saw it, they probably wouldn't even notice it, but Ning was no ordinary person. His visual acuity was astonishing, and he could see a housefly from a distance of 10 kilometers. With such visual acuity, naturally he could read the dense, tiny characters on the jade carving. How marvelous! This piece of jade has hundreds of thousands of words carved onto it, and the countless works actually formed the image of a long-bearded elder. Ning first exhaled in amazement, and then he began to search for the place where these characters originated. Soon, he found that in the leftmost upper corner, there were 4 prominent characters. 9 scrolls on formations. Ning's eyes lit up as he carefully continued to read. I, Wu Daoyan, have focused exclusively on formation techniques for over 80,000 years. I was lucky enough to survive the last tribulation, but I think that the next great tribulation in 900 years' time, I will not be able to survive. I am unwilling for the essence of my formation techniques to be lost, and so I have recorded down the knowledge of my formation techniques within these 9 scrolls. I hope that someone with the right karmic fortune will carefully learn and comprehend it. The opening words caused Ning to feel delighted. Anyone who was capable of living 80,000 years and yet still be subject to the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations was almost certainly a loose immortal. Immortal Juhua was able to live for millions of years, but most loose immortals weren't able to live that long. 3 calamities, 9 tribulations. The calamities were easy to avoid, but the tribulations were hard to escape. A great tribulation every 900 years. Each tribulation more powerful than the last, continuously accumulating until even a loose immortal like of Immortal Juhua, on par with a celestial immortal, would not be able to withstand it. The knowledge of a loose immortal regarding formation techniques. This is something that is no less valuable than the Lesser Thousand Swords formation, or the Windwing evasion. Ning immediately understood how valuable this was. With this knowledge regarding formations, someone actually went to enter the trials of the underground estate's corridors. Geez. The person who acquired this knowledge on formations was most likely someone who was unskilled in formations. After all, the abstruse mysteries of formations were very hard to comprehend. Generally speaking, immortal practitioners only knew how to set up formations, they didn't understand the principles behind the formations. For example, Ning only knew how to set up and control the Lesser Thousand Swords formation. Immortal practitioners would generally prefer to spend their time in binding more powerful magic treasures, or more powerful magic techniques. Those who would lower their heads and study formations were indeed very rare, and what's more, formations were extremely abstruse and hard to understand, making researchers in formations even rarer. Most likely, the person who received this didn't understand it. Even up until the point of his death, he still hadn't had any accomplishments, and thus he had gone to attempt the underground estate. There was another possibility as well, that it was someone like Ning, someone who accidentally entered Serpent Wing Lake and thus was forcibly teleported into the aquatic manor, then died within. No matter what happened, this 9 scrolls on formations is now mine. And here I was, wondering how it could be possible that, given there were thousands of storage treasures, signifying thousands of people, how could not a single one of them been carrying something truly valuable? Ning said to himself joyfully. I finally acquired a valuable treasure. Time to take a good look. He immediately lowered his head and began to read this, 9 scrolls on formations. Formations could be set up using all sorts of things, and some truly miraculous, large-scale formations could even make the world itself part of the formation. Interesting. Many people felt that the 9 scrolls on formations were dry and boring, but Ning began to smile as he read them. Formations required a high ability to compute and understand. One had to be able to calculate. Ning, in his previous life, was exceedingly smart. Because of his illness, he was unable to go to school, so he had to teach himself everything. He had taught himself through reading books online, and his knowledge had far outstripped those of the same age as him, especially in the sciences. Despite his young age, he had earned a vast fortune.
In this life, he had acquired the Nuwa painting, and was able to divide his mind, thus making his mental computational abilities even nimbler. In the previous life, on Earth, the education system had taught Ning how to think. Although Earth was just one of trillions of little worlds, its educational system was far superior to this world's, where, for example, Swallow Mountain was still at a tribal era of development. Even the descendants of the G clan would generally only be able to read, while the members of lesser tribes wouldn't even be able to recognize any characters. Given this sort of level of education, it was only natural for everyone here to find it incredibly hard to analyze formations. It can be said that although perhaps the skilled scientists of Earth wouldn't necessarily all become formation experts, they would at least be very promising prospects in this regard. The education Ning had received in his past life was like software. In this life, Ning had an extremely powerful soul, which was like hardware. Naturally, he was very well suited for training in formations. So that's how it is. Ning revealed a smile while reading. That yin-yang twin energy formation and other formations like it truly are crude. They completely rely on activating the power of the world. There's no skill at all in them. The more he read, the more Ning appreciated it. But slowly, the smile on Ning's face disappeared, and it was replaced by a frowning concentration, mixed with occasional stupefaction. Formation techniques really can't be underestimated. Ning nodded. The way of formations is as vast and boundless as the seas. I'm only able to understand the most basic principles, but as soon as I see some slightly more abstruse, complex parts, I am completely lost. It makes sense. Although in this boundless world, most people are a bit stupid, there are still many geniuses as well. Upon focusing on something for hundreds or thousands of years, they will of course vastly exceed those of us on Earth. Young master, the sun is up. We should head out. Autumn Leaf suddenly called. Ah! Ning suddenly discovered that it was already day. Formation techniques were as boundless as the seas. Upon understanding the first scroll of the 9 scrolls on formations, one could be considered a formations expert. Unfortunately, Ning wasn't able to completely understand even that first scroll. This caused him to become more humble and not feel so self-delighted. Through analyzing formations, I will have more options and more tactics available to me. Also, when I use the Lesser Thousand Swords formation, I can make it more nimble and won't have to use it in such a static manner. Although Ning was just a basic student of this field, he now had a basic understanding of the way of formations, with the essence of it being guidance. For example, at first, when he stupidly just simultaneously controlled hundreds of flying swords, he had to spend effort controlling everyone minutely, which was simply too mentally exhausting. Fortunately, his soul was very powerful, and so he was easily able to execute the 4th level of the Lesser Thousand Swords formation. But if he were an expert on formations, he would be able to have some of the critical swords guide the other swords, which would greatly reduce the amount of load on his soul, and allow him to easily execute more powerful levels of the Lesser Thousand Swords formation. Young master, the Blacktooth tribe is up ahead. Autumn Leaf called out. Only now did Ning halt his pondering on formations. Raising his head, he saw that in the distance, the sentries of the Blacktooth tribe had noticed them. It is young Master G. Quick, hurry and report this to the leader. The tribesmen of the Blacktooth tribe had seen Ji Ning last time. This time, the 3 of them were once again traveling together, mounted on the 3 black beasts. They were quickly recognized. As Ning and the other 2 arrived at the gates to the tribe, Blacktooth was there to personally welcome them. My respects to you, young master. Blacktooth had a large group of tribesmen behind him, all of them kneeling in unison. Ning nodded. Take me to Spring Grass Place. All right. Blacktooth said hurriedly. The only person in the Blacktooth tribe who had any sort of a connection to Ji Ning was Spring Grass. Ning suddenly looked sideways, glancing a skinny toddler standing behind Blacktooth whose face was rather sickly, yet seemed similar to Spring Grass. Ning remembered seeing this toddler last time, and thus he spoke out.
What is your name? The toddler was stunned.
Blacktooth, following Ning's gaze, turned to look at his son. He hurriedly said, quick, response to the young master's words.
Only now did the toddler stutter out, "My name is Bluestone."
Bluestone, Bluestone, Ning gently murmured to himself. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 4, Chapter 11, Ning is here. Chapter 11, Ning is here. The toddler nervously looked at the youth riding on the black beast.
He only felt that this youth was a very powerful figure. The entire tribe seemed to be afraid of him.
Bluestone.
The youth dismounted from the black beast, then walked over and held his hand.
Come with me. Let's go to your big sister's tomb and kowtow to your sister.
Ning took Bluestone's tiny hand, and Bluestone, stupefied, just let himself be led away, not daring to resist. By his side, Blacktooth and the other tribesmen naturally didn't dare to argue. And so, just like that, they made their way through the tribe before arriving at a large graveyard behind the tribe.
Once again, they came before that tomb. Spring grass. I came.
Ning had prepared some sacrificial items which he had prepared when passing through some of the nearby tribes along the way. He placed all of them in front of the tomb carefully, while at the same time saying gently, that Riverside he of the Riverside tribe is dead now.
Serpentwing of Serpentwing Lake is dead as well.
Your enemies are all dead, but... As soon as these words were uttered, Blacktooth and the others next to him were startled.
What? The dire monster, Serpentwing, was dead as well? Bluestone should be your only remaining little brother.
Ning reached his hand out, pulling the dumbstruck Bluestone forward.
I swear before your tomb that I will definitely provide good tutelage to Bluestone.
Bluestone was somewhat stunned, but his father, Blacktooth, was incomparably delighted. He hurriedly said, "Thank you, young master." He himself was just the leader of a small tribe.
What sort of a future would he be able to offer his son?
But if someone as exalted as the young master of the G-clan were to help out, then his son's future would be very different.
As long as you don't oppose it. Ning glanced at Blacktooth.
In the future, I will be spending quite a long period of time by Serpentwing Lake.
If you want to see your son, come to Serpentwing Lake and find me there. Yes. Blacktooth said respectfully. Bluestone, kowtow to your big sister. Ning looked towards Bluestone by his side. Okay. The toddler hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times.
Ning waved towards the side.
All of you can leave now. Yes, young master. Autumn Leaf included, everyone withdrew. Even Bluestone was led away by Blacktooth.
In this wild, desolate graveyard, the only one remaining was Ning.
Just the 2 of us now. Ning withdrew a bamboo reed, beginning to drink wine.
Today, your young master will spend some time chatting with you.
In the future, I'm afraid I won't be able to come visit you too often. Ning drank fruit wine in front of the tomb while chatting with spring grass. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. Ha! Ning suddenly frowned. As a fiend godlike entity, his senses were extremely acute. He easily detected minute trembles in the ground. Thousands of warriors. And the distance should only be 20 kilometers. Thousands of warriors, gathering 20 kilometers away? Can it be that a tribe is about to attack the Blacktooth tribe?
With regards to the struggles between the various tribes, the G-clan usually pretended not to notice them. Blacktooth was originally a traveling merchant, and thus should be smooth and slick in establishing relationships. Ning was puzzled. Ever since founding this Blacktooth tribe, no other tribes have ever attacked.
Why has a tribe come to attack this time? And with thousands of warriors at that? Let's take a look. Ning immediately rose.
Regardless of whether it was for spring grass or for Bluestone,
he couldn't just stand and watch with arms folded.
Although the G-clan usually pretended to not notice these intertribal struggles, once they did interfere, the tribes they controlled naturally didn't dare to disobey.
Dash.
Ning walked within the tribe, heading straight for the gates.
Young master. Mo and Autumn Leaf hurriedly followed him. Young master. Blacktooth led his tribesmen to follow him as well.
Ning just barked, 20 kilometers outside of here, thousands of warriors are gathering and advancing towards us.
Right. There should be 2,000 to 3,000 of them. Your Blacktooth tribe needs to immediately prepare. Blacktooth was shocked. 2,000 or 3,000 warriors? Impossible.
Only an enormous tribe would be able to mobilize 2,000 to 3,000 warriors.
A tribe of that size wouldn't bother with our Blacktooth tribe. Our entire population, including women, children, and the elderly, only number 1,000 or so. We aren't worth such a large military mobilization.
If I say it is so, then it is so.
Ning glanced at him sideways, saying nothing more. Right. Blacktooth naturally didn't dare to say anything else, and he hurriedly began to shout. Quick, 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 enemies are coming to attack. Quickly, gather around. Rumble, a low beast horn sound quickly rang out, filling the entire tribe.
The muscular warriors of the tribe, the elderly and the womenfolk, all grabbed their sabers, swords, spears, and bucklers, while all of the children hid themselves. Ning was staring into the distance at the gates, while all of the tribesmen of the Blacktooth tribe were holding their weapons with bated breath in preparation. All of them were staring towards the distant mountain forests.
Slowly, they began to clearly sense footsteps coming. After all, how could 2,000 or 3,000 warriors on the march make no sound at all? This caused Blacktooth and the others to be all the more amazed. It must be understood that Ning had already informed them long ago of the rough number of people coming. So many warriors. The tribesmen of the Blacktooth tribe were all stunned.
From afar, a densely packed swarm of human figures were emerging from the forests, with the ones in front armored. It was like a flood of metal coming their way at high speed, causing the Blacktooth tribe's members to feel their hearts turn cold.
Halt!
The order came, and the 3,000 warriors immediately formed ranks roughly half a kilometer in front of the Blacktooth tribe's gates.
Blacktooth tribe, listen up!
In front of the enemy troops, a powerfully built bald man was bellowing.
We are from the Firewing tribe. Quickly open your gates and surrender to us, and you have a chance at life.
If you resist, those who resist shall all be killed, while the rest of the tribesmen shall be sold as slaves.
The voice echoed in the air. The Blacktooth tribe was in a state of panic. What to do? So many warriors. There's thousands of them. We're finished. Isn't young Master G here? The Blacktooth tribe had no fighting spirit at all now.
First of all, their tribe was newly founded to begin with, as many of the tribesmen were gathered from those who had fled from other tribes.
They didn't have too strong a sense of loyalty to the Blacktooth tribe yet. And secondly, the Blacktooth tribe had less than 500 tribal warriors, but in front of them there were 3,000. Once battle began, they would quickly be defeated. Everyone in the Firewing tribe. Blacktooth hurriedly went forward and said loudly, I don't know why you have come to my Blacktooth tribe.
If you have any demands, our Blacktooth tribe will naturally work hard to meet them.
Enough chit-chat. The bald man in front of the enemy lines bellowed back. Surrender or battle? Ning frowned, glancing at Moa by his side.
Moa nodded, then immediately walked forward while shouting, Our young Master G Ning is here. Leaders of the Firewing tribe, why haven't you come to pay your respects yet?
Why haven't you come to pay your respects yet? Why haven't you come to pay your respects yet? Why haven't you come to pay your respects yet?
The voice echoed within the forests, causing a commotion amidst the Firewing tribe as well. In the center of the enemy formation, there was a group of men who were riding mounts.
Young Master G Ning. the Ning who was at the Riverside tribe. Aside from that Ning, who would dare order the leaders to go pay their respects to him? The high-level figures of the Firewing tribe were all immediately stunned. The Firewing tribe was also a large tribe with more than 20,000 tribesmen, but because their tribe didn't have any sentient lifeforms, thus they had already reached their limits and didn't dare to expand any further. Compared to the Riverside tribe, the Firewing tribe was on a lower level. The Riverside tribe wasn't too far away from them. With over a month having passed, these higher-level members of the Firewing tribe naturally all knew of what had happened, and had learned of Ning's name. Chief! Chief! All of them looked at black-bearded man whom was escorted in front of them. By the side of the black-bearded man, a youth whose hair fell down his shoulders said in a low voice, nothing more than a descendant of the G-clan. There's no need to pay any attention to a descendant of the G-clan in this sort of tribal war. Let's do it. Attack! The black-bearded man immediately shouted loudly. What? What? Attack? Chief! The high-level figures of the tribe who were around the black-bearded man were all stupefied. They didn't expect that their chief, who was both valorous and wise, would act so stupidly. Given the chief's status, he should clearly be aware of what the name Ning represented. If it was an ordinary member of the G-clan, that was one thing, but this was Ning, who had forced even the Riverside tribe to lower their heads before him. Kill! Those 3,000 warriors were all ordinary tribesmen. How could they know what this name Ning represented? Hearing their chief's orders, they immediately bellowed and charged forward. Kill! Charge! Like in steel flood, the armored warriors in front charged forward, while the beast fur-clad men were behind them. The earth shook, and it seemed as though even the skies grew dark. The tribesmen of the Blacktooth tribe were all stupefied, and some even began to cry out, "Surrender, we surrender. We're finished. Quick, run." Ning, standing at the gates, watched as the dark, dense mass of people charged forward. Immediately, he was suspicious. My name should be known to all of the slightly larger tribes, especially after I acted against the Riverside tribe. It should have spread throughout the area under the control of the G-clan. Why is the black-bearded leader still ordering an attack? Ning was puzzled. The Blacktooth tribe was a small tribe. It didn't have much wealth. Mobilizing 3,000 warriors to attack it was quite bizarre, in and of itself. After hearing the enemy still decided to attack? That was all the odder. However, just based on the fact that this Firewing tribe dared to ignore his name, and just for the sake of the prestige of the G-clan alone, he naturally had to act now. Poof! In front of the gates of the Blacktooth tribe, Ning suddenly leapt forward like a giant rock in flight, instantly flashing through the air. At the same time he leapt up, enormous waves suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the area around him, and the incomparably turgid waves instantly formed like the waters of a flood. Wah 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 wah, the boundless waves rolled forth, smashing directly towards those 3,000 tribal warriors. Waves. Where did all this water suddenly come from? Sentient lifeform, a sentient lifeform. The 3,000 warriors were instantly terrified. They previously had high morale, but upon those rolling waves crashing upon them, all of them began to collapse and everything fell to chaos. These warriors all understood that only sentient lifeforms and dire monsters were able to accomplish the ability to control fire, water, poisonous gases, and the like. If a sentient lifeform wished to do so, slaughtering 3,000 men was simplicity itself. Indeed, Ning didn't actually wanted to slaughter them. He only controlled the waves to smash down upon them. If he used fire or ice to freeze or burn them to death, the scene would have been completely different. Hua! With a single bound, Ning traveled over a kilometer, landing directly in front of that black-bearded figure, grabbing him by the neck. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 4, Chapter 12, Pursuit. Chapter 12, Pursuit.
Ning instantly landed a kilometer away and grabbed the black-bearded leader, instantly terrifying the high-level members of the Firewing tribe. All of them hurriedly knelt down on wobbling knees and called out repeatedly, "Young Master Ning, spare us!
Young Master Ning, don't be angry! Young Master Ning, don't be angry!"
The tribal warriors behind them who had not been hit by the waves, seeing the high-level members of the tribe all kneel down, naturally all knelt down as well. At this time, the waves disappeared, and those knocked down tribesmen all knelt in terror as well. Instantly, the black mass of men were all on their knees, aside from the black-bearded man Ning had seized.
Pa!
With a toss of the hand, the black-bearded man was sent rolling twice on the ground.
Young Master Ning.
The black-bearded man was shuddering.
You don't recognize me? Ning looked at him.
The black-bearded man shook his man hurriedly. No, I heard of young Master Ning's fame long ago.
Then you still ordered an attack? Ning frowned.
The black-bearded man didn't know what to say for the moment. This caused Ning to be even more puzzled. The leader in front of him clearly knew his name, and was frightened of him. So why, then, had he dared to issue that order? Ning shouted, "I ask you, why do you attack the Blacktooth tribe?" The black-bearded man immediately hesitated. The high-level members next to him said hurriedly, "Young Master Ning, the Blacktooth tribe is only a small tribe. Our Firewing tribe didn't want to attack them at all. Only, the chief insisted on coming. We didn't oppose him, as it was just a small tribe and thus not worth it. This was the decision of the chief and the chief alone. We all opposed it. Half a year ago, the chief ignored our opposition and forcibly led the warriors out and destroyed a small tribe with only a few hundred people, and sold off everyone, man, woman, child, and elder alike as slaves to his good friend, Zig. Look, that one right next to the chief is Zig. The chief trusts him very much." A silver-haired fur-clad elder pointed to the long-haired youth next to Ning. Swoosh, dot. The kneeling long-haired youth suddenly shot out a black light from his sleeves towards the nearby Ning. Clang! Ning's body was covered by beast furs, and underneath them he had magic treasures protecting him. Naturally, this attack was blocked. Ning looked at the long-haired youth, but discovered that the youth's face had already begun to turn black. At this moment, the other high-level members of the Firewing tribe were angrily howling and reaching out with their hands to seize the youth, planning to subdue him. He dares to ambush the young master. He deserves death. Don't touch him. Ning immediately barked. But a muscular man of the Firewing tribe who had charged in front had already touched the arm of the long-haired youth. The pitch-black color on the arm of the youth instantly transmitted to the right arm of the muscular man. Swish! Ning pointed out with a fingernail, and a ray of sword energy swung out, chopping the left arm of the muscular man off. The long-haired youth slumped to the ground, his entire body pitch black, and his 7 orifices bleeding with black blood. That man whose arm had been chopped off by Ning had black blood flowing out of his severed arm as well. Poison! The surrounding Firewing tribesmen all retreated in surprise. Ning's expression was grave. Such fierce poison. The chief of the Firewing tribe, that black-bearded man, suddenly called out, then hurriedly pointed at the corpse on the ground. It was him. It was him. Young Master Ning, it was all him. He originally spat a mouthful of smoke at me, and I lost my faculties. Although I knew what was going on, I treated this Zig as my master and obeyed him from my heart. Whatever he wanted me to do, I would do. Even if he wanted me to die, I wouldn't resist at all. When I heard your name, young master, it was he who ordered me to attack. I clearly didn't want to offend you, young master, but as soon as he instructed me, I immediately gave the order. The black-bearded man stared in shock and fury at the corpse on the ground. It was that mouthful of smoke. The high-level members of the tribe, upon hearing this, were all awestruck. What?
Ning was surprised as well.
In the entire Swallow Mountain area, only the Blackfire cult was in possession of drugs that could control a person, but the most famous medicine which the Blackfire cult had was the Holy Fire Pill. Upon eating the Holy Fire Pill, a person would become unswervingly loyal to the Blackfire cult and not even fear death. Only, the Holy Fire Pill of the Blackfire cult wasn't a breath of smoke. Anyone capable of creating this thing is definitely a very powerful warlock or alchemist. Ning was secretly startled, and he turned to look at the leader.
Speak. What did this Zig want from you?
To buy slaves. The black-bearded man said hurriedly. He first bought slaves from us twice, over 2,000 slaves. Afterwards, he controlled me and ordered me to swallow up some smaller tribes and have all the members of those tribes be sold as slaves to him.
He would arrange for those people to be taken away.
Ning was puzzled.
What was the point of buying so many slaves?
Generally speaking, tribes would buy slaves to use them for manual labor or as servants. Slaves had to eat as well, and providing enough food for so many wouldn't be easy.
His subordinates? Ning asked. Didn't you say that he sent subordinates to take the slaves away? So many slaves, including women, children, and elderly, would have traveled very slowly. You should be able to find traces of them.
I can. The black-bearded man nodded hurriedly. 10 days ago, his subordinates took a group of slaves away. They were headed towards the east. 2 days ago, a hunting squad of our tribe saw that slaver squad. Most likely, in 2 days they couldn't have gone too far. We should be able to find them quickly.
Nin nodded.
Moo. Autumn leaf.
Ning turned to look into the distance.
Mo and Autumn Leaf immediately ran over.
Young master.
The two looked at Ning. I have something to take care of,
Ning said.
The two of you, immediately send word to the nearest station of black armored guards, and have the 100 closest black armored guards to escort you and Bluestone to Serpent Wing Lake. My father will arrange for a dwelling to be built at Serpent Wing Lake, and you will temporarily live on the island in the center of it.
Yes.
Mo and Autumn Leaf assented.
As for you.
Ning looked at the black-bearded man. You will immediately arrange for your hunter squads to provide me with 2 guides.
I want to find that slaving squad.
Yes, young master. The black-bearded man hurriedly said, and then roared backwards behind himself, 3-Knife, Cardcloth, come over here. Ning led the 2 guides on the backs of the black beasts, traveling by day while resting at night in hot pursuit. That squad, guiding hundreds of elderly and infants, naturally traveled much more slowly. They would at most be able to advance 100 kilometers a day.
Young master, there clearly are footsteps here.
A swarthy man with braided hair said hurriedly.
The tracks are very clear. They should have been made less than a day ago. We will soon catch up to them.
All right.
Nin nodded.
They continued the chase. Soon, they saw a large cluster of figures. All of them, male and female, were fettered by the hands, with the rope being attached to a tree trunk. A group of men and women were bound all together, carrying a tree trunk. By doing so, anyone who attempted to flee would pull others with him, and once the movement became apparent enough, the slaver escorts would easily notice.
Hurry up.
The slaver escorts were soldiers wielding whips, and they would occasionally lash out with the whips. As for some of the toddlers, they were tied up and seated on horses, with 8 or 10 toddlers tied up on each horse, allowing them to move more quickly. The looks on the faces of the men and women were full of grief, and their eyes were filled with despair. Half a month ago, they were in their own tribes, living peaceful, happy lives with their families. But now, they had become slaves and were being escorted to an unknown area.
You two, take these 3 black beasts and return.
Have your tribesmen arrange for them to be sent to Serpent Wing Lake. With a flip of his hand, Ning withdrew 2 beast heads of gold.
You made a trip with me. I won't mistreat you.
Thank you, young master. The two tribesmen hurriedly thanked him.
Ning nodded, then patted his black beast.
He had ridden this black beast while adventuring. After having spent so much time with it, he was rather reluctant to part with it.
You can go now.
Ning immediately dismounted, then began to travel by himself. After all, this squad was moving very slowly. There was no need for him to ride the black beast.
Dash.
The slaver squad continued to advance through the mountain forests. On the road, although they encountered some monstrous beasts, the slaver escorts were powerful experts, almost all of them peak Hotian level, with 3 of them being fiend god Hotian experts.
They easily killed the monstrous beast. It is indeed odd, Ning said to himself.
Large-scale purchasing of slaves, and using medicines to control the leader of a tribe to engage in the large-scale capture of slaves.
Even the slaver escorts have peak Hotian fiend god practitioners. Hurry up! Hurry up! We're almost there. The slaver escorts seemed to be rather happy. Ning secretly followed from behind.
This place was already at what was considered the border between the G clan and the Ironwood clan, while up ahead was a chain of mountains. This group of slavers were heading towards the mountain range.
Enter the mountains.
The squad continued forward. Ning moved from behind, but just as they arrived at the base of the mountain, the sun which been bright in the sky suddenly changed as soon as Ning followed them into the mountains.
It was as though day had suddenly transformed into night.
The area around them had turned pitch black, and only some faint details of the surrounding area could be made out.
The entire area seemed to be covered with black fog.
The black fog was everywhere, and it was filled with a cold aura.
A formation.
Ning immediately understood that he had entered a formation.
Someone actually came to die. Ha ha ha. An evil, ear-piercing laugh suddenly rang out.
Little human child, your flesh will definitely be very delicious. I will slowly devour you bite by bite. Ning stood there, staring into the endless black fog surrounding him. He could just barely see to a distance of 10 meters. Beyond that, he couldn't see anything. In his hands, the 2 Dark North swords had already appeared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 4, Chapter 13, Zifu Disciple. Chapter 13, Zifu Disciple. Go ahead and kill me. Even as a ghost, I won't forgive you. Arg. No, no, no.
Standing in the middle of the boundless darkness of the Great Formation, sounds could vaguely be heard from everywhere, as though many people were suffering terrifying torments.
Ning was secretly startled.
They wildly purchased so many slaves, and even controlled the leaders of some tribes to snatch up some slaves through battling other tribes.
What are they doing? No matter what, first I have to leave.
Ning stared seriously at his surroundings. With a swoosh, he charged forward, moving more than a kilometer.
And then, he once more turned and began to sprint, retreat, leap forward. Within the pitch-black, foggy formation, Ning moved around at high speed for a long time, but no matter where he moved, he remained within the formation filled with the dark fog and cold air. Not good.
Ning's face changed slightly.
This is no ordinary maze formation.
I moved at such high speed and constantly changed directions, but the formation remained utterly stable.
The person controlling this formation is most likely not a Xiantian lifeform.
During this past month of pursuit, Ning had focused on training in the 9 scrolls on formations, and had made some accomplishments. Although he was unable to easily defeat the formation in front of him, he was able to tell this was far above the likes of simple formations such as the Yin-Yang twin energy formation. It was an extremely intricate formation, and a magic treasure capable of setting up this sort of formation would have to be considered a ranked magic treasure. There was no way for a Xiantian lifeform to bind a ranked magic treasure.
A person on the level of a Wanxiang adept wouldn't deign to act in such a manner in a place like Swallow Mountain.
9 out of 10, the person who set up this formation should be a Zifu disciple, and one specialized in using poisons. Ning quickly came to this conclusion based on what he had encountered previously.
Human child, I'm coming for you.
The ear-piercing laugh reverberated within the endless black mist. Ning just stood there, completely unmoving, while at the same time, around him appeared 3 fire lotus petals and 3 water lotus petals. The 2 layers of lotus petals slowly swiveled around Ning in opposite directions.
Ha ha ha. A sinister laughter echoed. Shwa.
A shadow suddenly leapt forth from the dark mist, pouncing towards Ning. But when that shadow saw Ning being protected by the water flame lotus, it paused slightly. Humph! Ning's eyes had a fierce look flash past them, and he immediately charged forward, his dark north sword in his hand transforming into a ray of firelight as he executed the thunder flash flint, chopping the shadow in half.
Hua!
The shadow instantly split into mist, then glided backwards before reforming into a mutant beast. Hidden in the darkness, there was no way to clearly see the mutant beast at all.
This isn't a human child. This is a human Xiantian lifeform who has been training for who knows how many years.
The ear-piercing sound emanated out from the mist, traveling a long distance. This human most likely broke through to become a Xiantian when very young, and so his features remain so very young. In addition, he has a protective lotus surrounding his body. The lotus flower around his body should be a magic treasure. From far off in the distance, another clear, cold voice echoed forth.
If he isn't a Zifu disciple, he doesn't matter. Just kill him. I'll handle it.
The mutant beast in front of Ning, hidden in the mist, said directly.
Hearing this, Ning's face changed slightly. If he isn't a Zifu disciple, he doesn't matter.
For someone to dare say something like this most likely meant that the person who set up this formation really was a Zifu disciple. In addition, the one who had attacked just now was nothing more than a monstrous beast, most likely a spirit beast under the command of that Zifu disciple.
My master said.
The mutant beast in the mist slowly began to change positions, occasionally appearing here, and then over there. When adventuring in the outside world, the younger a human you encounter, the harder they are to deal with.
It looks like his words weren't wrong, but unfortunately, you ran into me. Ning just stood there calmly.
After a person reached the Xiantian lifeform stage, that person would no longer be immortal, and his appearance would remain virtually unchanged. Only when he began to reach the limits of his life would he slowly age. Thus, elderly-looking Xiantian lifeforms were virtually all over a century old. Gh1, who had first made his name echo in Swallow Mountain, and then had gone out adventuring for many years before bringing his wife back, was now nearly 50, but he still looked exactly as he had when he was a youngster. If a Xiantian lifeform looked like a child, then that meant that he became a Xiantian lifeform when he was a child. Thus, the younger one appeared, the harder they were to deal with. Even some immortals might have the appearance of a child. Swish! 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 Suddenly, 3 black rays shot towards Ning, but when they hit those swiveling lotus petals of fire and water which were protecting Ning, they just barely broke through the first layer of lotus petals, but the second layer successfully blocked them. The enormous black shadow emerged from the mist, and an enormous claw grabbed towards Ning.
Dang!
Ning's sword light flashed, and the grab attempt was blocked while Ning himself dodged to the side.
Ning frowned as he looked.
This was a mutant beast which looked like a panther. Ning was actually momentarily unable to recognize what sort of mutant beast this was, primarily because many mutant beasts had mixed lineages, which would often resulted in mutant beasts. The mutant beast in front of him could only be said to look similar to a Bayan tiger.
Its body was extremely long. The mutant beast stared at Ning, its tail swaying.
Its tail had circles of black bony spikes which, if struck onto a person's body, would definitely be no weaker than a whip-type magic treasure striking a person.
Ning's pupils contracted, and he transformed into a blur. Windwing evasion.
Swoosh! Moving as fast as lightning, he pounced towards the mutant beast, and the mutant dire monster's twin claws snatched towards Ning as well.
Raindrop pierces rocks.
A water-like sword light flashed past, seeming like a drop of water falling down, and with a thundering sound, that mutant dire monster collapsed to the ground, rolling a few times before coming to a halt, no longer moving. Its head had a large hole in it, with blood and brain matter flowing outside. Ning quietly landed on the ground, still holding his twin swords as he cautiously stared around himself.
He only glanced sideways at the mutant beast. Nothing more than a late-stage Innate-level dire monster. Black Needle. Black Needle.
From afar came the call of that cold voice.
Is that human dead yet? Black Needle. Black Dash.
Quickly, that clear, cold voice went silent. I killed the mutant, but he didn't know about it.
It seems that mutant beast wasn't his spirit beast. Ning understood that there wasn't necessarily only a single Zifu disciple here in this mountain.
It was very possible that a hidden power was here. But the person capable of setting up this sort of formation had to at least be a Zifu disciple. This is big trouble. Ning hadn't imagined that in the Swallow Mountain area, at the borders of the G clan and the Ironwood clan, such a powerful force was hidden. Ning was trapped within the Great Formation. The protective water flame lotus swirled around him, and in his mind, he was constantly pondering formations. The 9 scrolls on formations were abstruse, especially those extremely hard to memorize diagrams, but Ning had still been able to forcibly commit the contents of the first scroll to memory.
He was currently using the greater part of his mental power to analyze them. I have to break this formation.
While trapped here, all I can do is allow them to use whatever techniques they have against me.
Ning focused on analyzing the formation, while constantly hearing miserably cries, fierce curses.
It seemed as though a true hell was hidden within this mountain. G clan of the West Prefecture.
Snowfall Palace.
Ji Young was seated at the throne of the palace, while Ji Ichuan, Ji Li, and others were all seated below him, their faces all solemn.
In the past 10 days.
Ji Li's voice was rather hoarse, and his eyes were rather red. The 5 prefectures of our Ji clan has already had multiple Xiantian lifeforms disappear. We have neither found them alive nor found their corpses. Prefecture Lord, who has come to the territory of our Ji clan to cause trouble?
Find them and destroy them.
I've almost gone crazy in the past few days.
My close friend.
I must find him and rescue him.
The members of the Ji clan seated below couldn't help but howl.
Ji Li, glaring, let out a hiss. My son has gone missing as well. I must find him, I must.
And then, he looked at the prefecture lord, seated in the throne.
Elder brother, up till now,
how many Xiantian lifeforms have gone missing?
Also, who exactly is acting against our Ji clan?
Have we found the culprit?
Based on the news which the Central Prefecture just sent over, up till now, already 23 Xiantian lifeforms have gone missing.
Ji Young shook his head.
And most of them are fairly powerful and quite famous Xiantian lifeforms. The 5 prefectures of the Ji clan have lost 5 of our commanders who are outside. As for where they have gone, there's no trace of them at all.
This is provoking our Ji clan.
They show no regard for the Ji clan at all.
Li bellowed.
Young's eyes were red. All the ones who went missing were quite powerful and were at least mid-stage Xiantian lifeforms. There were even late-stage Xiantian lifeforms, and even peak Xiantian lifeforms. They are running roughshod over our Ji clan, then pissing on our faces.
We have to find the culprits.
No matter how great the price, we must destroy them. Each one, seated to one side, spoke out. They must be destroyed indeed.
However, based on my experience, this power should have a Zifu disciple guarding it.
Oh?
Everyone looked towards Ichuan.
Ichuan, after all, had gone adventuring outside.
He had even gone to the dark North Seas.
His experience was greater than theirs.
Each one continued, there are two possibilities which have the greatest likelihood.
The first is that it should be some sort of fleeing tribe, who lost their city and no longer have a base and were sent wandering, but the remnants of this tribe are still very powerful. Thus, they want to cause a battle here in Swallow Mountain and conquer a commandery city through it.
With a commandery city, they would have their own territory. Only then would a tribe have a base. The second possibility is that it is a fleeing immortal practitioner. The immortal practitioners of some evil sects will use souls and corpses to train in some evil magic spells.
Snatching Scientian lifeforms is done because Scientian lifeforms have more powerful souls, and can be better used to train in some magic spells.
Each one said.
And the disappearance of Scientian lifeforms, each one continued, based on the intelligence of our G clan, is not just limited to the G clan, but also the nearby Ironwood clan.
The Riverbank clan has Scientian lifeforms missing as well.
Only, we don't know how many Scientian lifeforms they have lost. For them to act so wildly means that the power which has come to our Swallow Mountain is not weak. We absolutely must get revenge, and we must rescue the missing Scientian lifeforms, but we cannot be rash. We need to first discover the true situation regarding the opponents, and then set a strategy to destroy them at one blow.
Everyone in the palace went silent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 4, Chapter 14, Revered Master. Chapter 14, Revered Master.
Each one walked by himself on the stone brick road, his forehead furrowed in thought. He knew that this affair would be a tough trial for the G clan, but any organization which wanted to survive in this world would have to be able to endure repeatedly trials. After passing them, the roots of the clan would naturally grow deeper and grow more powerful. But if they weren't able to pass them, then the clan would be exterminated. It would be lucky if even a few survivors managed to flee and pass down the bloodline.
Master! Master!
Some of the servants knelt down on the side to welcome him.
Each one walked into his residence, then headed back to the place where he normally stayed.
Suddenly, a female servant hurriedly rushed over.
Upon seeing each one, she was so frightened, she immediately knelt down.
Why are you in such a rush?
Consider your image. Each one frowned and barked. Master! The female servant's face was white with tension. Madam, she.
Each one's face instantly changed.
What's wrong with Snow? Madam fainted. The female servant said frantically. Fainted? Each one's face instantly turned white. As an expert key refiner, how could she faint?
If his wife fainted, there could only be one reason.
Snow.
Each one instantly turned into a gust of wind, disappearing from that area.
Dash. Within the room, Yuchi Snow was quietly lying on the bed.
Her face was rather pale, but her features were still so beautiful, so calm.
Snow. Each one instantly appeared within the room.
Seeing his wife lying there, he hurriedly walked forward and carefully inspected her.
He couldn't help but glance at the female servant. What exactly happened?
The female servant was shaking in terror, and had knelt down long ago. Master, the madam had been drinking tea and was perfectly fine. Nobody touched the madam, and nobody spoke with the madam. But suddenly, the madam's body turned weak and she just collapsed.
All of us panicked.
I carefully lifted the madam back into the room, while Keepleaf went to call you, Master.
How could this happen? A look of agony was on each one's face. How could this happen?
Quick, go have Shaman Chow immediately come over.
Yes. The female servant immediately retreated, leaving behind only each one and his wife in the room.
Each one sat at the side of the bed, looking at his wife. He stretched his hand out to stroke her face, murmuring, "Is this day truly here? When you gave birth to Ning, I feared that this day would come.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You will definitely survive. I will accompany you and we will both watch our son become into an incredible hero. Moments later. A big bearded old man dressed in filthy animal skins walked in.
His body naturally carried an herbal fragrance. Shamans and apothecaries were a group of people who had a great deal of experience in natural herbs and remedies. The boundless world was a very miraculous place, and it had all sorts of curious types of things living within it. Even the most seemingly ordinary herbs, once combined in a certain manner, could have some unique effects. This Shaman Chow was one of the most skilled in herbs in the Ji clan of the West Prefecture.
Shaman Chow. Each one looked towards the big bearded elder.
My wife just fainted for no reason.
You take a look. Commander, please step back.
Shaman Chow said in his hoarse voice, and each one hurriedly moved to the side, stepping back to make way for him. Shaman Chow stretched out his dry hand, as skinny as a chicken claw, placing it against Snow's forehead. Instantly, a spot of green light was birthed from Shaman Chow's palm, and it began to slowly seep into Snow's body. A very strong herbal odor began to fill the area. Shaman Chow closed his eyes. After a long time, Shaman Chow took his hand back. As for Snow, who had previously been in a state of unconsciousness, her eyebrows trembled, and then she opened her eyes.
Snow.
Each one, shocked and overjoyed, hurriedly went forward while at the same time looking at Shaman Chow.
How is my wife? Please forgive me for my inability. Shaman Chow shook his head.
Commander, you'd best go invite the clan leader.
The clan leader?
Each one's heart clenched. The clan leader was the clan leader for the entire 5 prefectures of the Ji clan. His name was G9-Fire. An old fellow who had lived for nearly 400 years, a true ancestor of the Ji clan. Of course, he was also a Zifu disciple. G9-Fire loved to research, and had significant accomplishments in both formations, medicines, and poisons. In terms of medical treatment, he was naturally incomparably superior to Shaman Chow.
I'll immediately take Snow over to him.
Each one said hurriedly. No, Shaman Chow said hurriedly.
Commander, you cannot be rash. The madam currently can't withstand any shaking or bumping. She needs to quietly recuperate. If you can invite the clan leader to come, that would be for the best.
Shaman Chow came to a halt. He knew that inviting the clan leader to come would be very difficult. Each one nodded, then immediately instructed a nearby maidservant, immediately go invite Commander G. Redflower over.
Moments later. Redflower, dressed in red clothing, walked in. Each one, what do you need me for? Auntie Flower.
Each one, upon seeing this person, hurriedly said, I want to ask you to ride on your azure firebird and immediately head to the central prefecture.
Invite the clan leader to pay a visit to our western prefecture. Invite the clan leader?
Redflower was startled. The clan leader had stopped managing the clan's affairs long ago, and spent all of his time in research and training. Even if Ji Young, the prefecture lord of the western prefecture, went to invite him, the clan leader still probably wouldn't come. If I go invite him, would he come? Each one said hurriedly, just tell him that I, each one, have a life and death matter and that I am asking the clan leader to come to the western prefecture city. The clan leader will definitely come. Although Redflower was still puzzled at why each one was so confident that the clan leader would definitely come, she still nodded.
Fine.
I'll go make a visit to the city of 10,000 swords. The Grand Xia dynasty had erected countless commandery cities throughout the world. The Ji clan was only in control of a single one, the city of 10,000 swords. This was the central prefecture of the 5 prefectures of the Ji clan. As for the Eastern Prefecture, Western Prefecture, Southern Prefecture, and Northern Prefecture, they had all been built by the Ji clan, and had nothing special about them.
Sorry to trouble you.
Each one said in thanks. Redflower immediately left, then quickly mounted her azure firebird and left the Western Prefecture city, heading towards the city of 10,000 swords.
Dash. The maidservants in the room had left as well, leaving behind only Ichwan and his wife, Snow. Ichwan.
Snow smiled, lifting her head up to look at her man.
Snow.
Ichwan sat by the side of the bed, holding his wife's hand. Snow shook her head gently.
I know it. You know it too. When we returned from the dark North Sea and suffered that attack on the way back, we were very lucky to be able to survive and return. The past 10 years have been very calm and very happy. I am already content.
If that year, you hadn't given birth to Ning, Ichwan's voice was somewhat hoarse.
Snow gently shook her head. This is our child. I had to give birth to him.
Even though using this secret technique resulted in me losing some years of my life, it was worth it. I had been heavily injured. If I hadn't given birth to Ning then, who knows if I would have been able to give birth later on. Ning has the blood of both of us in his veins. And what's more, his life was bought using the life of my elder brother.
Elder brother. Each one still remembered that great battle they had fought on the way back.
That great battle had changed the fate of 3 people. The Yuchi siblings, and himself, Ichwan.
Quick, take my little sister and go. Quick, go.
The image of that tall, powerful back.
That furious roar. Ichwan had never forgotten it.
If we gave up Ning, perhaps I would have been able to live for a few more years, but I wouldn't have been able to have a child with you. I would have regretted it my entire life. He has the bloodline of the Ji clan, and he also has the bloodline of my Yuchi clan. Yuchi Snow said gently, I've had 10 years by your side, and I also have an incomparably clever son. I am incomparably happy and incomparably satisfied. These past 10 years, I have felt very blessed and very happy.
Ichwan gently held his wife's hand. Ning is my pride and joy.
Snow said slowly.
I don't regret giving birth to Ning. Right. Ichwan nodded gently. I understand. Understand.
In less than 2 hours, the clan leader will be here.
Let the clan leader take a look. Perhaps it isn't too terrible. Snow nodded. If I can live for another year or 2, let's not tell Ning about this for now.
If I won't be able to live for much longer, then let Ning return. And then, Snow looked towards her man, her eyes shining.
Ichwan, I am so blessed to have had you and Ning. All right. Ichwan looked at his wife and said gently, I feel the same way.
But neither Ichwan nor Snow knew that right now, their son Ning was in dire straits. He was in the great mountain between the borders of the Ji clan and the Ironwood clan, which from afar seemed ordinary and unremarkable. Upon entering this mountain, however, one would fall into a pit of endless dark fog and never come out again. The protective lotus petals swiveled around him. Ning sat there in the lotus position, currently focusing on the 9 scrolls on formations, constantly hypothesizing and thinking about how to break this formation as soon as possible. At the midpoint of the mountain, one miserable scream after another emanated from places throughout the midway point of the mountain. All sorts of furious, hateful curses, wild pleas, and sobs all constantly assaulted the ears, while in the center of the mountain, there were multiple pillars with men and women bound to them. At a glance, one could see over 100 men and women, their bodies covered in scars. Beaten, humiliated, tormented, all sorts of cruel methods had been used on them.
Scientian life forms? You still think you are Scientian life forms?
Hada, drink it all, drink some of this wonderful urine to quench your thirst.
The muscular servants were wildly tormenting them.
Standing in the center of the mountain, there were 6 beautiful dressed men and women.
They calmly watched all of this.
We've purchased more than 1 million ordinary slaves in this Swallow Mountain region, and seized nearly 100 Scientian life forms. However, we are still quite a ways off from the requirements of Master. A black-clothed woman who had a scorpion on her shoulders said slowly.
Senior apprentice brother is currently outside capturing Scientian life forms. we'll quickly be at the necessary numbers." A handsome youth smiled. However, one of Master's spirit beasts, Black Needle, went to kill an enemy within the formation, but was instead killed. "My fellow apprentice brothers and apprentice sisters, how do you think we should deal with this?" "Younger apprentice brother, you are naturally talented. It's best if you go." Younger apprentice brother. The nearby men and women all looked at the handsome youth. Seeing the situation, his face darkened. None of these fellow martial apprentices were fools. Although all of them has extraordinary abilities, since they knew that the person within the formation could easily kill the spirit beast Black Needle, none of them were willing to go. After all, going meant encountering some risk. Suddenly, Kakaka. From within the mountain, a location began to turn and swivel. One metal plate after another began to move open, revealing a corridor. Within the dark corridor, there was a hint of green light, and an icy cold aura swept out from within. "Master!" The 6 men and women all called out respectfully in unison. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 4, Chapter 15, Wraith. Chapter 15, Wraith. From the dark abyss below came a sharp yet calm voice. "Little 7, you are the most clever. You can go handle this matter. Get rid of this intruder." "Yes, revered master." The handsome youth didn't hesitate at all as he replied with respect. "Go, then." Just as the words ended, Kakaka. The metal board immediately rose up from the floor, once more tightly sealing away that corridor. Only now did those 6 men and women let out sighs of relief. Although they were their master's closest disciples, whenever they faced their master, they still felt terrified. This was because those disciples who had dared to offend their master had all been tortured to death, and would never even have the chance to be reborn. Who knows what sort of magic treasure Master is currently refining? A violet-clothed young man said softly. Altogether, from start to finish, including the people we tortured to death in other places, we've killed hundreds of Scientian lifeforms, and an uncountable number of ordinary people. Master even said that once he finishes with this magic treasure, even if he encounters a Wanshang adept, he won't be afraid. Who knows what sort of magic treasure this is? It definitely is a terrifyingly powerful one, but right now, Master's magic treasure is only half completed, but he already pays no attention to those Zifu disciples located in the tribes of Swallow Mountain. When he truly completes the 6 men and women chatted softly. They were very curious about this mysterious magic treasure which their master was busy creating, but unfortunately, their master had remained deep within his study this entire time and had forbidden anyone from entering. As for that tunnel, as soon as it shut, not a single sound would come from outside. Whoosh! A blurry, savage ghost suddenly came out from the body of one of the Scientian lifeforms bound to the pillar. It let out a soundless scream, and then that blurry ghost sank down into the stones, being gathered to the depths of the mountain, towards that hidden room. This scene caused those 6 men and women to feel nervous. Only a true dread wraith would be visible to the naked eye. Yet another wraith. The 6 men and women fought back to their second apprentice brother, who had offended their master. He had been tortured to death, and then he had been transformed into a dread wraith, then been absorbed in. Even wraiths were being drawn down. Clearly, whoever died there would never have the chance for rebirth. Little 7, go deal with the enemy in the formation. His fellow apprentices exhorted. Stop rushing me. The handsome youth immediately walked outside. The dark fog was everywhere. The handsome youth quietly moved forwards, and everywhere he went, that black fog automatically opened a pathway for him. A Dao seal appeared out of nowhere in the handsome youth's left hand. On the surface of the Dao seal, there was a blood vessel-like pattern of strange characters. On his right hand, a horsetail whisk appeared. Let's go. With a flip of the horsetail whisk,
Hundreds of white strands of light immediately transformed to a size of dozens of meters, swirling around towards the lotus position seated Ning. Ning was seated in the lotus position. Suddenly, he sensed something, and he raised his head to look. The entire area around him was filled with those white strands. Break! Ning barked softly, and the water flame lotus that had been swiveling around him instantly increased greatly in size. The two enormous layers of lotus petals swiveled, and those invading white strands that had sought to entangle him were all snapped, completely unable to draw near Ning.
Controlling fire and water? The pupils of the distant, handsome youth immediately contracted.
It seems he is a fiend god body refiner at the Xiantian level.
This will be troublesome.
I had wanted to rely on my horsetail whisk to directly seize him, but it seems that won't be possible.
The hundreds of white strands quickly returned, then disappeared.
In his right hand, a long whip appeared.
You've invaded our formation. Immediately report your name.
The handsome youth shouted.
Ning was already on his feet, and he glanced at the handsome youth.
This is the border between the Ironwood clan and the G clan, but you seem to neither be of the G clan nor of the Ironwood clan.
Who are you, exactly?
If I told you, you'd be frightened to death.
The handsome youth sneered.
Why don't you give it a try and see if I'll be frightened to death? Ning wielded a sword in each hand.
The only thing you need to see is my whip.
The handsome youth didn't continue the conversation. Clearly, he didn't want to explain where he was from. He immediately struck out with his whip, and the black whip slashed through the air, elongating at high speed.
By the time it reached Ning, the whip had already transformed into a black serpent head which bit straight at Ning. Ning just looked at it.
As soon as the long black whip broke through the first layer of the fire lotus, it was blocked by the second layer of the water lotus.
What sort of technique is that lotus of fire and water?
The handsome youth wasn't like that spirit beast from earlier. He could immediately tell that Ning was a fiend god body refiner who could control fire and water, but he didn't understand how Ning's technique worked.
Swoosh!
Ning, who had previously been just calmly looking at the whip, suddenly without any warning began to use the windwing evasion technique. He instantly leapt over towards that handsome youth at an astonishing speed. At the same instant he leapt forward like a gust of smoke. The dark north swords in his hands executed raindrop pierces rocks, stabbing straight towards the head of the handsome youth.
Hard to deal with. Flee.
This entire time, the handsome youth had been clutching that Dao seal in his left hand. He suddenly activated it and it transformed into a blurry shadow and entered his body, and then the handsome youth suddenly disappeared into thin air.
Swoosh!
Ning appeared in front of where that handsome youth had been.
He began to frown. An escape technique?
He should have relied on that Dao seal to use this technique.
A Xintian key refiner actually has an escape-type Dao seal.
The Zifu disciple behind him definitely dotes on him.
Dao seals were divided by class as well.
The Divine Speed Seal, Light Body Seal, Diamond Seal, Giant Strength Seal, and other Dao seals were all the lowest class seals, which escape seals were clearly on a higher level. For example, the Traceless Talisman was a type of Dao seal that was so precious you couldn't even buy it with money. Only, unfortunately, he wasn't carrying the Traceless Talisman on him. Even if he was, because Ning was trapped within this formation, he was unable to tell which direction he was in. There was no way that Ning could use it to go directly into the insides of the mountain. Of course, he could still rely on the Traceless Talisman to immediately flee, but unfortunately, he didn't have it on him. Although I have escape seals on me, this trapping formation has activated the 5 elements.
I'm completely unable to escape. Ning was certain about this.
He had pondered for a long time, and he could be considered to have a good level of attainment in formations. He had some understanding regarding the formation he was trapped in as well. When the 5 elements were activated, there was no way to escape, unless the master of the formation voluntarily helped out. Unfortunately, the master of this formation only wanted his death.
How could he help out?
The handsome youth quickly charged back to the midway point of the mountain.
Little Seven's back. Younger apprentice brother, have you executed the enemy?
With our younger apprentice brother having personally intervened, he definitely captured the trespasser with ease. Those fellow apprentices, seeing the look on the handsome youth's face, immediately knew that he had definitely failed, so they immediately began to ridicule him. The handsome youth barked back, "Fellow apprentices, you have no idea as to how powerful this enemy is. If I had just been a bit slower in fleeing, I probably would have lost my life to him."
He's that formidable? Does he have some sort of powerful magic treasure?
The other 5 men and women were all astonished. They knew how powerful this younger apprentice brother of theirs was. The handsome youth said hurriedly, "He is just like our senior apprentice brother.
He trains in both ki and body.
He is a Innate-level practitioner as a fiend god refiner as well, and he was able to reach me in an instant. Fortunately, I had been holding the escape seal from the very beginning, and so I was lucky enough to escape. His speed alone indicates that he is probably a peak Innate-level fiend god body refiner."
Ah? A peak Innate fiend god body refiner?
Where did such a powerful figure suddenly come from? The other 5 fellow apprentices were all shocked. The handsome youth sighed, "It seems we'll have to wait for our senior apprentice brother. Senior apprentice brother has already reached the peak Innate-level in both ki and body, and he also has all sorts of magic treasures and poisons. The large majority of the hundreds Innate lifeforms we have caught in the Swallow Mountain area were all captured by senior apprentice brother."
Who is speaking about me? A low voice rang out.
The 6 men and women hurriedly turned to look. At the halfway point of the mountain, near that enormous cave entrance, a man dressed in a black cloak with unbound hair walked in. That icy, sinister aura was just the same as their revered masters. The man was currently carrying a large sack. As he walked into the mountain estate, he tossed the bag to the floor. At the opening of the bag, some feet could be seen. Senior apprentice brother. The 6 men and women immediately called out respectfully. They all knew exactly how formidable their senior apprentice brother was. They had all fled secretly with their master, and on the way, their senior apprentice brother had even battled once against a Zifu disciple and lived to tell the tale.
"I went to the Ko clan's territory and seized these 3 Stintian lifeforms. I've already destroyed their Dantians. Go tie them up," the black-cloaked man instructed.
Immediately, servants charged forward and dragged out the 3 people in the sack.
1 woman, 2 men.
The woman was incomparably charming, but in a dazed state. So even the bewitching beauty, Ko Wa, was captured.
3 more. All of the Ko clan.
The captured G clan, Ironwood clan, and Riverbank clan Innate-level members of the Swallow Mountain region all glanced over. Immediately, the black-cloaked man's face turned savage, and his eyes emanated a green light.
"I ordered you to torment them until they go insane, torment them until they died.
But look at them, they actually have the presence of mind to look at these 3. If you aren't able to torment to death, if a single one of them doesn't become a dread wraith, then I will make sure all of you become dread wraiths."
Yes.
Those servants were absolutely terrified, and then all of them threw themselves forward, using all methods at their disposal to torment these Stintian lifeforms with destroyed Dantians. Seeing their senior apprentice brother angry, the other 6 men and women were all frightened as well. The black-robed man turned his head to look at his fellow apprentices.
"Just now, you were speaking of me? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Book 4, Chapter 16, Clansman. Chapter 16, Clansman.
Senior apprentice brother, within the formation with our revered master set up, an enemy who secretly entered has been trapped. He looks just like a youth. That handsome youth addressed as Little Seven immediately said. But his power is astonishingly great. Even one of Master's spirit beasts, Black Needle, was killed, and I almost lost my life as well." The black-clothed man frowned.
"Oh? He's that powerful?"
"Very powerful.
That enemy is also both a key refiner and a body refiner.
He should be a peak Xiantian expert. Only you, senior apprentice brother, will be able to kill him, but once senior apprentice brother uses his intoxicating dragon's pit technique, no matter how powerful he is, he will definitely faint and be easily captured." All of them were boasting and praising him.
The black-clothed man looked at the fellow disciples. "Just a single intruder causes all of you to feel helpless."
"Humph, Master is currently busy forging his magic treasure and cannot spare any attention. Since the 6 of you aren't able to do anything else competently, then you can go personally torment those Xiantian lifeforms. At least you'll be helping Master with his magic treasure."
"Yes, senior apprentice brother."
The 6 men and women all responded in unison, and then all of them picked up the various tools on the floor and began to walk towards those Xiantian lifeforms. Those bound Xiantian lifeforms who had their dantians destroyed were virtually all from the Swallow Mountain region. As for the other Xiantian lifeforms, they were extremely rare, because most had been tortured to death long ago. Even the few dozen who didn't die yet were at the verge of death.
Both a key and a body refiner? Peak Xiantian? Let's take a look.
The black-clothed man snorted, then walked out. The 3 powers, heaven, earth, man, as the foundation. Ning, surrounded and protected by his water flame lotus, was seated in the lotus position, quietly chanting while looking at the formation around himself. The 5 elements, with water and earth making up the majority, the variables lie in these areas, but in his mind, a model of this enormous formation naturally came into being. He was currently thoroughly investigating the secrets of this formation. Ning suddenly rose to his feet. Swoosh! 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 Instantly, he transformed into Blur and repeatedly changed directions several times. The faster he moved, the greater the amount of pressure he would place on the formation, giving him a chance to test where the strengths and weaknesses of the formation lay. It is even more profound and intricate than the formation I just envisioned.
Ning shook his head.
If I had a chance to see the formation flags or formation marks, I would quickly understand the secrets of this formation. He knew that this was a formation controlled by a Zifu disciple. Perhaps because the Zifu disciple, for some special reasons, was busy, he had been unable to come and deal with Ning personally. But Ning knew that this was just a temporary situation. Once the Zifu disciple attacked, given how powerful a Zifu disciple naturally was, given that Ning was trapped within this confusing formation, he would definitely die.
I must break this formation.
Time was of the essence. Under this invisible pressure, Ning wholeheartedly was analyzing this formation, and his understanding of formations was constantly increasing. Fortunately, his previous life had given him a good foundation, while in this life, his soul was incredibly powerful, and he also had the guide to formations left behind by that loose Immortal. Only because he had these 3 aspects combined did he have such an astonishing rate of improvement. However, to break this formation by this Zifu disciple, he was still quite a ways off. The great formation of this Zifu disciple, if one wanted to destroy it through strength, would have to use tremendous force.
Power at the same level naturally wouldn't be enough. Perhaps even a Wanshang adept would find it difficult to destroy it forcibly.
As for Ning, without question, he had to defeat the formation through understanding its secrets.
Only then would he be able to easily defeat it. Break through it by raw force? He was far from being able to.
Woo! The black fog in front of him seemed to grow slightly dimmer. A dark figure could faintly be seen in the distance, which was currently looking at Ning, seated in the lotus position, with curiosity.
Control over water and fire?
That protective lotus seems to be rather extraordinary. Pooh! The black-clothed man was currently holding a bottle in his hand. He pulled the stopper out, and the bottle began to release gusts of a mind-intoxicating scent.
This bottle contained within it intoxicating dragon's pit. If one directly drank this thing, perhaps even a Wanshang adept would immediately faint. But of course, it would be quite hard to get a Wanshang adept to drink it. After all, as soon as he smelled it, he would know not to drink it. The scent of intoxicating dragon's pit alone, when smelled, was enough to cause virtually all Xiantian lifeforms to faint and collapse. As the senior apprentice, he had been bestowed this intoxicating dragon's pit by his revered master, which was why he was able to stealthily capture so many Xiantian lifeforms. Fall, fall, fall. The black-clothed figure looked expectantly at Ning. The lotus-position seated Ning felt a fragrance assault his nostrils. Immediately, his body went soft and his head grew dizzy. However, by relying on the crimson-bright diagram of the 9 heavens, and the fiend god body it had given him, which was incomparably stronger than that of normal fiend gods, although Ning felt slightly dizzy, the divine power in his body, when activated, quickly blocked this feeling. Which scoundrel is using tricks from hiding? Ning hurriedly stood up and shouted loudly. Ha ha ha. You are indeed a Xiantian-level fiend god, and thus very hard to make faint. The distant black-clothed man walked over. A Xiantian-level fiend god body refiner whose body is akin to a fiend god's. To make you faint is as hard as making a Zifu-level key refiner faint. This is why all of the people I have been capturing in Swallow Mountain have been Xiantian key refiners. Xiantian key refiners, upon smelling this, will immediately collapse. After destroying their Dantian, they won't be able to resist at all. Fiend god practitioners, however, will be able to regrow their Dantian after it is destroyed. They are quite hard to control. In addition, torturing a Xiantian body refiner to death is too hard. The black-clothed man mumbled to himself. Ning stared at the distant, black-clothed figure. His swords were in his hands, and he was incomparably cautious, because the distant man, when walking over, gave off an invisible pressure, the tyrannical aura which only a Xiantian fiend god gave off. Clearly, the man had already activated the divine power in his body. Once his power was fully activated, he would attack. You said you captured Xiantian lifeforms? Ning stared at him. The black-clothed man didn't answer the question. A look on his face that seemed like a smile and yet wasn't, he said to Ning, if my guess is correct, you should be young Master Ji Ning of the Ji clan. Eh? Ji Ning was startled. In this era, communication was only possible through shouting to others, while distant communication was through running between tribes. Thus, only the high-level members of some tribes knew of Ji Ning's name. Even if they knew his name, however, they wouldn't be able to recognize him. It seems I didn't guess wrongly. The black-clothed man sighed. In the entire Swallow Mountain area, there can only be one person who is so young in appearance, and yet is a Xiantian lifeform who is even capable of making my fellow apprentices think he is a peak Xiantian expert. The only person capable of this must be the one who kicked down the city walls with 3 kicks and sent River Sansi flying with 1 kick. Young Master Ji Ning. You know quite a lot. Ning looked at him. The black-clothed man sighed. Of course. I have to. In accordance with the orders from my master, I had to go capture a large number of Xiantian lifeforms throughout the Swallow Mountain region. Naturally, I need a good understanding of the intelligence reports regarding the various Xiantian experts of the Swallow Mountain area. If I didn't prepare in advance and ended up accidentally kicking an iron board, I would be in trouble. For example, your father, Ji Ichuan, he had become a peak Xiantian long ago, and I even suspect that he is already a Zifu disciple. I definitely wouldn't go capture a person like him. Only after getting a good understanding of a person would I go capture him. That is why so many Xiantian lifeforms went missing in the Swallow Mountain area, and yet no one knows who did it. The black-clothed man looked at Ning. So young, and yet so astonishingly strong. In the entire Swallow Mountain area, only you fit the criteria. In addition, this is the territory of the Ji clan of the West Prefecture, and you yourself are of the Ji clan of the West Prefecture. Ning was stunned. Many Xiantian lifeforms had gone missing in the Swallow Mountain area? Why was it that he hadn't heard of this?
Actually, this was something which had only recently occurred.
The capture of Xiantian lifeforms had to be done quickly.
By the time the disappearance was noticed, perhaps days would have passed, and it also took time for the entire tribe to make a decision on what to do. Thus, he had to frantically seize the opportunity to capture as many as he could. He couldn't capture them slowly. Once the major powers of the various forces of Swallow Mountain reacted and began to set traps, it would be dangerous. Nearly 100 Xiantian experts have gone missing in Swallow Mountain.
The black-robed man looked at Ning.
Because this place is near the G-clan, many of the G-clan have gone missing, 24 in total. There are some who directly belong to your G-clan, while others belong to the tribes of your G-clan. The G-clan controls so much territory that I imagine up till now, your G-clan still hasn't gotten a full picture of how many Xiantian lifeforms have gone missing. Ning was astonished.
The G-clan had actually lost many Xiantian lifeforms?
Some have gone missing from your G-clan of the West Prefecture as well.
Let me report a few names. I imagine you recognize them.
The black-clothed man said.
G. Jadewitch, G. Shan,
Portile, Earthshaker,
Blindfish.
These 5 all directly belong to your G-clan of the West Prefecture.
You should know them, right? Ning's face instantly turned white.
G. Jadewitch, that was the son of Ji Li, his most talented son. In the past, during the fierce struggle between Ji Li's lineage and the current line in control of the prefecture lord position, Jadewitch had been one of the most fiercest in the struggle. Ning had once deeply disliked this man. Ji Shan was a Xiantian lifeform of a younger generation of the G-clan. Although he wasn't a commander, the G-clan of the West Prefecture had very great expectations for him. After all, his surname was Ji, and he also belonged to the primary line of descent.
Portile was a newly promoted Xiantian lifeform which had been trained and recruited by the G-clan of the West Prefecture.
In Western Prefecture City, Ning had seen him quite a few times. Each time when Portile saw him, he would bow slightly and call out, "Young Master Ji Ning." Earthshaker was one of the 12 commanders of the G-clan.
Blindfish, Blindfish, Blindfish. Master Blindfish. Ning's heart was trembling. Master Blindfish had taught him archery.
To Ning, he was the closest, most familiar figure of the 5. All of them were familiar figures. After all, ever since he was young, he had grown up in Western Prefecture City.
He had met with all of the Xiantian lifeforms of Western Prefecture City.
Each year, at the gathering at Snowfall Palace, he would see this group of people. He was very familiar with them all.
These people were his clansmen.
Some of them had grudges against him, some of them were of the same lineage as him, while some were friends of him. One of them is the master archer who had taught him archery.
Ning's face turned pale. You know them all, right? Ha ha.
The black-clothed man suddenly shouted loudly, "G. Jadewitch, Ji Shan, Portile, Earthshaker, Blindfish, your young master Ji Ning of the G-clan of the West Prefecture is within the formation.
Your young master Ji Ning will soon accompany you."
Ha ha ha. The voice was very loud, and it transmitted directly into the distant tunnel midway up the mountain.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 4, Chapter 17, A Frenzied Battle. Chapter 17, A Frenzied Battle. Within the mountain.
Blindfish's body was covered with blood, and he was currently tied to that pillar. Ever since the day he had arrived in this hellish place, he had lost all hope.
He was currently grinding his teeth, enduring the pain while taunting them. Is that all you got?
Harder, hit me harder.
Come at me, boy. Didn't you drink enough milk when you were a lad? Suddenly,
Your young master Ning will soon be coming to keep you company.
Ha! That laughter rang towards them. Ning!
The bearded blindfish's body trembled, and then he roared hoarsely with all his might, "Young Master Ning, hurry and flee! There is an immortal practitioner here developing an evil magic treasure." Jadewitch, also bound by blindfish's side, had been holding his head down, exhausted, but now his spirit was roused, and he raised his head as well.
He murmured, Ning? Ning? Ning!
Quick, flee! Quick, leave!
Jadewitch howled desolately as well, striving to make himself heard.
In the past, although he had wanted for his father's lineage to take over the prefecture lord position, since they had lost, he had submitted wholeheartedly. Ning was their G-clan of the West Prefecture's next prefecture lord. He had personally seen Ning's talent, and knew that the G-clan of the West Prefecture would definitely become even more powerful because of Ning. His Dantian had already been destroyed and he had been captured. He didn't want the most promising genius of the G-clan of the West Prefecture, the next prefecture lord of the G-clan of the West Prefecture, to die here as well.
This was a humiliation to the G-clan.
Quick, flee!
Jadewitch howled heroically. Young Master Ning, quick, leave! Shan howled as well.
They had all been caught here, and had often seen those dread wraiths enter that underground tunnel. From that, as well as the discourse of those 6 handsome men and women, they had learned that this was utterly a devil's lair. The black fog around him billowed, but from afar came furious, frantic howls.
Young Master Ning, hurry up and flee!
There is an immortal practitioner here developing an evil magic treasure.
Young Master Ning, hurry and leave!
Flee! Although they had been tortured to the point of their voices turning hoarse, because he was so familiar with these people, Ning could tell who they were.
Developing an evil magic treasure?
Ning forcibly swallowed down the fiery anger in his heart as he stared at the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man chortled strangely. The genius of the G-clan, the mighty young Master Ning, don't be so impatient, don't be so angry. They will all die. As for you, you'll die too. He wanted to arouse Ning's fury. When a person was enraged, they would lose their calm, and after doing so, their chances of victory would decrease. Go die! Ning was like a tiger leaving the mountain, releasing a surge of seemingly unblockable power as he charged straight forward.
Humph, so rash. And they say you are a genius? In the end, you are still too young.
The black-clothed man said to himself. In his hands, he wielded black weaver's shuttles in each hand, whirling them like devils as he welcomed the charging Ning. The 2 black shuttles stabbed towards Ning, and as the 2 drew near, swish! 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 Dot! The 2 black shuttles actually shot out multiple black needles in a cluster towards Ning. Because they were too close, and the attack of the black needles was simply too fast, although Ning's swordplay was powerful, he found it hard to block them all. Luckily, Ning's body had those 2 layers of the water flame lotus to block those black needles. The black needles just barely managed to break through the first layer before collapsing, and as they did, the earth immediately began to emit a hissing sound. All stained with poison.
The 2 dark north swords in Ning's hands stabbed angrily outwards towards the black-clothed man.
The black-clothed man moved like a ghost, the 2 black shuttles in his hands just barely able to dodge while also shooting out those black needles.
What a formidable Ning!
The black-clothed man was secretly shocked. His protective lotus flower is too powerful.
It's actually able to affect even my own movements.
Luckily, my robes are actually formed from an armor-type magic treasure, as otherwise, the power of the protective lotus alone would have torn my clothes apart.
Bang!
A sword shadow suddenly pierced through the black-clothed man's arm, and the black-clothed man immediately leapt backwards at high speed, his face gradually turning savage. What a marvelous, profound protective lotus you have.
My black blood needles are unable to break through it. It seems I'll have to use power to break it. The two black shuttles in his hands disappeared, and then in his hands appeared a long staff formed from 6 shuttles, while at the same time, the area around the body of the man began to faintly swirl with fire as a powerful aura began to emanate outwards. Staff?
Ning was secretly startled.
Earlier, when they had battled, he had noticed that this black-clothed man's ability in wielding those black shuttles was truly quite weak. Only, the sudden shooting out of those black blood needles was rather sinister. Now that the opponent was using a staff, Ning finally understood that this was the weapon which the opponent was actually an expert in. A staff is a long weapon and a heavy weapon. Ning mused.
Fiend God body refiners generally like to use heavy weapon-type magic treasures, using power to break through magic.
Receive my attacks.
The black-clothed man transformed into a black blur, and the long staff was lifted up high and instantly began to increase in size rapidly, while its weight rapidly increased as well. The staff itself most likely now weighed tens of thousands of kilograms, and it smashed down directly towards Ning's head.
Ning's dark north sword swept upwards. Clang!
An enormous clashing sound.
Ning himself was sent flying backwards, creating a deep gouge in the earth.
His 2 hands had cracked apart at the thumb, and blood had already dyed the sword handles red.
What tremendous power, even greater than mine by far.
Although I am merely at the 4th level of the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens, I'm still comparable to most late-stage Fiend God body refiners.
This black-clothed man is actually even stronger than me.
He must be a peak Fiend God body refiner. Ning understood that he had encountered a true opponent this time. To kill an Fiend God body refiner at the Xiantian level was a much harder proposition.
I want to see how many staff blows of mine you can take.
The eyes of the black-clothed man flashed with a faint green light. He charged forwards with large steps, emanating an aura as mighty as a dragon's, and as he drew near Ning, he delivered the long staff in his hands in a forward blow.
A direct attack. Staves focus on power. Swords focus on skill.
Ning shouted, while at the same time, a pair of green wings appeared behind him, seemingly made out of steel. This was the wing-type magic treasure which Ning had acquired out of the thousands of magic treasures found in the aquatic manor. The Shadewind Steps was nothing more than one of the most basic foundations to the divine ability, Windwing Evasion. When using this set of wings to utilize this divine ability, the power was much greater, comparable to a tiger being given a set of wings.
Hua!
Ning's wings trembled, and instantly, like a giant rock, his speed tremendously, bizarrely increased. He flashed past like a gust of wind, constantly changing direction as the dark north swords in his hands struck out once and again against the black-clothed man.
Ya! The black-clothed man was completely in a state of frenzy.
His ki had activated the runes scribed onto his longstaff, causing the power of the weight seal to continue to grow. The staff seemed to have transformed into a small mount. Luckily, he was a peak Xiantian Fiend God body refiner, as otherwise he wouldn't even be able to budge such a heavy weapon.
If you can't hit someone with the staff, so what if it is heavy? Die!
Ning seemed to have been possessed as well. The existence of that Zifu disciple was a source of invisible pressure for him. Those tormented clansmen of the Ji clan caused Ning's heart to feel as though it was being scorched. Kill! 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 Ji Ning, relying on his wing-type magic treasures, moved like a ghost, his speed even greater than the black-clothed figures. The dark north swords in his hands, having already undergone a blood forging, were incomparably sharp. His swordplay, which contained the true meaning of the Tao, in terms of technique, was at a level higher than the black-clothed man's as well.
Bang!
A large hole was blasted through the waist by a piercing blow, but then immediately afterwards, the hole immediately grew small, then disappeared, having completely healed.
Hua!
A large wound was carved out on his back. His face was cut and scarred.
Ya! The black-clothed man was being driven insane by this battle.
His all but unkillable body, when paired with his one with the world level of staff play, allowed him to easily dominate most peak Xian-Tian refiners. He hadn't expected that this time, he had run into a wall. The opponent's strength was a good deal weaker than his, but the opponent was nonetheless an expert fiend god body refiner whose swordplay was clearly on a higher level. Swish! Ning was sent flying away by a grazing blow of the staff. Although the skin on his hands were ripped open from the shock of the collision, they instantly healed. After all, as his swordplay was extremely skilled, Ning would only occasionally suffer a bit, while the opponent was truly dancing on the fine line between life and death. If he was to be stabbed by Ning in the head, a fatal blow, then he would die for sure. Bang! Using both swords at the same time and moving like a ghost, the dance at the precipice of life and death finally came to a stumbling halt. Bang! The black-clothed man's waist had a sword light flash past it, and an enormous wound appeared. He fell to the ground, his body chopped in half. Formidable, formidable. The black-clothed man ground his teeth. However, you can go die now. Hua! Just as Ning's wings fluttered and he pounced towards the black-clothed man with his two swords, a bottle appeared in one of the hands of the black-robed man. He suddenly smashed it into the ground, which immediately exploded open against the rocky floor of the mountain. A thick white fog instantly poured out. Ning, seeing the situation looked bad, hurriedly retreated at high speed, but the faint fragrance still assaulted his nostrils. Although he had already stopped his breathing early on, that odor still invaded and burrowed through his body. Transform into a pool of liquid. The black-clothed man gritted his teeth as he stared at Ning, the two halves of his body quickly drawing close together and beginning to fuse together. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 4, Chapter 18, A Heroic, Frenzied Shout. Chapter 18, A Heroic, Frenzied Shout. The white mist within the bottle was an essence removed from corpses and transformed into gaseous form. Once it touched the body, it would quickly invade and corrode the body, melting it into a puddle of liquid. Even this peak Xian-Tian's senior apprentice himself had to use an antidote against it. The youth in front of him was clearly weaker than him in strength, and based on his understanding, young Master Ji Ning had only recently broken through to the Xian-Tian level. No matter how monstrous of a genius you are, as a fiend god body refiner, you are far inferior to me. Even I am not able to withstand it. You will definitely die. The black-clothed man looked expectantly. Ning's face changed. It really was a case of a certain type of master producing a certain type of disciple. In the past, Ning had calculated that this Zifu disciple must be an expert poison user, and this black-clothed fellow in front of him was also skilled in poisons. The white corrosive fog, Ning felt numbness begin to spread and erode his entire body. Got a hold. Ning circulated the shining scarlet divine power in his body, and the powerful fiend god life energy also began to wipe away the poison. Die. While forcibly suppressing this corpse essence in his body, the wing-type magic treasure on his back suddenly howled as Ning pounced towards the black-clothed man on the floor. Regardless of whether or not he was able to disperse this corpse essence in his body, he had to first kill the man in front of him. Otherwise, if he were to be dead from poison while the other was still alive, how hateful a thought would that be? Ha! The more you move, the faster you die. The black-clothed man wielded the 6-shuttle longstaff, his footsteps thundering on the ground and causing the earth to shake. Clearly, he was using all of his strength. Go die. He raised the 6-shuttle longstaff high, smashing it down towards Ning like a giant mountain. Shwa! Shwa! Relying on the windwing evasion, Ning moved like a ghost, moving in an arc to attack the black-clothed man from the side. Kill! 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 Ning wildly pounced forward, while the longstaff and the black-clothed man changed directly slightly to welcome Ning. The two had already exchanged blows multiple times and knew very well how powerful the enemy was. The black-clothed man was physically strong, while Ning's swordplay was marvelous, and he was an expert in twin swords. Dawn! A nearby piece of head-sized rock suddenly flew up, moving at supersonic speed as it smashed towards the black-clothed man's head. The distance was too close, and the stone came flying from behind. The black-clothed man didn't have eyes in his back. By the time he vaguely sensed the ripples in the air caused by the stone, it was too late. Bang! The stone, wrapped up by Ning's divine will, was moving at an incredible speed. It was as though a late-stage Xiantian fiend god body refiner expert had viciously thrown it at full force against his head. The stone shattered into tiny pieces. Blood flowed from the black-clothed man's head, while at the same time, he stumbled. Clang! Shie! Two rays of swordlight, one which blocked the six-shuttle longstaff, while the other swordlight slashed straight through the black-clothed man's face, stabbing out from the back of his skull, carrying some brain matter and blood. Bang! The power of the six-shuttle longstaff stick forced Ning to retreat backwards by multiple steps, and naturally the sword was drawn out as well. There was a hole directly in the forehead of the black-clothed man, but there was no way it could possibly be healed. Forget about him. If Ning's skull had been pierced through, even he would have died without question. You. Fiend god body refiners possessed astonishing life force, allowing the black-clothed man to have a final few moments of life. He stared at Ning, struggling to open his mouth. You. And then he fell down, causing the ground to tremble. Huff, huff, huff. Ning stood there, his breathing rather ragged. He stared at the corpse in front of him, knowing how unwilling this person had been to accept death like this, how mystified this person had been in death. Most likely, this black-clothed senior apprentice, in the moment of his death, was still trying to puzzle out why his head had suddenly suffered an attack. Who had attacked him from behind? Divine will. This was Ning's killing technique. Once it was used, if he was unable to kill his enemies with it, his enemies would immediately use escape seals and instantly run away. Most likely, by then, even the Zifu disciple would know that Ning possessed a divine will ability. Thus, it was not to be used lightly, and when used, it had to kill the enemy. Previously, Ning had been fighting with him head-on, but because of the poison, Ning could no longer afford to waste time. Thus, he used his divine will to control the stone. The two had been on par in terms of general power. In a life-and-death battle, one couldn't be the slightest bit careless. When that stone had carried boundless force in smashing down on the black-clothed man's head, his staff techniques had become completely chaotic. Naturally, he was even less able to fend off Ning's divine, ghost-like swordplay, with the result being a sword stabbing straight through his fatal point between his forehead. Ha ha! Ning began to laugh, raising his head and shouting heroically, "Come! Each one of you who comes shall die. However many comes, however many I shall kill. Ha ha ha!" At this moment, Ning was incomparably crazed. He was in utterly dire straits, and his clansmen had been trapped here. His chance of survival was very slim. Ning naturally became all the more frenzied. Killing an expert of the enemy naturally made him feel incomparably satisfied. There were deep gouges everywhere on the ground, with shattered rocks littering everywhere. After all, prior to this, Ning's swordplay had activated the power of the world itself, while the enemy was also incomparably strong. Naturally, the area around them had been reduced to rubble. Poison? Ning could already sense that the corpse essence in his body was being slowly ground away by the natural life force in his body that was being created by the crimson bright divine power. It seems it still can't do anything against my fiend god body. Ning was different from that black-clothed senior apprentice. The black-clothed man couldn't withstand the poison, but Ning trained in the #1 fiend god body refining technique, while the crimson bright divine power was born from a fusion of the power of the sun and the power of the moon, while his divine body had been formed and birthed by solar true fire and lunar true water. In terms of quality, his body was untold times more powerful than other fiend god body refiner bodies. That black-clothed man's power was clearly much greater than the previous man's. Most likely, he has a fairly high status in this place. Perhaps he has some secrets on this formation on him. Ning hurriedly began to search the black-clothed man's corpse, but unfortunately,
The Zifu disciple himself actually wasn't an expert in formations. All he had done was set up formation flags in a very formulaic way. Ning thus naturally wasn't able to find any information regarding this formation on the corpse. However, he has quite a few Dao seals and bottles and elixirs on him. Ning collected them all, but didn't have any time to investigate these battles. First of all, he didn't dare to pull out the stoppers for fear of them being poisoned, and second of all, he himself didn't know anything about poisons. It was best for him to spend his time focusing on the formation and increasing his abilities in formations. Breaking this formation as soon as possible was what mattered. Within the mountain, the 6 beautifully dressed men and women were currently, as per the senior apprentice's orders, torturing these Xiantian lifeforms. With our senior apprentice personally handling this, your young master Ning's death is assured. In the formation, I heard senior apprentice say that young master Ning is still a youth? Little 7, you are nearly 30 years old this year. Can it be that this young master Ning is even younger than you? The 6 men and women chatted amongst themselves. One of the nearby men bound to the pillar, a bald man whose body was covered with scars, howled at them, young master Ning of the Ji clan is perhaps just 11 or 12 years old this year. Compared to him, you are like worms on the ground while he is like a divine dragon in the skies. Shut your mouth. The nearby servants immediately used heated irons to torture and burn him. 6 fools. You want to compare yourselves to young master Ning? I can't even begin to express how inferior you are. Almost 30 years old, but he wants to compare himself to young master Ning? I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Those nearly 100 Xiantian lifeforms of the Swallow Mountain area all began to shout out and mock them. Beat them, beat them. The 6 men and women shouted angrily. Suddenly. Come. Each one of you who comes shall die. However many comes, however many I shall kill. That wild, frenzied voice was filled with both hysteria and utter, incomparable madness. What? The faces of those 6 changed. They were certain that this wasn't the voice of the senior apprentice. Then, it could be only the voice of that trapped young master Ning. Can it be that our senior apprentice brother died? They were all in a state of panic. Without question, the senior apprentice was by far the most powerful of their group. Even if he didn't use the many insidious options available to him, he was still incomparably strong. Senior apprentice brother. Senior apprentice brother. The 6 men and women shouted outwards, but their senior apprentice brother didn't respond. If you want to find your senior apprentice brother, then go to the Netherworld Kingdom. That wild, impudent voice rang out from afar. Senior apprentice brother died. The 6 men and women looked at each other, their eyes filled with awe. Killed by a youth of just 11 or 12 years of age. Only 11 or 12, yet he was able to kill our senior apprentice brother? Is there such a monstrous talent in the world? Even in our school, there has never been such a monster. Most likely, only those legendary top-tier tribes under the protection of Immortals will there be monsters like this. The 6 were completely overawed. After all, they quite brought experience. Their own school was a major school. But they had never seen anyone 11 or 12 years old who was so possible. Kakaka, the iron board in the center of the mountain began to slowly swing open, revealing that dark, gloomy tunnel. The tunnel had a hint of green light emanating from within it, and its cold, sinister aura caused the 6 men and women to shiver. My boy gone. That shrill voice was quavering. That Ning killed my boy gone. He will die, definitely die. The 6 men and women felt their hearts shake. As for those servants, all of them were shuddering. None of them could predict what this person would do when enraged. That Ning is only 11 or 12 years old? What a monster! If it weren't for the fact that he is an enemy, I would recommend him for entry into our school. But he killed my boy gone. He must die. The shrill voice was filled with hate. "Little 7, come in." "Come in?"
The handsome youth was startled. He had never before entered the cavern in the mountain.
That was a forbidden area. "Quick, enter."
The shrill voice carried anger within it.
"Yes." The handsome youth didn't dare to hesitate any longer.
Clearing his throat, he hurriedly walked towards the black tunnel, then leapt into the cavern. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 4, Chapter 19, Heart Eater. Chapter 19, Heart Eater. The dark tunnel was deep and also almost as straight as a pen.
It was nearly 300 meters deep, and the handsome youth, when jumping down, released his Xiantian Qi, allowing himself to descend as lightly as a goose feather, while at the same time, every so often, he would grab onto the sides of the dark tunnel to slow his descent. After a while, he finally stepped on the ground.
This is so deep. Where is Master's secret room?
The handsome youth hurriedly looked everywhere while carefully advancing through the winding tunnels.
Up ahead, there was a dazzling green light.
Soon, he reached an open stone door, behind which was an area filled with green life, as well as ripples which made the heart tremble.
"Master!"
The handsome youth called out from outside the stone door.
"Enter!"
The shrill voice screeched.
"Yes."
The handsome youth suppressed his terror and walked in. This was a sealed stone room that was 10 meters in diameter. In the center of the stone room, there was an enormous boulder, upon which was a man who wore loose black robes, had a skinny, pale face, and long, flowing black hair. The man's eyes emitted an otherworldly green light, and his entire body seemed to be made out of solidified evil. In front of this person was an enormous cauldron, and above the cauldron, there was a burning green flame that emitted a freezing aura. Beneath the green flame, there lay hovering an unadorned, blood-red cloth banner, which had a number of either hidden or visible ferocious faces on it. The faces were either screaming soundlessly or bellowing as they tried to swallow each other and battled each other. The entire cloth banner was surrounded by a layer of black light that was visible to the naked eye.
Sin. The handsome youth's heart was trembling. A grave sin. Those who did good accumulated karmic merit. Those who did evil accumulated sins. Those who had committed grave sins would naturally emanate a heart-shaking evil aura. But the aura of sin around the cloth banner was actually so strong, it was visible to the naked eye. This was simply astonishing. This is a magic treasure which was born from endless amounts of sin. The handsome youth was both terrified as well as desirous. He knew very well that when one created this sort of magic treasure that was refined from sins, when one underwent the 3 calamities or 9 tribulations, the power of the trials would be incomparably powerful. But this sort of magic treasure itself was incomparably, astonishingly powerful as well. This was why some evil schools were clearly committing countless grave sins, and yet were still able to continue forward in training to become an immortal. It was because these evil paths allowed one to advance more quickly, and to even battle against foes of higher levels. No wonder Master said that once his magic treasure is completed, he wouldn't even fear a Wanshang adept. The handsome youth couldn't breathe. Little 7. The long-haired man, seated in the lotus position, spoke in a shrill voice. My boygon was my first disciple. He was like a son to me. This Ning killed my son. How could I, Bei Goodson, possibly forgive him? The handsome youth lowered his head. I need to refine this magic treasure. I can't spare any attention. Bei Goodson's green eyes stared at the handsome youth. Creating this sort of deeply sinful magic treasure was incomparably dangerous to begin with, and there were constant repercussions from the creation process. There were some people who were themselves bitten to death and had their souls dispersed by the dread wraiths they had created. Of course, if one truly wanted to force a pause, one could, but the price would also be great. Little 7, I bequeath unto you 1 heart-eater powder. A bottle appeared out of nowhere in the palm of Goodson's right hand,
and he casually tossed it towards the handsome youth. The handsome youth accepted it, then stared at the bottle in terror.
Heart-eater powder?
He had heard of the famous heart-eater powder before. The price of this one bottle of heart-eater powder was more valuable than even a ranked magic treasure. Countless Zifu disciples had died to heart-eater powder, and it was incredibly hard to procure. Even his own master had only been able to acquire this terrifying poison because he had been born into their school and had connections. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't be distracted, how would I possibly be willing to waste this heart-eater powder? Goodson said shrilly.
Remember.
Smash the bottle within 30 meters of that Ning, and he will definitely be poisoned. Once the heart-eater powder enters his body, although it takes effect slowly and will need 3 days, it is virtually impossible to get rid of it once one has been poisoned. He, a mere Xiantian fiend god body refiner, will die without question, even if what he is training in is the legendary number 1 fiend god body refining, the crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens.
The handsome youth nodded. Remember.
You yourself need to be careful.
Stay far away.
If you are poisoned, come to me.
I will give you the antidote. Goodson said.
Your disciple is still competent to perform a minor task like releasing poison.
The handsome youth said. Go.
Goodson's gaze fell upon that blood-red cloth banner beneath the swirling green flames. The countless dread wraiths within the cloth banner occasionally appeared, extending their necks out towards Goodson and wildly trying to bite at him, but Goodson's oily green eyes remained cold and deadly.
The handsome youth bowed respectfully, then left.
When leaving this deep, dark tunnel, he jumped at high speed, occasionally clamping onto protruding pieces of rock on the stone walls.
Soon afterwards, he left the tunnel.
Kakaka. The iron boards turned, and the tunnel was shut once more.
Within the black mist,
the water flame lotus surrounded him, and Ning's soul was currently pondering at high speed, with one hypothetical formation after another appearing within his mind, and the construction of the formation changing non-stop. As Ning frantically analyzed these formations, his level of understanding with regards to formations continued to rise.
Ha!
Ning suddenly felt a spike of fear. When a person's soul was as powerful as his, one would be able to unconsciously sense terrifying dangers approaching. The last time his soul had this feeling was when he was attempting the third trial in the ancient aquatic manor. This time, however, the feeling was even stronger than last time, as though no matter how he struggled, he still wouldn't be able to escape this danger.
Danger?
Ning opened his eyes to stare around himself.
Suddenly,
the black fog in front of him to the right naturally parted, and in that instant, a large amount of white threads instantly wrapped towards him. In the distance, that handsome youth could be seen wielding a horsetail whisk in one hand and a dowel seal in the other.
The white threads of the horsetail whisk instantly attacked Ning.
Humph! Twin swords appeared in Ning's hands, and the water flame lotus blocked those white threads.
Boom!
In that instant when those thousands of white strands and the water flame lotus collided, it was as though something exploded. Only now did Ning realize that the thousands of white strands had contained a bottle within it. In the instant their attacks had collided, the bottle had been smashed apart. Seeing the battle smash open, his soul could feeling that incomparably terrifying danger sense intensify, causing Ning's face to change.
There had to have been something in the bottle.
Ning was no fool, but he couldn't see anything.
It was odorless and invisible.
The distant, handsome youth had immediately retracted his horsetail whisk. In that instant the bottle had smashed open, and had also used his escape seal, immediately fleeing and disappearing.
This bottle. Ning had an uneasy feeling. Ah!
Suddenly, a stabbing pain appeared in his heart.
Ning's face turned ashen, and he held his chest.
The crimson bright divine power in his body immediately began to search throughout his entire body, but no matter what, it still couldn't find any hint of poison. However, his heart continued to feel that slow, stabbing pain, and his entire body began to slowly ache.
There was no way to stop it at all.
Even his head was starting to hurt. What should I do? The poison has invaded my entire body, but my crimson bright divine power isn't able to sense it, nor can my divine will. Ning, at this moment, suddenly remembered the words of that old black bull in the underwater estate. He had been warned not to underestimate any opponent, especially those who trained to become immortals. Immortal practitioners had varied techniques. One could simply use poison to kill you. No matter how powerful your ability to fight was, they could simply refuse to fight you. This was how immortal practitioners were. Nobody knew what anyone else was truly capable of. Ha ha ha. From afar, a delighted sound could be heard. Ning, no matter how monstrous of a genius you are, you will definitely die. Within that great formation, Ning's face was unsightly. Although neither his divine will nor his crimson bright divine power could sense the poisonous elements, he could feel the pain racking his entire body. This invisible poison was slowly, constantly devouring his entire body. Although the devouring process was slow, it was inexorable in its progress. Even his incomparably powerful fiend god life force in his body was unable to remove it. What a fierce poison! Odorless, colorless, and undetectable. Ning was surprised. Although it isn't like some other poisons which instantly take effect, it seems to have embedded itself deep in every single cell. There's no way to remove it at all. If this continues, in most likely just 2 or 3 days, my body will be finished. 2 or 3 days? Ning's eyes began wild. In the last 2 or 3 days, even if I die, I will destroy this formation. Ning's heart was beginning to blaze with a heaven-reaching fury. I will wipe them all out, or if I'm lucky, maybe even find the antidote on their bodies. There's nowhere to run. I must destroy this formation. Ning sat down in the lotus position and closed his eyes. The protective lotus flower swiveled around him as he once more frantically endeavored to analyze formations. Within the mountain, that handsome youth walked back, then glanced at Blindfish, G. Jadewitch, and the other members of the G clan, who had looks of shock and fury on their faces. The other members of the G clan of the East Prefecture, North Prefecture, South Prefecture, and Central Prefecture all looked at him angrily as well. What are you looking at? Your young master Ning was poisoned. In 3 days, he will definitely die. The handsome youth was completely confident. Forget about him. Even a Zifu disciple who was poisoned by this poison will definitely die. Our G-clan's patriarch will definitely come, He will definitely exterminate all of you, and he will also rescue young Master Ning. Blindfish and the others weren't willing to believe that Ning would die. Ha ha ha, your clan's patriarch? The handsome youth laughed wildly. How could a small tribe here in your Swallow Mountain possibly have poison of this level? Even in our school, this sort of poison is hard to obtain. Stop looking at me. I won't tell you what poison it is. Go die. You will all definitely die. The members of the G clan all cursed at him, and even the other bound Xiantian lifeforms began to curse in their despair. Within West Prefecture city of the G clan, Ji Ichuan was currently accompanying his wife, Yuchi Snow. Occasionally, he would look outside towards the door. Suddenly, through the door, he could see that from afar, an azure firebird appeared in the skies, with 2 people on its back. One was the red-clothed G Redflower, while the other was a red-haired, gray-robed elder. At a single glance, Ji Ichuan recognized him. That was the true pillar for the entire G clan. The G clan's clan leader, G9 Fire. Snow, the clan leader is here. Ichuan hurriedly shouted. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 4, Chapter 20, Wait for your child. Chapter 20, Wait for your child. The azure firebird landed in the courtyard, and the red-haired, gray-robed G9 Fire stepped on, arriving outside the room's door in just 2 steps.
Each one. Ninefire had a smile that would make a person feel peaceful.
According to legend, when Ninefire was young, he had an incomparably explosive temperament, but because Ninefire had lived nearly 4 centuries by now, while the oldest member of the G clan of the Western Prefecture was only a century or so in age, the stories of what Ninefire had been like when young were lost to legends.
Clan leader. Each one, upon seeing the clan leader, immediately revealed a look of urgency in his eyes. Snow, she.
I heard from Red Flower.
Ninefire nodded. Let me take a look. Right. Each one immediately led the way forward.
At this moment, Snow had already left her bed, curtsying respectfully. Snow greets the clan leader.
Ninefire said, "Your body is very weak right now. First lie down."
There's no need to stand on empty ceremonies. Only then did Snow half lie down on the bed, while Ninefire sat on the chair by the side of the bed. He stretched his hand out, placing it against Snow's wrist, gently tapping with his finger. Immediately, a spot of red, fiery light immediately enveloped Snow's entire body. In this instant, it seemed as though Snow's entire body was covered by a layer of flames.
Each one watched nervously by the side, while Ninefire's eyes were closed.
As much time as was needed for a pot of tea to be brewed passed before the fiery light surrounding Snow's body vanished. Only now did Ninefire open his eyes as well. Facing each one, whose face was filled with anticipation, Ninefire couldn't help but let a soft sigh, then gently shake his head.
The seeds of the illness have taken deep root.
There's no way for it to be reversed.
Ah! Each one's face instantly turned white. Ninefire sighed.
That year, your wife was a peak Xiantian expert. During that disaster, it was one thing for her foundation to have been damaged. If she had been immediately treated, it would have been fine.
But your wife then executed that secret art which took her own life energy. It was like another blow to her already heavily injured body, causing the illness to be even more deeply rooted. Unless you can find some sort of pill suitable for mortals to use to extend their lives, there is no other method. Longevity-enhancing pill for mortals? Each one looked his wife, and Snow looked back at him.
Their gazes intersected, and Snow sighed gently.
Each one, I understand my illness.
If it was just a matter of consuming a longevity-enhancing pill, although such a pill would be incomparably expensive, if each one bankrupted himself, sold off all his possessions as well as the thousands of unranked magic treasures Ning had given him, and also borrowed some money from the G clan, he might be able to acquire one such pill. But the additional requirement of suitable for mortals to use, the price would instantly rise by several additional levels. The more powerful a medicinal pill, the more powerful the medicinal effect. A pill that was capable of extending a person's lifespan was a pill that defied the natural course of heaven. A pill that not only did this but also did it in such a way which allowed the weak, fragile bodies of a mortal to be able to endure the process. The preciousness of such a pill was far beyond what the likes of the G clan could possibly imagine.
Each one.
Ninefire said slowly, I've refined some pills. I will immediately arrange for them to be sent over. Your wife should have another 3 months of life.
3 months?
Each one's face completely changed.
Snow just revealed a smile.
She said, Each one. Each one hurriedly turned to look at his wife, who laughed and said, 3 months is better than I had anticipated.
I regret nothing. I did what I did that year in order to give birth to Ning.
If I hadn't given birth to Ning, I might have been able to live an extra 20 years, but every single day of those 20 years, I would have been in a hell of regret. But now, every day of these 10 years that I have lived happily.
It's enough, it's enough. Have Ning come back. I want to see him.
As long as he is by my side, all is well.
All right.
Each one hurriedly nodded, then after pondering for a moment, shouted, Brother Black, Azure Firebird.
Immediately, from outside, a black-clothed man and an azure-clothed woman stepped in.
It was the human forms of the Black Serpent and the Azure Firebird.
Brother Black. Each one said hurriedly. Ning will easily be able to recognize your voice. Thus, ride atop the Azure Firebird and quickly head to the border region between our G clan and the Ironwood clan. As he spoke, a map appeared in each one's hands. He just casually glanced towards the door, making sure of their directions, then carefully sensed the location of the jade sword which Ning was holding. Staring at the map, each one quickly ascertained a location. With a gentle tap of the finger, he pointed to a mountain on the map, and a spot of blood stained the map there. Ning is currently at this location. He hasn't moved this entire time. Based on my sense, although there are slight uncertainties regarding the distance between us, he's definitely within 100 kilometers of this mountain. As long as you ride the Azure Firebird to the air above the mountain, then call for him and say that his mother is critically ill and that he is to quickly return, he will definitely hear it. Understood. The black-clothed man said hurriedly. Each one, don't worry. Ning's hearing ability is far beyond that of ordinary people's. He should be able to hear my voice from as far as 200 or 300 kilometers away. It wasn't possible for mortals to project their voices 100 kilometers, but it was simple for a sentient lifeform. For example, when Ning had been at Serpent Wing Lake and shouted at Serpent Wing, his voice had also projected throughout the lake. Azure Firebird, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip. Each one looked at the azure-garbed woman. A small matter. The Azure Firebird's voice was very gentle. We can't delay for even a moment. I'll immediately head out along with Elder Brother Black. Let's go. The black-clothed man also nodded right away. Taking the map with them, the black-garbed man quickly mounted onto the back of the Azure Firebird, then quickly flew towards the direction of the borders between the G clan and the Ironwood clan. Ning, son. Snow watched as the Azure Firebird flew high into the sky, and in her heart she began to miss her son. The closer she drew to death, the more she wanted to see her son, her dearly beloved son. The Azure Firebird's speed was astonishingly fast. In less than 2 hours, she had already arrived in the air above that mountain. This is the mountain. The black serpent nodded. From high up in the air, it was very easy to recognize the landscape below. Elder Brother Black, call for him right away. The Azure Firebird urged. Right. The black serpent stared below, then immediately infused his voice with monstrous energy, shouting loudly, Young Master Ning, your mother is critically ill. Quickly return. Young Master Ning, your mother is critically ill. Quickly return. This voice echoed down from the heavens, quickly covering an area of 200 kilometers of the forests and mountain below. And directly beneath them, deep within that mountain, there were 1,000,000 commoners, whom the two spirit beasts didn't notice at all. Dash. Within the mountain. Those sentient lifeforms that were bound to the pillars were still undergoing countless amounts of torment. They had to endure torture, and yet they were still kept alive. This was because the longer they were tortured, the greater the rage and hatred these sentient lifeforms would feel. The more powerful, the deeper their hatred, the fiercer the dread wraiths their souls would transform into. Young Master Ning, your mother is critically ill. Quickly return. The voice drifted down from far above. Although a great formation was hidden here, causing the curses and cries of the 1,000,000 commoners within to be trapped and unable to leave, the sounds from the outside world could still come in. It was much as how the Zifu disciple, Beizishan, was deep within the secret in the mountain and could hear the sounds from the outside world, even though the sounds from within the secret room wouldn't go out. That way, they could more easily detect what was going on in the outside world. Young Master Ning, your mother is critically ill. Quickly return. The voice echoed throughout the mountains, the voice shockingly loud. What a loud voice. Who is shouting up there? The 6 beautifully dressed men and women all looked upwards towards the sky, with one of them, a scraggly, bearded man, hurriedly saying, Fellow apprentices, do you hear that? They are calling for that Ning. Ning's mother is critically ill? The women with the scorpion said in surprise. His mother's ill?
Ha! The most muscular man of the group, a man with cyan hair, began to laugh loudly.
That Ning is a monstrously talented figure. If he is allowed to develop, who knows how terrifying he will be in the future.
But he won't be able to live for more than 3 days, and is trapped within the formation. His mother is clearly critically ill, but even if he shouts until he is hoarse, his voice won't escape.
Right. The handsome youth sighed.
Most likely, he is in a state of extreme rage right now. I must say, this Ning really is a formidable figure. At 11 or 12 years of age, he was able to kill our senior martial apprentice.
But his final doom is so pitiful.
He will pass away in the midst of despair, rage, pain, and regret.
Ha! This is the end of this genius. These fellow apprentices chatted amongst themselves.
They could imagine how Ning currently felt, which made them feel all the more delighted.
Madam is critically ill? Yuchi Snow is critically ill?
The G clan of the West Prefecture's Blindfish, G Jade Witch, Portile, and other members were all incomparably astonished, enraged, and filled with hate. At the same time, they felt a hint of pity for Ning. After all, he had less than 3 days to live, and his mother was critically ill, yet he had no way to return. This sort of pain must be heartbreaking.
Right.
Everything was exactly as how those fellow apprentices deep in the mountain imagined.
It was also exactly as Blindfish and the others feared. Ning was currently feeling utterly agony and grief in his heart. Mother! Mother! Ning's tears began to fall down uncontrollably.
He was in such pain, his entire body trembled. His heart felt as though it was being cut by a knife. That woman who had loved him since he was a child, that woman who had treated him as her world, that woman who always, uncontrollably doted on him.
She was actually critically ill? Critically ill.
Ning suddenly threw his head upwards, letting out a howl of incomparable pain. This howl spread throughout the mountain, but no matter what, it couldn't spread out from it. As for those 6 men and women within the mountain residence, when they heard the howl, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. That could sense the boundless grief and pain contained within that howl.
Young Master! Young Master Ning! Blindfish wept.
That precocious, brilliant 4-year-old toddler who he had personally taught archery, how had he ended up like this? This was even more agonizing and terrifying than the torture his body had endured.
I'm going to leave, I'm going to leave, I'm going to leave.
Ning's voice was quavering.
Break the formation. I'm going to break the formation.
Ning forced his eyes shut. An incomparably powerful surge of emotion swept his entire body, filling his entire spirit.
He was going to break the formation.
He had to leave it, he had to go see that woman who treated him as more important than her life.
He had to see her. Otherwise, even if he died and went to the Netherworld Kingdom, he would feel incomparable guilt and regret. Break the formation. I'm going to break the formation.
Ning's closed eyes were trembling, and his soul, filled with this incomparably powerful emotion that was even greater than what was felt at the moment between life and death, reached a new limit as he frantically visualized methods for the breaking of this formation. Blood began to leak out from Ning's nose, and blood was coming from his ears as well. Clearly, this surge of powerful emotion had injured his body.
That's it.
Ning's soul, which had been constantly testing out new formations, suddenly halted. An incomparably complicated formation model suddenly appeared in his mind, which contained every possible variable within it.
Ning opened his eyes. Mother!
Ning raised his head, letting out a frenzied howl.
I will go back to see you, I will definitely go back to see you.
Wait for your child. Immediately, he transformed into a blur, moving through the formation. Ning moved like a ghost, quickly reaching a place which was still covered with thick black mist, but which had a black formation flag inserted into the earth.
The runes atop the formation flag were currently flashing.
Ning reached out, directly grabbing the flag and giving it a powerful pull. Instantly, the black mist that had been covering the entire world vanished, revealing a clearly visible mountain scene. From afar, many servants were staring in astonishment towards him.
What?
The 6 men and women rushed out of the mountain, staring in his direction with astonishment. The formation was destroyed. Ning was holding the formation flag in his hand, the light of utter madness in his eyes.
Kill! Kill him! Kill him at all costs! He cannot be permitted to leave this place alive.
Suddenly, a shrill voice filled with incomparable rage emanated from underground. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 5, Chapter 1, Kill. 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 Chapter 1, Kill. 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 He cannot be permitted to leave this place alive. Those 6 lavishly dressed men and women began to shout as well.
They knew very that with their formation broken and with the protective, hiding shroud which it had given them gone, they would quickly be discovered, and once Ning escaped, the news would quickly spread and they would immediately be found. They had to capture back the formation flag to this bewildering formation.
Ning had to be executed as well. Kill. Kill him.
A large number of servants charged wildly towards Ning as well. Ning immediately stored the formation flag into his storage-type magic treasure, while at the same time, the wing-type magic treasures on his back immediately activated as he rushed outwards. At the same time, a boundless amount of scorching fire immediately descended, which surrounded those servants and began to burn them, causing the servants to all scream in agony.
Swoosh! 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 3 figures from within the group of servants came pouncing out towards Ning. Scientian life forms? Ning immediately recognized that all 3 of them were Scientian life forms.
It seems this despicable immortal practitioner has quite a few Scientian life forms under his control.
Kill him. The master has given the order to kill him. These 3 Scientian life forms were filled with murderous intent.
They were all servants of Bei Zishan who were controlled through poisons.
They didn't dare to disobey the orders of Bei Zishan's orders.
Immediately, they transformed into rays of light, streaking from different directions to attack Ning, but Ning simply used his wind-wing evasion technique to move forward and directly clash with one of them, a fat-headed, big-eared, bearded man.
Rare! The big fellow was wielding a large hammer. Swish!
A sword light flashed, and the big fellow rolled to the ground, falling down while clutching his chest, blood staining the ground. In but a single exchange, Ning's sword had pierced through his heart.
Little baby!
A hawk-nosed man roared angrily as he charged forward, and as he did, a flash of sword light chopped half his head off, and he died on the spot.
The 3rd Scientian life form, an older man, was so terrified, his face changed and he immediately retreated. Dash! Boundless amounts of flame descended, and 2 Scientian life forms had been killed in an instant as well.
The 3rd had been so terrified, he had immediately retreated. This caused those 6 men and women to stare at each other, the looks on their faces unpleasant.
What terrifying speed! His swordplay is far superior to any of us. No wonder he was able to kill our senior fellow apprentice.
All of them understand that even if they all charge together, the result would most likely be that single same word, death. Right now, Ning was like a life-taking god of death. On one side, boundless amounts of fire scorched those servants, while on his side, he had slaughtered those Scientian life forms.
Altogether, the servants, spirit beasts, and disciples of Bei Zishan totaled more than 10 Scientian life forms.
Flood Dragon Dao soldiers. The youngest of the 6, that handsome youth, suddenly let out a fierce howl.
Flood Dragon Dao soldiers.
The other 5 fellow apprentices immediately understood. All of them shouted furiously, while at the same time, their bodies quickly became covered with a layer of black armor. The 6 of them were now all garbed in the same black armor. Rumble, for a moment, the entire mountain seemed to tremble. This great mountain had actually been hollowed out long ago. Aside from the primary place midway up the mountain, there had been a large number of smaller caverns dug out as well. After all, more than 1 million commoners were being tortured here. From this number, one could imagine how many caves had been created to hold them. Swoosh! 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 Like raindrops falling from the skies in a dense cluster, from each mountain cave flew out one deep green armored Dao soldier after another. Each Dao soldier was covered with complicated, ancient runes which drew upon the energy of the world. Dao soldiers. Ning's face changed. He watched as from afar, a large number of soldiers emerged from the hundreds of caves in the mountain. He immediately recognized them for Dao soldiers. In addition, these are even more powerful Dao soldiers than the Crimson Guard of my Ji clan. Given his experience, Ning naturally could sense the power of those runes on these Dao soldiers' armor, causing him to be all the more surprised. More than 10,000 Dao soldiers descended from the skies. And there were more than 10 black-armored Xiantian lifeform Dao soldiers as well, all charging forward. Kill! Kill as many as I can. Ning understood that he definitely couldn't let them join forces. He immediately swept out with his wings, moving like a giant rock towards a location a kilometer away. These Dao soldiers were virtually all at the Hotian level, and thus were much faster. All of you, die. Ji Ning, his face spotted red thanks to the poison, had gone completely insane. In an instant, an enormous amount of celestial fire and boundless amounts of freezing frost descended from the skies, wildly sweeping out in each direction. Ning was currently exhausting all of his power to control water and fire. Careful. Assemble the formation. Of the more than 10,000 Dao soldiers, every 9 of them linked up, summoning forth the power of the natural world. Faintly, behind their bodies, the illusion of a dragon appeared. Faced with the attack of that scorching flame and freezing frost, most of those who had linked up just barely managed to withstand the attack, while those who had not instantly lost their lives, especially those who were at the center of the flames and of the frost. The surges of heat and cold intersected, causing even those who had linked up to lose their lives. Grand Flood Dragon Formation. The 10+ black-armored Xiantian lifeforms wanted to charge together in formation as well. Not good. In the aquatic manner, Ning had seen 9 Xiantian lifeforms using Dao soldier armors. How could he just stand by idly and permit these 10 or so people to do as they pleased? Water Flame Lotus, grind them all to death. In an instant, Ning formed 9 water flame lotuses, surrounding 9 of those people. The 9 water flame lotuses appeared out of nowhere, each with 1 petal of fire and 1 petal of water, one above and one below, and they ground down at their targets. Aya! The woman with the viper on her shoulder let out a shrill cry, and was killed, ground into fine pieces. Quick! Assemble the formation. Although all of them wanted to assemble the formation, of the 9 people covered by water flame lotuses, 6 of them had already died while 3 were heavily injured. This caused the remaining Xiantian lifeforms to all be shocked. This sort of ability was simply too terrifying. At such a great distance, this man was capable of simultaneously killing 6 Xiantian lifeforms? Generally speaking, Xiantian lifeforms weren't capable of long-distance attacks, because they were unable to ride on magic treasures to engage in distant attacks. The 6 dead people were quite unfortunate. They weren't afraid of the fire and water which Ning was capable of controlling, but they hadn't expected that Ning would execute this water flame lotus, which contained a hint of the true meaning of the Tao. If they had known in advance, they would have all immediately prepared protective Dao seals, and thus wouldn't have instantly lost their lives. Assemble the formation. The handsome youth's black armor immediately began to glow with runes, while at the same time those runes which appeared connected with the illusory dragons behind the many ordinary Dao soldiers, connecting together into a large whole. In the blink of an eye, the handsome youth connected with 1,000 of the ordinary Dao soldiers, and behind him appeared the illusion of a flood dragon. Assemble the formation. Assemble the formation.
One Xiantian lifeform after another immediately began to link together with the Dao soldiers. Some activated 1,000, while others activated 500. Although the maximum was 1,000 Dao soldiers, Ning had killed simply too many of them. Unfortunately, too many Dao soldiers have died, and we don't even have 9,000. Otherwise, once we combine to form the entire Flood Dragon, we could effortlessly kill him. One illusory Flood Dragon after another appeared in midair, resulting in a total of 8 illusory Flood Dragons, which were controlled and formed by those 8 Xiantian lifeforms and thousands of Dao soldiers joining formings. But even though we aren't able to transform into a greater Flood Dragon, he will still die. Deep within the mountain, in that private room, the green flame continued to flicker in the middle of that ancient, unadorned cauldron. The blood-red banner was currently hovering there, as a large number of dread wraiths were howling silently, wildly attacking. Bei Zishan was seated in the lotus position, his face incomparably sinister. This person named Ji Ning was actually able to break my grand formation. Zishan was both frantic and angry. He himself had been, this entire time, hiding, fleeing, and trying to refine this powerful magic treasure and thus suddenly rise in power. But without this great formation hiding him, there was no way for him to hide at all. In addition, there were still many dread wraiths that had yet to be absorbed. Right now, what he was trying to do was forcibly bring the process to a halt, as he would rather give up the many dread wraiths. However, this sort of incomparably sinful magic treasure was also incomparably dangerous to make. If he wasn't careful, he would be devoured by it instead. He had to be extremely careful and cautious. Even in an attempt to stop, he still had to kill each and every single one of those dread wraiths who had yet to be refined before he could be killed. If he tried to do it forcibly, he himself would be devoured. To come to a halt needed time. Master, there are less than 9,000 Dao soldiers. From within the mountain, a spirit beast who had transformed into a human male's form called out frantically. What? Bei Zishan, currently forcibly repressing his agitation, upon hearing the words from his spirit beast, immediately grew frantic. Less than 9,000 Dao soldiers? With less than 9,000, there's no way to transform into a giant flood dragon. Given the power of this Ning, he can absolutely flee. Right at this moment, the blood-red banner suddenly began to shake, as countless dread wraiths wildly attempted to break free. Not good. Bei Zishan forced himself to calm down. He knew that as soon as he lost his grip, those dread wraiths would throw themselves upon him, and he would probably die here today. Bei Zishan immediately made a small bag appear in his hand, which appeared similar to a brocade purse. From within the little purse, a black coffin appeared out of nowhere, which with a thud landed against the ground. The coffin immediately opened, and a heart-trembling aura emanated forth. A large paw, covered with black fur, grabbed the sides of the coffin and then sat up. This was a black-furred zombie which had glowing green eyes. Whoosh! The black-furred zombie landed on the ground, its body surrounded by a black energy that was visible to the naked eye. The black energy was a necromantic aura, and if a Xiantian lifeform were to absorb it, that person would definitely be poisoned to death. This zombie was one of the final trump cards which Bei Zishan had. He had worked hard to create it from the corpse of a Zifu disciple. Go! Kill him! Zishan gave the order. Zombies were neither living nor dead. The black-furred zombie was at the level where it had a certain degree of intelligence. It could recognize the disciples of Zishan, and it could also quickly recognize situations as well as whom its enemies were. This black-furred zombie was already comparable to a Zifu disciple, and it was extremely dangerous. The black-furred zombie let out a low grunt, then walked out, then with a single leap, jumped out from the nearly 150-meter deep tunnel. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 2, Lesser Thousand Sword Formation, Kill. Chapter 2, Lesser Thousand Sword Formation, Kill. The Azure Firebird and the Black Serpent were currently high in the air, waiting impatiently.
They were under orders to locate Ning, but previously, the Black Serpent had already shouted 3 times, without any response at all.
Can it be that the young master isn't here? The Black Serpent said frantically. Brother Black, look below.
The Azure Firebird spoke in the human tongue. The Black Serpent looked downwards, only to see that on the formerly calm mountain, a large number of armored Dao soldiers had appeared, surrounded by frost and with fires blazing. Those Dao soldiers and Xiantian lifeforms had forcibly formed into 8 illusory flood dragons, and the power emanating from those illusory flood dragons caused even the Azure Firebird and the Black Serpent in the air to feel shock.
Dao soldiers, thousands of them that can join together? The Azure Firebird and the Black Serpent were shocked. The various local hegemons of Swallow Mountain weren't capable of such things.
Only the Grand Xia dynasty's soldiers that were stationed at Southmont City were capable of this. Such power, even if the 2 of us were to go attack, we'd probably be easily annihilated.
Look, young Master Ning.
In front of these thousands of Dao soldiers, appeared a beast-clad youth who was emanating an aura of incomparable wildness and savagery.
It was Ning. Young Master Ning. How can he possibly oppose thousands of joined Dao soldiers? Ning, quick, flee! The Black Serpent shouted frantically in the air. Dash! Those Xiantian lifeforms bound against the pillars within the mountain stared towards the outside nervously as well.
Outside, the boundless amounts of flame and frost that had appeared caused them to be shocked as well.
Young Master Ning, that Zifu disciple is currently refining that evil magic treasure. For now, he can't be distracted.
Quick, flee! Blindfish howled frantically.
Ning, quick, leave. If you dawdle, it'll be too late. Jadewitch roared as well, his throat going hoarse. Quick, leave. All of the Xiantian lifeforms of the Ji clan were shouting frantically.
They had been bound here for so long, and often heard the conversation of those people, and saw some dread wraiths enter the depths of the mountain. They knew that there was a Zifu disciple here refining an incomparably vile magic treasure.
Once this person completed it and personally attacked, what would the repercussions be? What? Thousands of linked Dao soldiers?
The group of bound Xiantian lifeforms suddenly saw that those many Dao soldiers who were being burnt by fire or frozen by frost suddenly formed into multiple illusory flood dragons. They were only able to see a small portion, but this was already enough to shock them.
Quick, flee! Ning, leave now!
All of them were incomparably frantic.
Dash!
Hearing the frantic shouts from his Uncle Black from the skies, as well as the voices of his master Blindfish, Jadewitch, Portile, Shan, and the others who were bound deeper in the mountain, how could Ning, already poisoned, not go even wilder?
Flee? Why would he flee? Even if he fled, he would unquestionably die.
If he could risk his life to kill that Zifu disciple, he might instead have a chance at life.
Kill!
Ning saw the thousands of Dao soldiers in front of him. Not hesitating at all, he released his most powerful killing blow.
Rumble!
More than 300 sword-type magic treasures appeared out of nowhere around Ning, every single sword glowing dimly with white light, while at the same time activating the power of the natural world. Ning had already reached a very high level of attainment in formations, and so his ability to execute the Lesser Thousand Swords formation had clearly improved greatly as well.
It wasn't like in the past, where he controlled it by rote and by memory. He now understood some of the mysteries inherent within, and knew how to guide them more effectively. What are those? How can swords fly like that? Flying magic treasures? The 8 Xiantian lifeforms amongst those thousands of Dao soldiers were completely stunned.
Seeing the hundreds of flying swords all hovering there, they instantly thought of something: Zifu disciple. One had to at least be a Zifu disciple in order to control magic treasures and fly on them. This was all but common knowledge. But now, this youth was actually flying on magic treasures. But how could they have imagined that Ning's soul had already reached the level of divine will, which was why he was able to accomplish this?
He's a Zifu disciple, master, he's a Zifu disciple. That youth is a Zifu disciple. Some of the Xiantian lifeforms in the Dao battle armor were already beginning to cry out desolately. Die, then.
Ning instantly controlled that pulsating, glowing sword in front of him.
Swish, dot.
That pulsating sword light immediately slashed out in an incomparably beautiful arc, leaving behind a desolate, beautiful line in the air.
It easily chopped through that handsome youth's chest, and the handsome youth stared, wide-eyed, in disbelief. Zifu, Zifu, even in death, he couldn't believe it. No!
The tall, muscular fellow just began to cry out, but before he finished it, he was pierced through by the sword glow as well. Their Dao soldier formation hadn't truly formed into a flood dragon, after all, they had only formed 8 illusory floor dragons.
Every single illusory flood dragon was formed from a single Xiantian lifeform Dao soldier and hundreds or 1,000 Hotian Dao soldiers.
In terms of defense alone, they were actually inferior to the combined forces of the 9 Xiantian Dao soldiers of the second trial of the aquatic manner. Ning was naturally capable of winning through close combat and using the true meaning of the raindrop, but doing so would be very tiring, and he would have to face a group attack.
But now,
by relying on this level 4, lesser thousand swords formation, he was able to bring forth the power of an early Zifu disciple using a ranked magic treasure. Even if the enemy truly had 9,000 Dao soldiers and 9 Xiantian lifeforms and was capable of forming into a true flood dragon, Ning would still be able to fight. And now, when the enemy was like a platter of loose sand, unshaped and unformed, he naturally chopped through them as easily as chopping through vegetables.
Zifu disciple. He's a Zifu disciple.
The sword light slashed out in another graceful arc, piercing through those 8 Xiantian Dao soldiers in succession. No matter how those Xiantian Dao soldiers attempted to flee, their speed was incomparably slower than the speed of that sword light.
Even though the nearby Hotian Dao soldiers all tried to help block, those Hotian Dao soldiers were simply executed as well. A Zifu disciple. Zifu disciple.
One desolate scream after another shook the entire mountain.
These Xiantian Dao soldiers were filled to the brim with unwillingness to accept this.
They hadn't imagined that this youth named Ji Ning was actually a Zifu disciple.
Ordering them to battle against a Zifu disciple?
They weren't able to accept that this was how they would die. If they had known, they wouldn't have come out at all.
Dash. What?
This. In midair, the azure firebird and the black serpent watched with wide eyes, their mouths hanging open. From below, Ning was controlling hundreds of swords which were hovering in the air, and then formed into a single sword light which was dominating everyone and everything. This was power on a completely different level.
Much like how Xiantian lifeforms could massacre Hotian experts, that sword light effortlessly executed those 8 Xiantian Dao soldiers, and with their deaths, those Hotian Dao soldiers naturally were unable to maintain their grand formation.
Ning,
he's a Zifu disciple?
The black serpent, who had watched Ning grow up since he was a child, was somewhat stunned as well. Even Blindfish, Jadewitch, Shan, and the others trapped within the mountain who had been frantically calling for Ning to flee were stunned. From this angle, they couldn't see Ning, but through the cave entrance, they were able to see many Dao soldiers. They personally saw those Dao soldiers dressed in black armor, which was to say the Xiantian Dao soldiers, be easily pierced through one by an incomparably brilliant sword light.
All of those Xiantian Dao soldiers collapsed, dead.
In addition, as they died, all of them were howling with grief and rage. Zifu disciple.
A Zifu disciple. A Zifu disciple?
Blindfish and the others, including the other pitiable Xiantian lifeforms from the other powers here at the Swallow Mountain region, were all somewhat numb.
Could it be that aside from Ning, there was another Zifu disciple who was attacking? But right at this moment. Bang! A black shadow suddenly leapt out from the already open entrance to that dark underground cave.
His green pupils swept those Xiantian lifeforms who were bound within this cave.
There were still some ordinary servants here who hadn't joined the battle.
2 unlucky bastards, because they had been fairly close to the cave entrance, had their bodies immediately invaded by the black necromantic energy swirling around the black-furred zombie when it appeared.
Ah! Ah! The two unlucky bastards hadn't been able to become Dao soldiers.
Naturally, they were quite ordinary in ability. As soon as the necromantic aura invaded their bodies, they let out desolate howls, then quickly dissolved into puddles of liquid. The Blackford zombie had already, with a single step, moved past the cave entrance.
"Young master, be careful!"
Blindfish howled frantically. Ning, after seeing that the Xiantian Dao soldiers had been executed, retrieved his 300-plus swords. After all, he was still just an early-stage Xiantian lifeform.
The Xiantian ki in his body wasn't dense enough.
If he were to control thousands of swords, his ki would probably be used up in a single attack. If he just used these 300 or so, he was still only able to execute it 10 times. His true opponent was the truly terrifying Zifu disciple.
Roher!
An angry roar rang out, and from the distance, a black shadow flew over.
Is that the Zifu disciple?
Ning's wing-type magic treasure trembled, and he immediately flew out in an arc, putting some distance between them. With a smashing sound, that black shadow smashed into the ground, causing a massive, 30-meter-wide crater to appear on the ground. When Ning saw this, the look on his face changed. The Blackford zombie stared at Ning, that black, fog-like necromantic aura swirling around his body.
"This fellow is so strong, and his speed is very fast."
Ning was still stunned, and he even was reminded of that Blackford aberration who had served as the third trial in the aquatic manor. However, this Blackford zombie gave Ning an evil, baleful feeling, and had that black fog swirling around his body. That aberration who served as the third trial in the aquatic manor didn't.
Kill!
The Blackford zombie stared at Ning, then charged towards him.
Swoosh!
Swoosh! Swoosh! Activating the wing-type magic treasures, Ning moved like a ghost, constantly dodging. Although each time he dodged, it was rather difficult, he was still able to evade. Occasionally, the Dark North swords in his hands would land blows on the Blackford zombie, but only white smudges were left on it.
This fellow seems quite similar to the Blackford aberration in the aquatic manor.
His strength is great, his speed is fast, and his body is incomparably tough.
However, his strength is much lower.
In their exchange of blows, Ning immediately discovered that the Blackford zombie's method of using force was very clumsy, while the Blackford creature in the underwater estate has intelligence. In terms of both footwork and palm techniques, although each movement seemed simple, even with Ning's miraculous evasion techniques, he still couldn't dodge.
Not even at the advanced level of technique. Definitely not a Zifu disciple.
The antidote to my poison is probably being carried by that Zifu disciple. He hasn't come out, which means he definitely isn't able to be distracted right now.
I have to seize the opportunity to get rid of him.
Ning understood that for the Zifu disciple to still not come out meant the man was definitely in a tough situation.
While he was ill, go for the kill.
Swoosh! The wing-type magic treasures on Ning's back trembled, then took him in an arcing line, moving past the Blackford zombie. The zombie howled ferociously, wanting to attack Ning, but how could Ning, when using the windwing evasion, be caught by the likes of him?
"Gee, Ning?"
A sinister, cold, sharp voice suddenly emanated out from the mountain. Ning immediately saw that midway in the mountain, at the ground in front of the cavern entrance, there was a man dressed in a loose black robe. This man's hair was loosely bound, and his face was utterly ashen, without a hint of color. The oily green eyes the man had caused even greater shock to Ning than the Blackford zombie had. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 5, Chapter 3, A Battle to the Death.
Chapter 3, A Battle to the Death.
Bei Zishan swept the surrounding area with his gaze. He saw the areas frozen by frost or scorched by flames and those many corpses. In particular, when he saw, amongst the corpses, the bodies of those Xiantian lifeform Dao soldiers, Zishan's heart clenched.
He ate.
These were his subordinates. For forging and refining this sort of sinful magic treasure, he needed many subordinates to torment and torture people, and also some powerful subordinates to capture sentient lifeforms for him.
All ruined.
Zishan looked towards Ning, his gaze filled with a sinister maliciousness. My students and servants were all wiped out by you. Those potential dread wraiths that I had been cultivating and refining for so long, and was about to finish with, you forced me to stop.
Zishan, was actually by a little child like you to suffer such a loss. I won't mistreat you. In fact, I will have to thank you and let you have a taste of what it is like to have your soul be tormented. Zifu disciple. He's a Zifu disciple.
Amidst the thousands of Dao soldiers, there were still quite a few screaming in terror.
You are a Zifu disciple? Zishan stared at Ning.
After all, his evil magic treasure was only half completed because of Ning's interruption. However, even with this half-completed magic treasure, Zishan could be considered a peak Zifu figure. Based on the discussion between his disciples, however, this Ning was just a 12-year-old youth of the Ji clan.
A 12-year-old who had become a Zifu disciple? If this was true, then Zishan was actually worried.
For someone so young to have become a Zifu disciple most likely meant that this person had some miraculous events occur.
Perhaps he might have some sort of hidden, secret technique. Zifu disciple? If I said I wasn't a Zifu disciple, would you believe me?
Ning said coldly.
Swoosh. Zishan had been just standing there, but suddenly, a boat appeared beneath his legs. Stepping onto the boat, Zishan instantly began to pull away from Ning.
Zishan, dressed in his long black robe, stared coldly at Ning. He had already decided to consider that Ning was an expert on the same level as him, and so he immediately pulled away.
Immortal practitioners came in all types.
Fiend god body refiners preferred close combat, while others who liked to use magic treasures, poisons, golems, and more would naturally prefer to pull to a distance before using their techniques. After all, close quarters combat was very dangerous.
Zishan, for example, liked to use poisons and magic treasures. Boom! A black claw suddenly appeared, sweeping forwards and attacking Ning from behind.
Ning's wing-type magic treasure trembled, and he flew out in an arc, immediately dodging past. As for that black claw, the wind from the attack alone had caused the ground to tear apart. The black-furred zombie, bellowing, charged towards Ning.
Zishan, prepare to die.
Ning, while dodging the black-furred zombie, simultaneously manifested more than 400 sword-type magic treasures, all of which were under Ning's control and immediately emanated a blurry white light.
Indeed.
There's no need to forcibly control them all.
All I need to do is just guide them into the correct flow.
When I simply control the critical points of the lesser thousand sword formation, it becomes much easier to control this lesser thousand sword formation. Ning previously, while meditating on formations, had tested out the 5th level of the lesser thousand sword formation. At the underwater mansion, although he had been able to use it, it had been too exhausting. But this time, it was clearly much easier for him. In addition, thanks to Ning's non-stop testing, his control over the 405 sword-type magic treasures had become much more dexterous, and it became easier and easier for Ning's divine will to control them.
Magic treasures. Zishan, astride his flying boat, saw this from afar.
His face changed. He's able to control magic treasures and fly on them.
So he is indeed a Zifu disciple.
So many sword-type magic treasures, most likely they are almost all unranked, but so many unranked magic treasures joined together still pose a formidable threat.
Roar! Growling, the black-furred zombie was still in pursuit of Ning, attacking again and again.
Ning, relying on his incomparably dexterous windwing evasion, was able to dodge aside time and time again. In a battle of life and death, one had to rely on one's advantages. This black-furred zombie clearly was incomparably strong and indestructibly tough.
Battling with it head-on was simply idiocy. Ning naturally understood that this black-furred zombie was probably reared by Zishan.
As long as he could kill Zishan, there would be no need to fear this black-furred zombie.
Lesser Thousand Sword Formation, Level 5.
Ning constantly controlled the many swords hovering around him, and given that his understanding of the intricacies of the formation was rapidly increasing, his ability to utilize it was become greater as well.
Go! Ning's eyes suddenly flashed as he stared at the distant Zishan.
In front of him, there formed a flickering, unstable sword light, which suddenly shot out into the distance, as fast as lightning, leaving behind only seemingly solid yet seemingly illusory arc in the skies.
It stabbed directly towards the distant Bay Zishan.
Zishan had long since produced a horsetail whisk-type magic treasure in his hands, and seeing the attack, he immediately brandished the horsetail whisk, which transformed into 3,000 white threads that sought to entangle that piercing sword light. Both this flying boat as well this horsetail whisk were ranked magic treasures. Their power was formidable.
Crackle! Not good.
Zishan's face changed, and he hurriedly controlled his horsetail whisk, making it so that even as those 3,000 white threads were blocking and entangling the sword light, a large number of the white threads were also emanating rays of light, with each layer of them ablating and frantically neutralizing the oncoming force, causing the sword light to have lost almost all of its power before it even reached Zishan's body.
This caused the distant Ning's face to change as well. The power of the 5th level of the Lesser Thousand Swords formation definitely wasn't weak.
The 4th level could be comparable to an early Zifu disciple using a ranked magic treasure, so the 5th level had to be comparable to a more formidable Zifu disciple, right?
You really are a Zifu disciple.
Zishan stared at Ning, his face filled with savagery. He shouted, "At such a young age, you are such a monster.
How can I possibly spare you?" In Zishan's hands, a black item suddenly appeared which looked like a wasp's nest.
At the same time, it quickly grew greater, to the size of 3 meters tall. It was filled with countless holes, and there with countless buzzing sounds, one golden wasp after another swarmed out from those countless holes, instantly charging out. In the blink of an eye, those many wasps filled the skies, pouring towards Ning in a flood.
Venomous bugs.
Ning was startled, and in front of his body, an utterly unstoppable sword light formed once more.
Kill! Swish, dot.
A sword light pierced through the skies, directly flying towards those countless, tightly clustered swarm of golden wasps. With crackling sounds that were quite unpleasant to hear, the sword light slaughtered hundreds of the venomous bugs before having passed through to the other time. By now, more than half of the energy of the sword light had been used up, and it turned in an arc, once more stabbing into the swarm. This time, however, it used up all of its power in the swarm, with another few hundred of them having died.
I can't let this continue.
Ning, while using his wing-type magic treasures to dodge, immediately discarded the notion of using the Lesser Thousand Sword formation to attack. The Lesser Thousand Sword formation used up a truly astonishing amount of energy. Ning had only used the 5th level version of the attack twice, with a single 4th level version of this attack. However, as a result, only 60 or 70% of his Xian Qi remained. There were, however, hundreds of thousands of these venomous bugs, while a single sword light of his had only killed 700 or 800. Even if he had an unlimited amount of Qi, most likely he would only be able to unleash 3 more sword lights before the venomous bugs would have arrived before him. He's dead for sure.
Bei Zishan stared at Ning. Water Flame Lotus.
Ning let out a low growl, and surrounding him, one fiery lotus petal after another, along with one water lotus petal after another, formed and merged, creating a lotus bud that was protecting Ning around him. 3 buds of water flame lotuses. Ning had used his full strength. Every single water flame lotus bud was created from 3 lotus petals of fire and 3 lotus petals of water. A larger lotus bud protected the smaller lotus petals, and thus, these 3 layers of water flame lotuses surrounded Ning, who in the middle of them was constantly using his windwing evasion. The reason for this was that the black-furred zombie was constantly chasing, causing Ning to not dare to slack off in the slightest.
Bzzzzzzz.
The countless, tightly clustered venomous bugs spread out towards Ning, wildly boring down towards the surface of the water flame lotuses, easily piercing through the first layer. The 3 water flame lotuses that were formed into 6 layers were constantly swiveling, and as the many venomous bugs sought to burrow through them, one after another were killed by grinding, swiveling power of the layers of the water flame lotuses. However, they quickly reformed and burrowed through the gaps between each of the layers of the water flame lotuses, continuing to burrow downwards. They quickly passed through the 2nd layer, the 3rd layer, the 4th layer, but many of the venomous bugs were dying as they did. A protective technique that contains the true meaning of the Tao.
Where did this Ning learn this from?
Watching so many of his venomous bugs die from afar, Beizishan not only ached for his lost, he also was astonished. This was because although a supreme sword technique was precious, this sort of protective technique was even more precious. Even in his own sect, such a technique would rarely be learned. How could he have imagined that this was a technique which Ning had developed on his own?